Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 76. By the time Undying Yushan was done, Lu Yin's legs felt weak. You must be tired. Sorry, old people like to reminisce about the past. Undying Yushan shook his head and smiled, pushing the dessert in front of Lu Yin. Try this, it's Zishan's favorite dessert. Lu Yin nodded and took a bite. It tasted pretty good. Just as Undying Yushan was about to speak, he glanced at Doran and Duque. You're still here? Go back, I want to talk to little Yin alone. Lu Yin almost spat out his food. Was this a prank? He had listened to Undying Yushan for 3 hours, but he didn't even care. Doran and Duque seemed to be used to it and bowed respectfully before leaving. There are too many things bothering me in the Great Yu Empire, and this is the only place where I can have some peace and quiet. Back then, when I roamed the universe with the Undying Zishan, who didn't know of the Undying Duo? It's a pity that he left before me, and I've been struggling at death's door for a few hundred years. I thought that I would never see a descendant of the Zishan family again, but fortunately, the heavens have eyes and have brought you here. Little Yin, I'm very gratified to be able to see you before I die, the Undying Yushan sighed. Lu Yin could only accompany him. Your Majesty is the strongest in the universe, and living for another 10,000 years won't be a problem. You won't die so easily. Haha, I know my own body, you don't need to comfort me. Undying Yushan shook his head helplessly and smiled. I've seen what happened on Earth and you're not bad. You were able to defeat a Night King, even a newly awakened one. Few people in the same realm are your match, and you let me see the shadow of Zishan in his youth. Lu Yin was ashamed. Qingyu is too strong. If not for my classmates working together, I wouldn't have been able to defeat him alone. Undying Yushan smiled. That's also because of your intelligence. That trial was completely under your control, and in the end, you even forced a melder to attack on your behalf. Very smart. Only smart people can survive well. Lu Yin didn't reply. I understand what happened on the spacecraft. Go ahead and do what you need to do. As long as I'm on the throne, you'll be fine. Undying Yushan suddenly changed the topic. Lu Yin hurriedly took 2 steps back. Thank you, Your Majesty. Undying Yushan nodded and took out a cosmic ring. It's your first time on the capital star, so you'll need money everywhere. Here's a Mavis Bank crystal card and some star crystals. Take them. Lu Yin did not refuse and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Undying Yushan grunted, You're too weak. I've already ordered Bronson to protect you. Alright, I'm tired. You may leave. Lu Yin had wanted to refuse, but when he saw Undying Yushan close his eyes, he swallowed his words and bowed once more before turning to leave. The dignified Iron Emperor of the Great Yu Empire was now in his twilight years. In his 800 years on the throne, he had expanded nearly half of the empire's territory. In truth, Lu Yin admired the man from the bottom of his heart, but any expansion was accompanied by death. Lu Yin didn't know how history would judge him after Undying Yushan's death, but he was still grateful to the man for taking care of him. He looked at his cosmic ring and saw that Undying Yushan had given him 20 cubes of star crystals. It wasn't much, but it was a lot for a cultivator of his level. He wondered how much money was in the card. Lu Yin left the garden under the guidance of a palace maid. Bronson was already waiting outside and stepped forward the moment he saw Lu Yin. Greetings, Your Majesty. Lu Yin smiled. Thank you, General Bronson. Bronson replied solemnly, It's my duty to protect you, Your Majesty. Please don't be so polite. Lu Yin nodded and walked out of the palace. Bronson followed behind Lu Yin, maintaining a distance of 1 meter, neither too far nor too close. By the way, General Bronson, I heard that you're one of the 3 captains of the 1st Squadron. Can you tell me more about the 13 squadrons? I'm willing to answer your questions, Your Majesty. Bronson paused for a moment before continuing. The 13 squadrons correspond to the 13 gates of the Imperial Palace. Entering the palace requires passing through the 13 squadrons, and they are His Majesty's shield. Every captain has the power of a cruiser and is the best in the Frostwave Weave. More importantly, the 13 squadrons correspond to the 13 filaments of the Great Yu Empire. Nearly half of the administration comes from the 13 squadrons, and the leader of a filament is always a captain. Lu Yin was shocked. The 13 squadrons are related to the Empire's filaments? Bronson replied. His Majesty appoints the filaments' leaders to be the captains of the 13 squadrons. Ordinary administrators of the filaments are the vice-captains of the 13 squadrons, and the 13 squadrons have the authority to supervise the respective filaments. It was no wonder that the 13 Imperial squadrons were said to be the most powerful department in the Empire. The captains were all high-ranking officials who even had the authority to appoint and dismiss administrative officials. Undying Yushan had distributed the authority and taken control of the source himself. This would save him a lot of trouble and prevent him from having to worry about rebellion. Usually, only those who had great confidence in the central government would do something like this, which showed just how confident Undying Yushan was. Bronson introduced Lu Yin to the captains of the 13 squadrons. Lu Yin didn't react at first since he didn't know any of them, but when Bronson mentioned the captain he was shocked. What? Luing Zishan? Her name is Luing Zishan? Bronson nodded. Yes, she's the captain of the 13 squadrons. She's currently handling some matters in the 13th filament, but she'll be back soon. Lu Yin frowned. She's also from the Zishan family? Bronson shook his head. Captain Lu Ying is not from the Zishan family. As for why her surname is Zishan, please ask her yourself, Your Majesty. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. If she wasn't from the Zishan family but had the surname Zishan, where did she come from? Undying Yushan hadn't mentioned it when they met. Had he forgotten? Unknowingly, Lu Yin brought Bronson to the Grand Astral Gate where Crown Prince Doran was smiling at him. Lu Yin hurried forward. Why are you here, Your Highness? You weren't waiting for me, were you? Doran smiled. Of course I was waiting for you, Your Majesty. This is your first time on the Capital Star and I don't have much to give you. I hope you don't mind. He passed a cosmic ring to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, but he was too embarrassed to look at it. You're too kind, Your Majesty. I'll accept it, thank you. Doran smiled. Your Majesty is forthright. By the way, the Capital Star is huge and it's inconvenient for you to move around. I've already sent someone to deliver the latest model of aircraft. It's right outside the Grand Astral Gate for your use. Lu Yin thanked him again. Doran didn't say much, only instructing Bronson to take good care of Lu Yin before he left. The captain of the first squadron was Undying Yushan himself. The left vice-captain was Crown Prince Doran Yushan, and the right vice-captain was the second prince, Duke Yushan. As one of the 3 captains of the first squadron, Bronson had to listen to Doran. Watching Doran leave, Lu Yin looked at his cosmic ring and was surprised that the Crown Prince had given him 50 star crystals, more than what Undying Yushan had given him. Who knew how much he had embezzled? He couldn't help but sigh. The Crown Prince is such a nice person, as expected of the next emperor, so humble and gentle. Bronson lowered his head and didn't say anything. Lu Yin had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly thought of something. Clenching his fists, he walked out of the Grand Astral Gate with an inexplicable smile. Outside the Grand Astral Gate, Susan was hiding in a corner, his eyes shining as he looked at the dazzling aircraft in the distance. Whether it was size or shape, it was far superior to the one that had brought them here. There was no comparison at all. That moving streamline and domineering design was a man's romance. Susan was almost drooling as he looked at the aircraft, wondering whose it was. Such a cool thing had to be expensive. Lu Yin quickly walked out and called out to Susan before heading straight for the very cool aircraft. Susan quickly ran over. Boss, don't touch it, it's obviously expensive. Don't let people think we're scammers. Lu Yin was speechless. Don't embarrass yourself. Get on. He opened the door and sat inside. Susan was stunned for a moment before he excitedly asked, Boss, is this ours? Of course. Lu Yin felt that this fellow was a bit embarrassing and needed to be brought along to broaden his horizons. Otherwise he wouldn't be able to sell it for a good price. Let's go, we'll find Zhang Dingtian and the rest at U Academy. Boss, how do you know they're at the first ring? Susan asked. The remodeling is at U Academy, let's go. Lu Yin activated the aircraft and it shot out with a blast of air, automatically planning its route and heading towards the first ring. Bronson immediately followed through the void. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 77. Xenu Star was surrounded by 3 rings of land, with the first ring being the closest to it. Even so, there was still a considerable distance between them, and it took a full 2 hours for them to arrive. This was the Great Yu Empire's newest aircraft, and its speed surpassed even that of a Lemmeter. Even so, it still took 2 hours. From Lu Yin's perspective, the distance between Xenu Star and the first ring was like an ocean that needed to be crossed. Lu Yin's group wasn't the only one heading to the first ring. He saw dozens of others along the way, but none were as fast as him. Not everyone could enter the 3 rings, and only those with special permission could enter. All 3 rings were important military areas, and the first ring was especially restricted to Yu Academy. The aircraft that Crown Prince Doran Yushan had given to Lu Yin had obviously been specially approved, and it was unimpeded. It didn't even need to land at the first ring's platform, and it could head straight to the formcast pool. Boss, that's awesome. Look, there are so many people being checked, and they're obviously the nobles of the empire. Even they have to stop for inspection, but we can pass through directly. This is what it means to be a noble. Su-san shouted excitedly. Lu Yin told him to shut up and glanced at Bronson, who occasionally appeared in the distance. The moment they passed the platform, Bronson appeared, and all the soldiers and officers on the platform bowed to him. Even though he was only the third seat, his position was comparable to that of the vice-captains of other squadrons. His status in the Great Yu Empire was extremely high, not because he was an explorer but because of his status. Did his family want him to inherit the Zishan name and enter the Great Yu Empire because they wanted him to enter the 13 Imperial Squadrons? Then what about the Great Yu Empire Youth Council? What did his family want? No one had contacted him yet. Lu Yin grew irritated at the thought of this. The first ring surrounded Xenu Star, and its diameter was similar to that of Xenu Star. Its surface area far exceeded that of Xenu Star's, and the scenery was rough with sand and dust everywhere. Occasionally there would be a tornado that connected the heavens and the earth, causing Su-san's face to turn pale. This was where Yu Academy was located, and it was also where the elites trained. It was also where the Yu Academy's military was stationed. The aircraft flew along the planned safe route without encountering any danger, but 10 minutes later, a roar shook the sky, tearing the air apart and cracking the ground. The terrifying shockwave almost flipped the aircraft over. Fortunately, Bronson intervened and blocked it. This was the roar of a Lemmeter. It was not as invincible as an explorer's, but it still made Lu Yin's heart tremble. This was definitely a Lemmeter. Did Yu Academy's elites often come into contact with Lemmeters? After thinking about Raz and Eddie, Lu Yin shook his head. Probably not. Boss, I feel like Xenu Star is still safer. Why don't we head back? Su-san asked in a trembling voice. Lu Yin ignored him. An hour later, the sky gradually darkened. In the distance, a huge mountain range came into view. The most eye-catching thing was that the middle of the mountain range was hollowed out and surrounded by an unknown transparent metal. Countless soldiers stood above the mountain range, densely packed and imposing. This was Yu Academy's formcast pool. Lu Yin brought Su-san in after the aircraft landed, but they were stopped. Even someone of Bronson's status couldn't enter, so they had to show their communication pass. Even you can't enter Yu Academy as you please? Bronson replied, Yu Academy is the best academy in the Empire, and even His Majesty cannot interfere. This was an order from His Majesty when he first ascended the throne. I cannot interfere with anything that happens in Yu Academy unless it endangers Your Majesty's life. Please take care of yourself, Your Majesty. Lu Yin nodded. He couldn't help but admire undying Yushan. He had given the younger generation as much freedom as he could and had won over their hearts. As they approached the formcast pool, Lu Yin heard a low growl that contained extreme pain. His expression changed. It was Zhang Dingtian's voice. He was about to rush in when Bronson spoke up. Formcasting is extremely painful. It's like having your body broken down and reformed. Not only does it disperse the energy in your cells, but it also regenerates blood. If you can't endure it, you'll fail, and failure means death. Lu Yin paused, regained his composure and walked in. The formcast pool was surrounded by countless soldiers and guarded by many of Yu Academy's experts. There were even space-exploring powerhouses among them, but the pool consumed too many resources. If not for Zhang Dingtian being a realm breaker, he wouldn't have been qualified to remodel even if he had defeated the strongest person in the academy. Lu Yin saw Bai Shui and Saruzin outside of the formcast pool, which was strictly prohibited from entering while it was in use. Bai Shui's eyes lit up when she saw him. How long has Zhang Dingtian been in there? He asked. A few hours, Bai Shui whispered. He's been in pain for a few hours? Lu Yin was astonished. Bai Shui nodded, her face pale. Lu Yin was full of admiration. Reconstructing a physical body was an excruciating pain that even a soldier like Zhang Dingtian would find difficult to bear. He glanced at Saruzin, suddenly curious to see what the man looked like. He wondered if this monk knew how to scream. Damn it, where did that dog bark come from? It's so noisy, a discordant voice sounded from nearby. Lu Yin and the others looked over and saw a few youths dressed in dirty clothes. It was obvious that they had just returned from training outside. They were all elites of Yu Academy, at least at Eddie's level. What are you looking at? Trash, wasting the Empire's resources. If the pool's resources were given to us, we'd have become melders long ago. A bunch of trash, one of the youths taunted Lu Yin. A few others stared at Bai Shui, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The one who had just shouted also saw her, his mouth agape. She was too beautiful. Bai Shui was disgusted. If you want resources, fight for it yourself. We fought for the chance to remodel. Oh, you're pretty hot. Fight for it, huh? Fine, let's see what you're capable of. One of the youths was clearly interested in Bai Shui, taking the initiative to touch her face instead of hurting her. Lu Yin frowned but didn't attack. Bai Shui snorted and struck out with a palm. The youth's expressions were frivolous but their eyes were serious. Anyone who could join Yu Academy was no ordinary person, and they naturally knew what it meant to be qualified to remodel. They didn't underestimate her, immediately turning their palms into claws and roaring, "Sky Beast Claw!" Bai Shui's expression changed, but she wasn't afraid. She was much stronger than she had been on Earth, and her training on the Perseverance was beginning to bear fruit. She dodged the Sky Beast Claw with a roving step, something Lu Yin had taught her. She could adapt to 40 times the gravity better than Saruzin, and her speed had already surpassed the average Sentinels. The Sky Beast Claw slammed into the ground, but it didn't cause much damage. Bai Shui pressed her palm against the youth's abdomen, freezing him in the next moment. An innate gift of ice. The youth gasped and retreated without a second thought. However, the ice shattered with a bang, and a figure suddenly flashed past the youth and struck at Bai Shui. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Despicable. He raised his palm and punched out, revealing 5 stars. At the same time, Bronson almost made a move because the attacker was a melder, but he stopped when he saw Lu Yin's palm strike. In that instant, he felt that Lu Yin wasn't any weaker than the melder attacking him. In fact, he might even be stronger. The 2 palms brushed past Bai Shui's side and collided fiercely, causing the air to tremble as a shockwave swept out in all directions. Bai Shui, who was the closest, was immediately pushed away, followed by the Yu Academy students and Saruzin. The huge shockwave was pushed away in an instant, leaving a vacuum in the ground. Lu Yin could clearly see the attacker. It was an unfamiliar man, but he also saw the ferocious gaze fixed on him. This person's target wasn't Bai Shui but him. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Yin. The attacker was a melder, and the power of his star energy was enough to crush Lu Yin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he detonated the stars in his palm. The first 3 stars had been used to resist the attacker's attack, but the moment the 4th star was detonated, the attacker's expression changed. He bent his fingers and formed a Sky Beast claw that pressed down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin growled as the 5th star exploded, and the 2 of them were sent flying backwards. Arcs of energy shot out in all directions, causing the guards to raise their eyebrows. Lu Yin took 5 steps back while the melder youth across him took 7 steps back, his face filled with shock. It wasn't just the melder youth, Bronson, and even the powerhouses guarding the formcast pool stared at Lu Yin in shock. A sentinel defeating a melder wasn't a simple realm breaker, not to mention an elite from Yu Academy. Bai Shui also stared at Lu Yin in shock. He had grown even stronger. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 78. The other Yu Academy students were stunned. Senior Tyson actually lost? How is that possible? He's one of the few melders in our branch, but he was defeated by a sentinel. When he heard this, the melder youth named Tyson's eyes turned fierce. Again, he shouted as he charged towards Lu Yin, raising his hand to attack with a Sky Beast claw. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This person's Sky Beast claw was even stronger than Munor's when he was a melder. Yu Academy was indeed full of powerhouses as expected of the Great Yu Empire's elite camp. However, with his 5-star serious palm, he wasn't afraid of such a powerhouse. Just as he was about to attack, a huge force swept across the crowd. It was a melder like Tyson, but Lu Yin's hair stood on end as his expression changed. He wasn't a match for this power. Who was it? Tyson's body suddenly froze, his face pale as he slowly turned around to see a figure walking over from the distance. Lu Yin followed Tyson's gaze and saw a young man about the same age as Tyson, perhaps even younger. However, the moment he saw him, Lu Yin was certain that he was the owner of that power. He was a young melder whose strength far surpassed Tyson's. Lu Yin's 5-star cosmic palm might have been able to deal with Tyson, but it was definitely not a match for this person. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This person was the most terrifying melder he had ever met. Hall Master Tianming, Tyson stammered in fear. Hall Master. Lu Yin was puzzled. He didn't know much about Yu Academy as the Great Yu Empire had sealed off all information about it. He had asked Jerlin and the others before, but even they didn't know much about it. They only knew that Yu Academy gathered the strongest youths of the Empire, but they didn't know how it was divided or ranked. Tyson, you're getting smarter and smarter, even learning how to sneak up on me. Why don't you find a chance to sneak up on me? If you defeat me, the position of Hall Master will be yours, Tianming said coldly as he walked to the front of the group. Tyson's expression changed and he hurriedly spoke up. Hall Master, I didn't do it on purpose, I just saw. Tianming cut him off before he could finish. I saw everything clearly. Your target wasn't the girl but King Zishan. Who gave you the guts to sneak up on him? Tyson didn't reply, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Tianming waved his hand, a gust of wind that transformed into an invisible beast claw that slammed into Tyson's chest and sent him flying. Get out. The other U Academy students quickly left as well, not even daring to look back. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he saw Tianming attack. It was the Sky Beast Claw, but it was different from Tyson and the others. Tianming had cultivated the Sky Beast Claw to an extremely high level, and his every move could be transformed into a claw without the need for a palm strike. He was definitely an expert. Tianming's eyes flashed Lu's eyes. And Tianming. Lu, one? Bronson whispered, Schutz, Jerbach, Locke, Huizhong and this Tianming. They're the 5 Hall Masters of U Academy, the best of the younger generation. Lu Yin nodded. Tianming had just finished dealing with Tyson and turned to Lu Yin apologetically. It's my fault for not being strict enough. Are you hurt, King Zishan? You're too polite, Hall Master Tianming. We were just sparring, Lu Yin replied. Although Tianming was only a student of U Academy, he had absolute authority as a Hall Master. Tianming sighed, I can tell the difference between a sneak attack and a sparring match. U Academy has lost a lot of talent over the past few years, and they've only produced such embarrassing things. I heard that U Academy lost a lot of face during Earth's trial, King Zishan. Lu Yin smiled, we barely won the last battle with the help of U Academy's experts. Hall Master Tianming is too humble. Tianming smiled and exchanged a few polite words with Bronson before turning to Bai Shui. Miss, I apologize on behalf of the students of U Academy. I saw what happened on the surveillance camera, I'm sorry. Bai Shui had an indifferent personality and nodded without saying anything. Lu Yin was curious. Hall Master Tianming, can I learn the 108 forms of the Sky Beast Claw from U Academy? Tianming nodded. Of course, King Zishan is a member of U Academy from the moment you arrived on the capital star. I can agree to let you learn the first 5 forms. Lu Yin frowned. Only the first 5 forms? Tianming smiled. King Zishan might not know this, but the Sky Beast Claw is U Academy's top battle technique, and it's also the Great U Empire's top battle technique. Ordinary people are unable to learn it, and joining U Academy is only for the right to learn it. If you want to learn it, you need the agreement of the Hall Masters. If 1 Hall Master agrees, you can learn the first 5 forms. If 3 Hall Masters agree, you can learn the first 10 forms. So there's such a rule, Lu Yin said helplessly. Generally speaking, Sentinels of U Academy can only learn the first 5 forms. The Sky Beast Claw isn't easy to learn, but for Sentinels the first 5 forms are enough. Only Melders can learn the first 10 forms, and the stronger elites can learn the first 20. That Tyson just learned the first 20, but he's only comprehended the 13th form. It'll be a long time before he can fully comprehend the 20th, Tianming explained with a good temper. Lu Yin remembered that Raz had learned 5 forms, Munor had probably learned 10, and Tyson had more or less 13. He himself had learned 7 from Munor, making a total of 108 forms. Hall Master Tianming, how much have you learned? Bai Shui suddenly asked. Everyone looked at Tianming. Lu Yin was curious as well. Tianming's casual display of the Sky Beast Claw had far surpassed Tyson's. Someone who could become a Hall Master and intimidate someone like Tyson was definitely not simple. Tianming smiled faintly. 43 forms. Lu Yin and the others' expressions changed. This was close to half of the Hall Master's level. No wonder he was so much better than Tyson and the others. Actually, of the 5 Hall Masters, Lacan has learned the most. 49 forms are the strongest of our Sky Beast Claw, Tianming said. What do I have to do if I want to learn all of the Sky Beast Claw? Tianming shrugged. Defeat one of us and become a Hall Master. You'll be able to enjoy all of U Academy's resources. He then waved his hand. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving. Good luck, everyone. By the way, those who have remolded will have to join U Academy. If you don't have a choice, you can join me, I'll take good care of you. We've already been booked by the 13 Imperial Squadrons, can we still join U Academy? Bai Shui asked. Tianming smiled. The 13 Imperial Squadrons don't clash with U Academy. U Academy is a place to learn, while the 13 Imperial squadrons are a place to fight. Zhang Dingtian's growl also disappeared at this point, and Bai Shui stepped into the formcast pool not long after. It didn't take long for Bai Shui to start moaning in pain as well, her voice much more pleasant than Zhang Dingtian's. Bronson, who's reshaping their bodies. Is it a man or a woman? Bronson answered, no one, they're doing it themselves. Luyin nodded. If it had been a man sculpting Bai Shui's body, he would have been pissed. Although Bai Shui wasn't his woman, he didn't want her to be taken advantage of by someone else. By the way, Saruzin, which squad took a liking to you? He asked as he thought of the monk. Saruzin slowly raised his head, his voice raspy. Zhang Dingtian the 5th. Bai Shui the 6th. I'll join the 11th. Luyin muttered to himself. Bronson had introduced the 5th squad's captain to Hua Qingshan, the head of the Hua family in the Great Yu Empire. He was also Hua Xiaoling's father, the red-haired middle-aged man in the court. The 6th squad's captain was Peach, the lowly. The 11th squad's captain was the bald, blind monk. It was normal for Hua Qingshan to take a liking to Zhang Dingtian, who was a realm breaker and could join the 13 Imperial squadrons. It was also normal for Saruzin to be chosen by the bald, blind monk. Sigmund had said that Saruzin's perseverance had attracted some people's interest, so it should have been the blind monk. But why had Bai Shui been chosen by Peach? That lowly had left a deep impression on him. Forget it, it had nothing to do with him. Since they'd left Earth, their fates were in their own hands. It was a pity that the Astral Combat Academy was about to reach the Frostwave Weave. Zhang Dingtian and the others would have to cultivate again after remolding, so they wouldn't be able to make it in time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 79. Luyin bid farewell to Saruzin and returned to Xenu Star with Su San and Bronson. Everyone had their own destiny, and Luyin had no right or ability to interfere. Whether or not they could cross paths in the future was up to them. The three returned to Xenu Star that very night and saw King Zishan's residence not far from the palace. It was at this moment that Luyin understood why the officials had been so against him entering the palace. The most majestic building on Xenu Star was the palace, and no other building could compare to it in terms of height. King Zishan's residence was second only to the palace. Back then His Majesty and King Zishan became sworn brothers. After inheriting the throne, King Zishan's residence was elevated to become a landmark second only to the palace. Even though the Zishan family has disappeared, the residence remains and no one is allowed to enter. Luyin took a deep breath. Let's go inside. The capital star was extremely prosperous, and even at night it was as bright as day under the countless lights. For many, the nightlife had just begun. On a mountain range not too far from the palace, dozens of spacecraft were idling, surrounded by countless people cheering. Raz, Raz, Raz. Hundreds and thousands of people shouted, drowning out the mountainside. Raz was pleased and glanced at the man nearby. This is the last round, Wu Kai. You've lost, so you'll have to kneel when you see me in the future. Wu Kai gritted his teeth. I won't lose. Don't forget your promise. Raz was disdainful. When have you ever beaten me? But I'll keep my promise. If you win, I'll ask my father to plead for General Sigmund, but that's impossible, huh? The crowd cheered even louder. Elsewhere in a huge manor, Hua Xiaoling was being led around by a little girl. Sis, you promised Xiao Xiao that you'd take him out to play. You can't go back on your word. Hua Xiaoling smiled bitterly. Yes, yes, Xiao Xiao. I won't lie to you. Let me go first. The little girl pouted. No, you lied to me like that last time. I can't catch up to you. Hua Xiaoling sighed. She suddenly smiled slyly. Xiao Xiao's helping you. Helping me? Hua Xiaoling was confused. The girl giggled. Those idiots from Fire's Melt Planet keep pestering father to marry you. Let's take this chance to slip away. Hua Xiaoling rolled her eyes. Don't even think about it, little girl. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Stupid. The little girl pouted angrily. On the other side, in a noisy bar, a group of people were singing and dancing to their heart's content. A woman wearing revealing clothes and black leather boots was shouting excitedly. She would occasionally gulp down alcohol and shout loudly. Outside the bar, a young man walked in and sat in front of the bar counter gloomily. Give me a glass of hard liquor. Soon, a cup of dark green liquor appeared. The man took a big gulp and choked, coughing violently. The man's embarrassment caused many people to laugh at him, especially the woman in revealing clothes. She pointed at his nose and laughed. The man was furious. Shut up, you bunch of maggots. For a moment, the bar was silent. Everyone stared at the man in a daze. Their gazes were not filled with anger, but with sympathy and a trace of admiration. The man felt that something was wrong, but he did not care. He was the strongest person in the Imperial Military Academy, Ian. In terms of status, he was far above these trash who only knew how to hang out in nightclubs. The woman in revealing clothes slowly walked to Ian's side and narrowed her eyes, revealing her beautiful shoulders. She suddenly grabbed Ian's shoulder and leaned over. "Little brother, were you talking about me just now?" Ian frowned as he smelled the woman's alluring scent. He was a little impulsive, but the thought of her hanging out in nightclubs made him lose his appetite. "Get lost." The woman laughed loudly, and in an instant the entire bar was flooded with laughter. Everyone was laughing, including the bartender. Ian was confused. What was going on? "Miss Dana, someone's insulting you. Someone in the Imperial capital actually dares to insult you. This is worth celebrating. Let's drink to the word, maggot." Cheers. Everyone shouted. The bar became inexplicably excited. Ian was even more confused. Were these people crazy? How could they be so happy after being insulted? The woman called Dana was also very happy and kept slapping the bar counter. "Interesting. How many years has it been since someone dared to insult me? Today's bill is on me." "Thank you, Miss Dana." Everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Ian was furious. Enough. Suddenly, a suffocating force descended upon him, causing cracks to appear on the bar counter. Ian's gadget shattered and his breathing stopped. He stared at Dana in disbelief. This pressure was coming from her. The others didn't react, and only Ian felt it. He couldn't understand what level of strength this was. Was it a melder? A Lameter? Or an explorer? Dana leaned closer to Ian. "Little brother, do you know who I am?" Ian's mouth was bleeding, and he knew that he had offended someone incredible. "No, I don't." Dana's lips curled up, and she licked her lips in an extremely seductive manner. "I'm the daughter of the captain of the Bladestorm mercenaries, Chi-Jin." Ian was confused at first, but then his expression changed. Everyone knew about the Bladestorm mercenaries, and even the upper echelons of the Great Yu Empire knew about them. The mercenaries themselves weren't anything special, but their vice-captain was the captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons, Shalash. At that moment, Ian felt as if his entire world had collapsed. He had caused trouble by insulting the daughter of the captain of the Bladestorm mercenaries. Many things could happen at night, and many things could only happen at night. Zenustar's nightlife was very rich, and there were many nobles, powerhouses, thrill-seekers, fugitives, and so on. Countless people would appear at night, making the capital resplendent. However, amidst this brilliance, there was a trace of darkness that could never be illuminated. This was the darkness that covered King Zishan's palace. King Zishan's palace was extremely vast, and its height was second only to the Imperial Palace. Its shadow was always shrouded in darkness, and it had been like this for hundreds of years. But at this moment, that darkness was illuminated. Lu Yin stepped into King Zishan's palace and immediately lit it up as bright as day. Not only did he illuminate the palace, but he also illuminated the only dark place in the capital. Everyone simultaneously looked up at King Zishan's palace, and the darkness that had been there for hundreds of years was finally illuminated. Amidst the mountains, the aircraft competition began. The instant King Zishan's palace lit up, everyone looked up. Only Wukai Mathers didn't care. He only hoped to win this competition so that Sikar could speak up for his father in court. At this moment, even the burning of the Imperial Palace wouldn't be able to distract him. Raz cursed, his attention drawn to King Zishan's palace. By the time he reacted, Wukai Mathers had already disappeared. He had lost this round. In the Hua family, Hua Xiaoling was just about to take Hua Xiaoxiao out when she saw King Zishan's palace light up. She was shocked, and the image of a man and the dagger that had been pressed against her neck appeared in her mind. Luin. The bar was originally under the shadow of King Zishan's palace, and the moment it lit up, everyone inside could clearly feel it. Everyone walked out and stared at the tall building not far away in shock. Isn't that King Zishan's palace? It's actually lit up. Did a descendant of the Zishan family appear? I heard that he did. It's a young man who was given the title of King Zishan by His Majesty. Ian stared blankly as Lu Yin's figure appeared in his mind. That person had easily robbed him, causing him to be ridiculed by everyone in the Imperial Military Academy. He was ridiculed as the weakest student in history, that bastard King Zishan. If not for him, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. He wouldn't have come to the bar to get drunk, and he definitely wouldn't have offended the Bladestorm mercenaries. That despicable bastard. Little brother, how should we deal with you for insulting me? Dana ignored King Zishan's palace and stared at Ian with interest. Ian lowered his head and didn't say a word. Dana sneered, "From today onwards, you will join the Bladestorm mercenaries and serve me. You will wash my clothes and cook my meals as an apology." Ian opened his mouth to refuse, but in the face of her threats, he had no choice but to agree. He wouldn't be able to return to the academy anyway, and that place would only be filled with mockery. Within the palace, the undying Yushan looked at King Zishan's palace in the distance with a nostalgic expression. "Old brother, if you were still alive, I would have followed you into the inner verse again and brought the great Yu Empire along." The reopening of King Zishan's palace had caused some to rejoice, some to worry, some to reminisce, and some to be angry. None of this had anything to do with Lu Yin at the moment, as he was focused on his gadget. A stranger was trying to contact him. Lu Yin didn't recognize the materials that came out of the vortex, but these weren't the only materials that had been disintegrated. They would be thrown in again until they couldn't be disintegrated anymore. This time, the only material that he recognized was the essence of ancient gold. He had gotten 2 grains this time, and with the one from last time, he now had 3 in total. It wasn't much, but it wasn't bad since it was quite expensive. Aside from the essence, there were also a bunch of other materials that he didn't recognize, but they should be decent. 5 minutes passed quickly, and Lu Yin had obtained quite a number of materials. There were many types, but they were few in number, but they were all good stuff. He took out a cube of star crystals and the die quickly recovered. Lu Yin tapped it, and the die spun rapidly until it finally stopped at 5. When he saw 5, Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to rush out of the door. Roll 5 was an innate gift, and he had to come into contact with a cultivator within 10 seconds to borrow their innate gift. But then he stopped himself. Who could he borrow from? Lu Yin blinked, but he couldn't seem to find any cultivators with innate gifts. There were definitely cultivators with innate gifts on the capital star, but he didn't know any of them. His mouth twitched. 10 seconds had passed quickly and he'd wasted it. Wait, wasn't that Susan? Lu Yin was speechless. How could he have forgotten about him? Sighing, he decided to just let it go. He took out another star crystal, and when the die stopped spinning for the 3rd time, a 6 appeared in front of him. Before he could celebrate, a terrifying suction force came from the die, and the star energy in his body was instantly sucked away. At the same time, the star crystals in his cosmic ring were quickly absorbed as well. He didn't even need to crush them. They were turned into star energy and disappeared into the die. A spatial crack appeared in front of Lu Yin, but it didn't last for more than a second before disappearing. Everything returned to normal. Lu Yin gasped for breath. What was going on? Looking at the dim die, he was confused. He'd clearly gotten a 6, but why hadn't there been any reaction? The star energy in his body had also disappeared. He suddenly thought of something and hurriedly checked his cosmic ring, only to find that all the star crystals had disappeared. "This can't be, this is robbery," Lu Yin said bitterly. There were 6 pips on the die, 3 of which were unknown. The other 4 were fine, but the 6th required a terrifying amount of star energy. He had about 70 cubes of star energy in his body, but he could only open a crack. Furthermore, he couldn't even figure out what it was for. It was too disgusting. Lu Yin suddenly had a bad feeling. Would this happen again if he got a 6 in the future? Did the 6 pips draw out all his star energy? That was impossible. Every pip had a purpose, but the 6th pip's purpose was too terrifying, and he couldn't handle it right now. News that King Zishan wanted to plead for Sigmund spread quickly throughout the capital star, and countless people sneered when they heard the news. 27 corpse kings escaped, and this is the work of the Neo-Human Alliance. His Majesty obviously knows that Sigmund is innocent, or he wouldn't have dared to return. However, this matter requires a scapegoat, or the Great Yu Empire will face pressure from the Innerverse. The Neo-Human Alliance is the enemy of the human domain, and it's a threat no less than the other astral domains. Even His Majesty can't handle it, but this King Zishan actually dares to show up? He's courting death. Raz was pleased with himself. He's just making things difficult for His Majesty. If Sigmund doesn't die, then His Majesty will have to bear the pressure. This Lu Yin can't see the situation clearly and thinks that he's the leader of Zishan's old subordinates. The Zishan family only exists in name. Sikar shook his head and smiled. It's not that he can't see the situation clearly, it's just that he doesn't understand it. King Zishan? Who would take him seriously? Only the Crown Prince would give him some face in order to show his benevolence. He'll soon experience the consequences of blind arrogance. Sikar looked at Raz and his expression darkened. I heard you lost to Wu Kai in a race last night? Raz froze, embarrassed. It won't happen again. Sikr snorted. What did you promise him? Roz was put in a difficult position. Speak, Sikr barked. Roz hesitated. Please plead for Sigmund in the court. Sikr slapped Roz across the face, sending him flying back a few meters. You unfilial son, how dare you make such a bet? The court is where the empire discusses matters of state, and every decision affects countless people. This is not a game you can play around with. How am I supposed to explain this to His Majesty? Kneel in the courtyard and don't get up for 3 days. Roz covered his mouth and ran away with an ugly expression. Sikr rubbed his aching head. At this moment, it wasn't just Sikr who was mocking Lu Yin's ignorance. In a pink room, the little lowly Peach stared at the screen with sparkling eyes. Countless snacks were displayed on it and she was almost drooling. There was a knock on the door, followed by a pleasant voice. Captain, there's news that King Zishan wishes to plead for Sigmund. Peach blinked. A good person. There was a pause. What did you say? Peach said matter-of-factly, I said he's a good person. Sigmund is clearly wronged and no one else would dare to plead for him. My attitude towards him in the court wasn't good, so I should find a chance to apologize. The door was silent. Within the imperial palace, the undying Yushan had been standing there for 2 hours with his eyes closed. No one dared to disturb him. After a while, he opened his eyes. What is it? A palace maid who had just arrived respectfully reported, Your Majesty, King Zishan requests an audience. Let him in, the undying Yushan replied. Lu Yin followed a palace maid into the palace, where Bronson waited outside for him. As soon as he left, Crown Prince Doran and Second Prince Duque arrived at the same time. Seeing Lu Yin's back, Doran smiled. Why are you here, second brother? Duque replied lazily, To see father. What about you, big brother? Me too, Doran said. Duque glanced at the palace. Then why aren't you going in? Second brother? Why aren't you going in? Doran asked. Duque pouted. Stop smiling at me, it makes me sick. Doran sighed. So what if I don't smile? Second brother, don't tire yourself out in life, it'll be hard. Duque picked at his ear. You should say that to yourself, but with me chasing after you, you'll be tired even if you don't want to. Is the throne really that important to you? You don't even acknowledge me as your big brother, Doran whispered as he stared at Duque. Duque Yushan ignored him and walked straight into the palace. Let's go. If we're any slower, father will be angered to death by that King Zishan. I don't want him to die before I can become crown prince. The throne will be yours. Doran sighed and walked into the palace. Bronson's expression was calm. The struggle for the throne was bloody, but the Great Yu Empire was an exception. Undying Yushan only had 5 children, and the third and fourth had died in the Innerverse, leaving only the Crown Prince, Second Prince and Fifth Princess. The throne had to be given to one of the 3, but the 5th Princess wasn't interested. The Crown Prince and Second Prince had been fighting for it, but it was a little too open and they even dared to speak of it in public. Lu Yin greets your majesty. Undying Yushan looked at a glowing purple plant and waved to Lu Yin. Come take a look, this plant comes from a strange planet, it doesn't have a name yet. Lu Yin walked closer and looked at the purple plant. It was round and grew up in segments, emitting strange undulations that he couldn't tell if it was strong or weak. Don't get close, it's very domineering right now. Lu Yin was confused. Domineering? Undying Yushan nodded. It can kill explorers. Lu Yin's expression changed and he quickly retreated, looking at the purple plant in shock. It's that powerful? The undying Yushan laughed heartily as he looked at the purple plant. He approached it step by step and to Lu Yin's surprise reached out to touch it. He then turned to Lu Yin. Do you want to touch it? It's very comfortable. He knew that 3 corpse kings was a great service, and capturing one that had escaped was already impressive enough. The Neo-Human Alliance wasn't something the Great Yu Empire could contend against, so this was a great contribution that he could use to gain some authority. However, he didn't. Sigmund represented not only himself, but also Zishan's old subordinates, as well as Lu Yin's reputation for being grateful. Lastly, the most important thing was to repay a debt of gratitude. In this era of popular opinion, a good reputation far outweighed some authority. With his current strength, even if he had some authority, it would be a drop in the bucket. He had never overestimated himself. He was just a sentinel ant that no one would care about. So what if he was given authority over the Empire's military? No one would listen to him. What he needed now was a solid foundation and reputation. After a while, the undying Yushan spoke. You have to think this through. Are you sure you want to do this? Lu Yin was resolute. Please grant my wish, Your Majesty. The undying Yushan nodded. All right, but this contribution isn't enough to offset Sigmund's crimes. At most, it can save his life. Lu Yin was grateful. Thank you, Your Majesty. The undying Yushan nodded and looked deeply at Lu Yin before turning to have Doran and Duke Yushan leave. He walked up to Lu Yin. Answer me, did you really save Sigmund to repay him for saving your life? Lu Yin looked into the undying Yushan's eyes and answered sincerely, Yes, Your Majesty. The undying Yushan stared into Lu Yin's eyes for a while before smiling. You're very similar to Zishan. He's just as grateful as you are, as expected of the Zishan family. Alright, I'm tired, you can go back. Lu Yin nodded and left. The undying Yushan watched Lu Yin's retreating figure and sighed emotionally. Your descendants are very similar to you. Lu Yin hadn't even reached the Grand Astral sect when the undying Yushan issued an imperial edict. Sigmund has redeemed himself through meritorious service. His death sentence has been pardoned, but there is insufficient evidence for his treason. Temporarily detained. Countless officials and nobles of the Great Yu Empire were shocked when they received the edict. Most didn't know what was going on, and only the nobles on the capital star knew that King Zishan had gone to the palace. Sicker stared blankly at the edict. How is this possible? Redeeming himself through meritorious service? What meritorious service? What did King Zishan do? It wasn't just Sicker who was confused, but many others as well. Outside the Grand Astral Gate, Bronson stared at the screen in shock. He had never said anything about Lu Yin, as his duty was to ensure King Zishan's safety. Even so, he had been disdainful of Lu Yin's request to enter the palace to plead on Sigmund's behalf. But now, Bronson felt like he had to re-evaluate this King Zishan. He had actually succeeded, and it seemed like this person wasn't all brawn and no brains, nor was he blindly arrogant. Boss, you're out. Susan was excited. Lu Yin wasn't happy, speaking as if he had just been released from prison. Bronson, do you know where Vice Treasurer Sicker lives? Bronson was stunned. Yes. Take me there, Lu Yin said. Bronson nodded. They boarded the aircraft and set the route, quickly arriving at Xenu Star's runway. This was Lu Yin's first time visiting the capital, and it was as he had imagined. It was filled with technology, but there were also some retro buildings and a lot of greenery. Spacecraft after spacecraft flew past Lu Yin, and from time to time, people would look at him in surprise. His aircraft was too eye-catching and could be considered the best. Not far away, a huge screen showed an innocent-looking girl singing at the top of her lungs. The ground and bridges were packed with people. High up in the sky, the three rings of the continent were clearly visible, almost as if they were solid clouds. Boss, look, so many beauties. Susan exclaimed as he looked down. Lu Yin wasn't interested. He had been in the Innerverse before, and the Great Yu Empire paled in comparison. Up ahead, an aircraft suddenly rushed over and swerved to catch up with Lu Yin. Through the glass, Lu Yin could see a pretty girl winking at him. Hey handsome, let's have a match and see who's faster. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Sure, let's bet. Her eyes lit up. Go ahead. 5-star crystals, Lu Yin said. The woman's jaw dropped. Are you crazy? 5 cubic meters? Do you even have that? Don't play if you can't afford it. She snorted and turned to leave. Susan felt it was a pity. Boss, you shouldn't have scared her. Lu Yin smiled nonchalantly. Technology was advanced, and there were too many beauties around. He didn't care unless they were as beautiful as Bai Shui. Still, his price had been too high. The strongest students in Earth's trial only had an average of 1-star crystal. Only people like Roz and Jenny Anna had more. Ordinary students didn't even have one. The girl from before was just an ordinary student. She only had a few star crystals on her at most, so 5-star crystals was definitely a shock to her. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 83. Lu Yin didn't have any star crystals on him, and he didn't even have any money. He should probably go to the Mavis Bank and see how much Undying Yushan had given him. Xenu Star was huge, but most of the nobles lived close to the palace. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a luxurious manor. This was Sicker's home. Bronson walked out of the void at the same time. Lu Yin led the two into the manor, but they were stopped by the guards. Tell Sicker that King Zishan is here to greet me, Lu Yin said. The guard was shocked and hurried to report. It didn't take long for Sicker to arrive with Roz. Bastard, why didn't you invite His Highness in? Sicker reprimanded the guard before bowing respectfully. Please forgive His Highness for not going out to welcome you. Roz bowed respectfully as well, his eyes flashing with hatred. Luin smiled. Please forgive my sudden visit, Lord Sikar. I apologize for disturbing you. Sikar replied, It is my honor to have King Zishan here, please come in. Luin nodded and did not stand on ceremony as he led the way inside. Sikar's mansion was luxurious, but that was only to an average level. It was nothing compared to his status as the vice-treasurer, and he was a cautious person. His words were watertight, and he was very respectful towards Luin, even though the latter had no real power. His behavior in front of and behind the scenes was to the point that even Luin admired him. Many people had one attitude towards the emperor, but another when they were behind his back, but Sikar was different. It was as if he was living under Undying Yushan's watchful eyes, and he always thought of Undying Yushan in everything he did. There was no way to find fault with him, and he was a very powerful person. He couldn't help but recall Silver's introduction. Although Sikar was the vice-treasurer of the empire, he had taken over the treasurer, Bailey, and was in charge of the empire's finances. Otherwise, the 12th Squadron wouldn't have taken a liking to him. Most people would have a headache dealing with someone like him, but Luin liked him because he was smart. My lord, my son Raz offended you during the trial, please forgive him. Sikar immediately apologized and had Raz apologize to Luin. Luin smiled, Lord Sikar is too polite. Trials are battles, and I hope that Lord Sikar won't blame me for being too harsh on your son. Haha, your highness is right to teach him a lesson. Otherwise this brat would think that he's so powerful in Yu Academy. It's good to let him broaden his horizons and know that there's always someone as talented as your highness, laughed Sikar. Luin smiled back at him. Both of them were very hypocritical. Actually, Lu Yin's visit had come as a surprise to Sikar. He didn't know what Lu Yin's goal was. Raz had bewitched Varen to show off his power on the Perseverance in an attempt to embarrass Lu Yin, but that incident had already passed. As for the matter of Long Chu, Sikar didn't think anyone knew that Long Chu was one of his men. So why had Lu Yin come? Denounce him? It doesn't look like it. Lord Sikar, I've heard that the planet you were born on has beautiful scenery, Lu Yin asked curiously. Sikar smiled. Yes, I was born in. Soon an hour had passed. Su San stood behind Lu Yin, bored to death. He didn't know what Lu Yin was up to. The same was true for Raz, who simply stood beside Sikar and watched as the two chatted about all sorts of things. Everything about the Great Yu Empire was new to Lu Yin, and he could ask countless questions. However, Sikar was different. As the vice-treasurer he had a lot of things to deal with, but he couldn't directly refuse Lu Yin's questions. He could only answer them in detail, from the planet's scenery to the local customs and customs, to various matters related to the trial, and even gossip. 2 more hours passed just like that. Raz couldn't take it anymore. Sikar coughed and picked up his teacup. His meaning was simple. He wanted to see Lu Yin off. However, Lu Yin acted as if he didn't see it and took a sip as well. Another hour passed and Sikar coughed again. Your Highness, may I know why you've come to see me? Lu Yin replied, It's nothing. I just wanted to pay a visit to Lord Sikar and gain some knowledge from him. After all, I've interacted with your son a lot and know that he's a profound scholar. I wanted to learn more about him. Long Chu also told me that Lord Sikar is very knowledgeable. Sikar's eyes flashed and he nodded, muttering to himself for a moment before whispering a few words to Raz. Raz gritted his teeth and left with an ugly expression. Not long after, Raz handed Sikar a cosmic ring. Sikar smiled at Lu Yin. Your Highness has just arrived in the capital, so there are many things that you can't do personally. You can hire a few servants to run errands for you. I've received a favor from King Zishan's residence in the past, so please accept this small gift as a token of my respect to King Zishan's residence. Lu Yin was stunned. How could I accept this? He accepted the ring naturally. Raz was disdainful. Sikar smiled. You're welcome, Your Highness. Lu Yin stood up. In that case I'll accept it. Thank you again, Lord Sikar. Sikar stood up and bowed respectfully. I'll see you out, Your Highness. At the door, Lu Yin stepped out of Sikar's residence and suddenly turned back. Lord Sikar, when will you be free? I'll come visit again. Sikar smiled. My apologies, Your Highness, I've been too busy recently. If there's anything you want to know, we can discuss it outside the Grand Astral Gate after the court. Lu Yin grunted. All right, goodbye. Sikar's face sank as he watched Lu Yin's back. Father, what's that bastard trying to do? He wants to come again? Raz was furious. Sikar coldly replied, He's testing me and also warning me that if I attack him again, he'll come again. Did he really think that he could do anything to us with his status as King Zishan? Raz mocked. Sikar's gaze darkened, realizing that this person was beyond his control. How did he know that Long Chu was his subordinate? No one knew about this outside of him and the second prince, not even Roz. This person had just saved Sigmund, so he wasn't simple. Send someone to find out where he's gone, Sikr ordered. My lord, King Zishan has gone to Lord Bailey's residence, a soldier immediately reported. Sikr's gaze changed and he clenched his fists. King Zishan had come to his residence first, then Bailey's. This was a clear indication that King Zishan knew that he had taken over Bailey's authority, or he wouldn't have gotten the order wrong. There had to be someone behind King Zishan, or else he wouldn't know so much about the capital star. Roz remembered, don't provoke him for now, Sikr said in a low voice. Roz didn't understand, but he didn't dare to refute his father. Bailey's residence wasn't far from Sikr's, and they were both in the same noble circle. Lu Yin was respectfully invited in by Bailey, and after half an hour of conversation, Bailey gave him a cosmic ring without hesitation. Sikr had many misgivings, but Bailey didn't. He was just a puppet and had plenty of money. He gave Lu Yin a crystal card from the Mavis Bank that looked even more exquisite than the one Sikr had given him. It's my honor to have your highness here, please take care of me in the future. Bailey politely smiled as he saw Lu Yin out. Lu Yin smiled, you're too polite, Lord Bailey, please leave. Bailey nodded and watched Lu Yin leave. When he was out of sight, he spat, what the hell are you trying to extort me? Let's see how long you can be so smug in the future. Lu Yin was in a good mood, very good. When Crown Prince Doran Yushan had given him a greeting gift, he had already thought of going from house to house and asking for bribes. No greeting gifts. If they gave, he would leave. If they didn't, he wouldn't leave. He had all the time in the world. Anyway, he was just an idle prince with no real power and nothing mattered. So what if he was sued? Who could sue him for bribery? Who would bribe an idle sentinel prince? Besides, Undying Yushan had promised that no one would bully him as long as he was in power. This promise had to be used as soon as possible, or who knew when Undying Yushan would die. As for his reputation, he didn't care what the courtiers thought of him. Everyone was greedy, but why would Undying Yushan tolerate it? It was because they were capable of doing things instead of just being greedy. Greed wasn't scary, but greed without doing anything was. Sikr's greed was definitely astronomical, but he had managed the empire's finances well, and no one dared to criticize him. Lu Yin was the complete opposite of Sikr. He wasn't in power, and no matter how greedy he was, he wouldn't arouse fear. Instead, it would lower the wariness of many people. He had spent so much effort pretending to be a descendant of the Zishan family, and if he didn't get anything in return, he would feel sorry for himself. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 84. He spent the next 3 days asking for bribes, reaping a bountiful harvest. 5 Mavis Bank crystal cards, 12 Empire crystal cards, and 200 star crystals. Susan's jaw dropped and Bronson's face twitched. This was the first time he'd seen someone so shameless that he'd come all the way here to ask for money. Lu Yin was grinning from ear to ear. He had visited more than a dozen courtiers in 3 days, and none of them had given him much. They hadn't even dared to give him too much, but when added together it was still pretty good. He should do this more often in the future. Not bad, not bad. It was a pity that many courtiers had closed their doors to visitors. Right, it was time to go to the Mavis Bank to exchange for some money. He felt like he was missing something when he didn't have any. Bronson set the route to the Mavis Bank, Lu Yin said in high spirits, feeling like a nouveau riche. Within the palace, several officials reported to Lu Yin, Your Majesty, King Zishan has used his status to his advantage and has asked for bribes. Your Majesty, please uphold justice. Your Majesty, please uphold justice. The Undying Yushan drank his tea tiredly and asked slowly, Did you give him anything? No, Your Majesty, we didn't see him. We don't have money to bribe him. Then how do you know he's asking for bribes? The Undying Yushan asked. Another courtier replied, This humble subject has heard that Lord Bailey, Lord Sikr, and Lord Galaupilo were all asked for bribes. Heard? My officials are suing King Zishan based on hearsay? Did Sikr and the others admit to it? The Undying Yushan asked sternly. The officials were terrified and didn't dare to say another word. How could Sikr and the others admit to it? The Undying Yushan sipped his tea. I know that King Zishan visited some officials, but from what I know, they gave him some gifts. He's a child after all, so it's not too much to give him some gifts. What do you think? Yes, Your Majesty, it's not too much. The officials didn't dare to say anything else. The Undying Yushan was clearly on King Zishan's side. All right, you may leave. The Undying Yushan waved his hand. The officials hurriedly left. Undying Yushan couldn't help but laugh as he tapped on the screen. There was some information about Earth's trial, and it was highlighted that Lu Yin had captured dozens of students and robbed them all. Being so fond of money isn't the Zishan family's way of doing things. In the end, he's still young. Undying Yushan shook his head and smiled, not minding the matter. The Mavis Bank on the capital planet wasn't too far from the palace, and the influence of these enormous companies that spanned Weaves far surpassed that of the Weave empires. However, in order to show respect to the Great Yu Empire, the Mavis Bank's building wasn't too tall, and it wasn't even one of the top 5 buildings in the capital. Still, no one dared to underestimate this place. Those who were able to enter and leave the Mavis Bank were definitely influential people. Even from a distance he could see the iconic tree structure. The Mavis Bank's building was based on a large tree, and its branches were densely packed with universal coins that numbered in the tens of millions. These were real universal coins that would sometimes fall when the wind blew, and they belonged to whoever picked them up. This was why the land around the Mavis Bank was extremely expensive, even surpassing that of the palace. Every day, countless people would wander around the area, hoping to pick up some universal coins. The Mavis Bank had bought an area of 1,000 kilometers and planted exotic flowers and plants that couldn't be found in the outerverse. There was also a specialized army protecting the area, and there were even space-exploring powerhouses. From time to time, rare beasts would run past, and there was even a space station at the top of the tree that belonged to the Mavis family. In short, this place exuded an aura of extreme wealth. When he got off the aircraft, he was served by a beautiful young lady with a respectful attitude. She introduced him to the Mavis Bank and led him to the counter. Lu Yin looked around and saw the trunk of the large tree in the middle that led all the way to the top. There were dozens of counters around the trunk and it wasn't too busy. Su San was stunned. He had just picked up a universal coin from the ground. How could money be picked up so casually here? That's too generous. The service at the counter was completely automated, and the beautiful girl from before was standing not too far away with drinks and all sorts of other things waiting for Lu Yin to order. Lu Yin first looked through the crystal cards that the courtiers had given him, and found that there was only a little over 1 million in total. When converted to the Great Yu Empire's Yushan currency, that was about 10 million. It wasn't a small amount, but it wasn't a lot either. As for the crystal card that Undying Yushan had given him, it wasn't much either, only 300,000. This meant that he had close to 1.5 million in total. After that, he converted the amount in the crystal cards from the Empire's bank into universal coins, which amounted to about 500,000. Lu Yin pursed his lips. They were too stingy. Generally speaking, a cube of star crystals could be exchanged for 1 million, and he didn't even have 2 cubes of star crystals on him. But then again, the courtiers didn't dare to have too much money in case the Empire found out. Star crystals were different. No one would be able to find out about them, and even if they did, they could crush the evidence and destroy it. What a loss, I only got this much after 3 days. Looks like they've spent all their money on star crystals. I should think of a way to get more, he muttered to himself. As they walked out of the Mavis Bank, Su San asked carefully, "Boss, where are we going next? Are we still going to blackmail them?" Lu Yin glared at him. "Don't spout nonsense, those are just greeting gifts." Su San smiled awkwardly. Lu Yin muttered to himself, it was time to stop for a while. Even if he went to the courtiers now, no one would open the door again. It was time to train his battle techniques. At that moment, a universal coin floated down from the sky and landed in Lu Yin's hand. The universal currency was made from a special material that had a unique pattern of the starry sky drawn on it using star crystals. It looked exquisite and soft to the touch, and he looked up at the enormous tree-shaped building with countless universal currency floating on its branches. His eyes burned with passion. If he robbed the Mavis Bank, who knew how much money he could get? Lu Yin suddenly thought of Lulu Mavis and wondered if she was here. When they returned to King Zishan's palace, Lu Yin told Bronson that he would be in seclusion for 5 days and that no one was to disturb him. Bronson heaved a sigh of relief. "Yes, Your Highness." "Boss, what about me?" Su San asked, looking at Lu Yin expectantly. Lu Yin casually handed him an Imperial Bank card. "Buy some furniture and do as you see fit. Don't train." Su San was puzzled as to why Lu Yin wouldn't allow him to train, but he didn't ask any questions. Lu Yin considered whether or not he should report Su San's innate gift to the Empire. If he did, Su San would be given a chance to reform his body, but at the same time he wouldn't belong to him. But if he didn't report it, was he going to raise him forever? He couldn't just stop him from training forever. At that moment, Lu Yin suddenly remembered that he had wasted 5 pips from the lottery. Susan also had an innate gift that he could have used, but he had forgotten about him. It was also his fault for focusing so much on Bai Shui that he had forgotten about the other two innate gifts. Currently, the universe divided innate gifts into three categories: natural innate gifts, biological innate gifts, and exotic innate gifts. Natural innate gifts, as the name implied, allowed one to control the power of nature, ice, fire, and other natural phenomena in the universe. It was rumored that someone had awakened a black hole innate gift and was invincible for a time. Biological innate gifts were related to living creatures. The universe was vast and countless life forms had been born. It was also rumored that someone had awakened a celestial phoenix innate gift that could set the universe on fire. Exotic innate gifts were all-encompassing, including eyes, ears, and even the human body's 5 senses. There was also Lu Yin's own die and so on. In short, all inexplicable innate gifts were listed here. Su San's innate gift was one of the exotic innate gifts. It was hard to say which of the 3 innate gifts was stronger, but any one of them could be used to dominate a region. This was also why the Universe Youth Council was willing to allow cultivators with innate gifts to join them. Innate gifts were 1 in a million, and their potential was enormous. Lu Yin had originally planned to sell Su San to a powerful organization, but he felt that it would be too much of a loss. He had brought Su San all the way to the Great Yu Empire, and he was unwilling to let go of a cultivator with innate gifts. There were many ways to get money, but cultivators with innate gifts were different. Once Su San interacted more with the outside world, he would understand the importance of cultivators with innate gifts. As he thought about it, Lu Yin sent a message to Undying Yushan, informing him of Su San's situation. It didn't take long for news to arrive that Undying Yushan had agreed to allow Su San to remodel his body and join Yu Academy. At the same time, the 7th Imperial Squadron had also expressed their desire for Su San to join. Lu Yin muttered to himself. Bronson had introduced the 7th Imperial Squadron to him before. The captain was named Batson, and his weapon was an ancient flintlock. Was he interested in Su San's innate gift? Compared to his ordinary appearance at the court, this man was the real Huaqing Shan, a man hotter than magma. Bai Shui was brought to the 6th Squadron's encampment in the 2nd ring. The 6th Squadron was completely different from the 5th. Most of its members were women, and the environment was beautiful with all sorts of pink trees and fragrant flowers. Bai Shui hadn't expected the 6th Squadron to be like this, and she looked around in surprise. Not long after, Peach came out with a tall woman. The woman was several meters away from Peach. "You're Bai Shui, King Zishan's friend?" Peach hovered 10 meters away from Bai Shui and looked at her curiously. Bai Shui bowed. "Yes." Peach nodded in satisfaction. "You're beautiful. Good, you're a member of the 6th Squadron from now on. Remember, if anyone dares to bully you, tell them my name, Great Peach." Bai Shui was confused. This was the captain of the 6th Squadron? A loli? It can't be. She felt like she'd been caught in a trap. "What, you don't want to?" Peach's dissatisfied voice came from behind Bai Shui. Bai Shui's eyes narrowed, and she turned around to look at the previous position. Peach was still there, but there was another one behind her. Was this speed? Why wasn't the afterimage disappearing? Peach smiled slyly. "See, even space couldn't react to my speed. It's only now that I'm gone." Bai Shui stared blankly at the previous position, where Peach's afterimage had slowly disappeared. She didn't understand, but she knew that it was terrifying. "Greetings, Captain." Peach was pleased. Even further away at the 11th Squad's base, a strange scene was taking place. Their leader, the blind monk, and Saruzin were sitting opposite each other. Neither of them said a word. They just stared at each other in silence. Quite a few people stole glances at them, feeling like they'd seen a ghost. The two's appearances were more frightening than the other, especially Saruzin. He'd followed the blind monk for many years, but this was the first time he'd seen someone whose appearance completely outshined the blind monk's. That withered arm was just too awesome. How many years did it take to hold it up? Su San was still in the 2nd ring where the 7th team was stationed. Su San was trembling with fear as he looked around. It was too scary. "Boss, I don't want to stay here." 7 days later, Lu Yin left King Zishan's palace. Training required a balance between work and rest, and it was time to go out for a walk. He found that training in the gravity room didn't have much of an effect on his battle techniques, especially the day-night fist. It was a technique that had been passed down for an entire race, and it required more than just training. It was more like understanding alternating day and night. There was a bar not far from King Zishan's palace. It wasn't large, but it was exquisite. Lu Yin walked in, hearing cheers and shouts as young men and women sang and danced to their heart's content. He didn't take more than a few steps before leaving. He didn't like the noisy atmosphere. Lu Yin wasn't sure where to go when a man approached him and bowed. "Your Highness, our master invites you for a drink." Lu Yin followed the man's gaze and saw the second prince, Duke Yushan, sitting at a table in an open-air tavern a few kilometers away, raising his glass to him. Lu Yin was surprised. What a coincidence, sure. The open-air tavern was much simpler than the bar, and the wind was chilly. Duke Yushan drank alone as he ate. No one would have dared to believe that the second prince of the empire would be in such a place. "Brother, you're in such a good mood," Lu Yin greeted, sitting across from Duke Yushan and pouring himself a glass of wine. Duke Yushan smiled. "I didn't expect to meet you here. Don't you like bars?" Lu Yin shook his head. "It's too noisy, this place is much more comfortable. You can cook wine in the cold wind and have 100 different dishes." "I was afraid you wouldn't like it. The owner of this tavern was smuggled in from a barbarian planet and doesn't have much skill, but he's great at cooking wine. You should try it," Duke Yushan toasted Lu Yin. He took a sip and pursed his lips. To be honest, he didn't know much about wine, but this cup of wine wasn't spicy or dry at all. It felt pretty good, as if it stimulated his appetite. Even though it was warm, there was a cooling sensation that went straight to his brain. "Good wine." Duke Yushan smiled and filled Lu Yin's glass again. "As long as you don't mind." "Why are you in such a good mood to drink here?" Lu Yin asked. Duke Yushan shook his head. "Tired?" Lu Yin was surprised, but he didn't say anything. Duke Yushan took another sip. "Fighting for the throne is too tiring." Lu Yin coughed, almost spitting out the wine as he looked at Duke Yushan in shock. "That was too direct." Duke Yushan laughed. "What, is this the first time you've heard of it?" Lu Yin laughed. "Yes, it is. Brother, you're so forthright." The corner of Duke Yushan's mouth rose. "Not just to you, I've said it to many people, even to father." Lu Yin was surprised. Was the fight for the throne so straightforward? He had stayed on Earth for more than a year and understood some of its history. The struggle for the throne had always been cruel and unpredictable, but he had never met anyone who was as direct as Duke Yushan. The Great Yu Empire is huge, with the royal family, the 13 squadrons, Yu Academy, the guards, and so on. Everyone has their eyes on the throne and us. There are 4 people who are qualified to fight for the throne, with eldest brother being the closest, but there are always people who don't want him to take the throne. So many people support me like Sicker. Similarly, there are people who support fifth sister, but her ambition isn't in the Great Yu Empire. For people, who's the last one? Lu Yin was curious. He only knew of Crown Prince Doran Yushan, but Duke Yushan and 5th Princess Wendy Yushan. Duke Yushan looked at Lu Yin. "You." There were many books in the palace, but there were no battle techniques. The Zishan clan must have taken them away. Lu Yin focused on finding books on breaking through to the Melder realm. Breaking through to the Melder realm was a turning point for cultivators. A person's future could be determined by their Melder realm. There were many books on this topic, but Lu Yin didn't understand what it meant. All he knew was that the path to becoming stronger was through realms and battle techniques. What else was there? "Bronson, have you been to the Innerverse?" Lu Yin asked. Bronson shook his head. "No. The Innerverse was far stronger than the Outerverse." He had been there before, but he had always been stuck in one place. He didn't know much about the Innerverse, much less about the Melder realm. Should he ask Undying Yushan? Lu Yin shook his head. The Emperor might have taken care of him a little, but he wouldn't have allowed Lu Yin to look for him for everything. Crown Prince Doran Yushan seemed gentle, but he was just as scheming as Duke Yushan. Who else could it be? Mira? It was best not to contact her. Her value would decrease if he did. "Are you thinking about how to break through to the Melder realm, Your Highness?" Bronson asked, rarely taking the initiative to speak. Lu Yin shook his head. "Let nature take its course. I'm thinking about how to become a Melder." Bronson muttered, "In the Great Yu Empire, powerhouses rely on battle techniques. However, I've heard that there's an extremely powerful force called Battle Force in the Innerverse." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had heard of Battle Force before. Those who loved to fight had to have integrity. Battle Force originated from a person's heart, and it originated from the very foundation of the human body. It could be used to attack, defend, break through limits, crush the heavens and tear apart the heavens. It was an incomprehensible force that anyone could possess, but not everyone could activate. Lu Yin had heard of it several times in the Innerverse, but unfortunately, there was no way to cultivate Battle Force in the Outerverse. It was a secret even in the Innerverse, and was even more secretive than Formcast models. Bronson's ability to hear about battle force was clearly related to his status, but that was all. He knew nothing about battle force. Luin looked up at the sky and the 3 rings of land. His eyes flashed. How could he have forgotten about the Sky Beast Claw? Learning the first 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw required the approval of the 5 Hall Masters. Thinking about it, Luin took out his gadget to contact Jerlin and ask for her help in getting Gerbok to let him learn the Sky Beast Claw, but then he stopped himself. Given Jerlin's personality, it would be good enough if she didn't cause trouble for him. Helpless, he could only take the initiative to request the 5 Hall Masters to learn the first 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw as a member of Yu Academy. Tianming was the first to agree. He had agreed back in the Formcast pool. He was quite easy to talk to. The second to agree was Luo Qing. The third to agree was Huozhong. Huozhong was from the Hua family, and Luin hadn't expected him to agree. He had assumed that the Hua family would treat him with hostility because of Hua Shaoling. It was a pity that Gerbok and Schutz didn't agree, but that was to be expected. He was just trying his luck and it would be good enough if 3 of them agreed. The problem was how to get the other 2 to agree. It was at this time that Luin received a notification that Gerbok wanted to meet him. Gerbok wanted to meet him? Luin was surprised. Jerlin must have told on him or else Gerbok wouldn't want to meet him. That's fine, I was just worrying about how to get him to agree. I'll know what he's thinking. Luin didn't waste any time and headed to the first ring in the middle of the night. Cultivators didn't know the difference between day and night, and it was normal for them to not sleep for several days straight. Gerbaka's hall was rather far from the Formcast pool, and it took him a full 9 hours to reach it from King Zishan's palace. The sky was already bright and that was with the speed of the latest aircraft. It would take a normal person a few days to get there. There was a large lake in the first ring that could be considered an ocean. It was a deep blue color that could be seen even from Xenu Star, far larger than Earth. At the center of the ocean was Gerbaka's hall. Huge towers were stacked on top of each other, and there were people flying over from time to time. Creatures roamed the sea and occasionally attacked the towers, but they were instantly annihilated. There were space-exploring powerhouses overseeing this place. Luin sat in his aircraft and flew straight to the tower, looking down to see Yu Academy students hunting creatures on the surface of the sea. At the top of the tower, within a spacious stone house, a youth opened his eyes and looked outside with a grin. Bronson was stopped outside the tower, but Luin was a member of Yu Academy and could enter. The tower was extremely tall, piercing through the clouds. There were many Yu Academy students coming and going, and all of them looked at Luin curiously. Yu Academy was a place where the elites of the great Yu Empire's younger generation gathered. Every one of its members wasn't simple, and they would all be competitors in the future. Luin walked to the center of the tower and looked up. The stone stairs spiraled upwards and one could only climb them and not fly. That was the rule. It was time to ask for a reward. Thank you for your support, brothers. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 87. Just as Luin was about to climb, a man walked out and blocked his path, sizing him up curiously. Brother, which floor do you want to go to? Which floor is Gerbok on? Luin asked. Everyone was startled and looked at Luin in astonishment. You're looking for the Hall Master? He's the one looking for me, Luin said indifferently. Everyone looked at Luin inquisitively, and a shorter man glared at him from the crowd. He was one of the elites from Yu Academy who had gone to Earth for the trial and had been robbed by Luin. He had a deep impression of Luin and was one of the few who knew of his identity. He wanted to cause trouble for Luin, but decided against it when faced with Lu Yin's identity as King Zishan. The Hall Master is on the top floor, the man who blocked Luin said. Thank you, Luin replied before climbing up. Every few meters there was a huge space. The higher he went, the fewer people there were and no one was stopping him. By the time he saw the clouds outside he was already very close to the top, but there was no one here. At the top of the tower, Gerbok stood by a stone window as a strong wind blew past. Luin leapt up to the top floor and saw a youth standing not too far away. His back was straight and he exuded a fierce aura. This was Gerbok, one of the top powerhouses of the great Yu Empire's younger generation, one of the Hall Masters of Yu Academy, and a freak in the mouths of countless students. Luin sized up Gerbok, who suddenly turned around and glared at him like an arrow piercing through the void, causing Luin to feel a chill down his spine. This person looks very similar to Jerlin, so he must be her brother, Luin thought to himself. They were both Hall Masters of Yu Academy, but Tianming was gentle and polite while Gerbok had a heroic aura. His entire being was like an arrow, full of aggression. "Thank you for taking care of my sister during the trial," Gerbok said, his gaze fixed on Luin. Luin frowned and stared back without backing down. "It's the law of the jungle." Gerbok grinned. "That's right. Since you know that, why did you help her?" Luin was stunned. "Help her? What? Didn't he snatch her away?" Although she didn't succeed in Earth's trial, Jerlin is far ahead in terms of individual results. She's even surpassed Eddie. "I don't believe it. I know her. She can't get that kind of result with her strength. You're the one who helped her. You kidnapped dozens of students. That result is enough for her to be ahead of others." Luin raised an eyebrow. Jerlin didn't seem to have told Gerbok that he had robbed her, which made sense. Given her personality, there was no way she would tell Gerbok about it. Although Gerbok had a lot of authority in U Academy, it was limited to U Academy. He didn't have the authority to interfere with the trials, so he wouldn't have known about the details of the trials or that Luin had robbed her. "Is that why you don't want me to learn the first 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw?" Gerbok's gaze swept outside the tower. "I just wanted to see you. Although you're King Zishan, you participated in the trials as a native. A mere native defeated dozens of students, including the elites of U Academy, including Raz. I'm very curious about you." He stared at Luin, his eyes full of battle intent. "I want to experience your strength even more. Rumor has it that you can learn the Sky Beast Claw in actual combat, but I don't believe it." Luin smiled. "Let's give it a try then." Gerbok grunted and suppressed his star energy to the Sentinel realm. "Be careful, I won't hold back once we're in battle mode." "Me too," Luin replied, and the two charged at each other at the same time. Boom. Their fists collided, sending shockwaves in all directions as they retreated at the same time before charging at each other again. Gerbok didn't hold back as he raised his hand and unleashed a Sky Beast Claw that was far stronger than Tissan's. This was Gerbok. Even as a sentinel, he could use battle techniques that surpassed a Melder's. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stopped abruptly, his gaze fixed on Gerbok's Sky Beast Claw. 5 stars appeared faintly around his body, forming a unique defensive force field. When Gerbok's claw reached into the cosmic force field, the distance between them became incomparably distant, to the point where Luin could clearly see every move of the Sky Beast Claw. 1, 2, 3, all the way to the 15th form. Gerbok's Sky Beast Claw contained 15 variations, and its power was terrifying. The void roared and shook the air, seemingly freezing everything around them. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he dodged at an incredible angle. The Sky Beast Claw covered 100 meters, but Luin still managed to evade it and hit the ground, leaving a huge imprint. Gerbok stared at Luin in shock. "You actually dodged it good?" Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He had just learned 9 variations, but that wasn't enough. Gerbok used the same Sky Beast Claw in a futile attempt to defeat Luin. Unfortunately, Luin could see that the Sky Beast Claw wasn't flawless, and every attack was dodged. It wasn't until Gerbok used the Sky Beast Claw for the 5th time that Lu Yin's eyes lit up. He had succeeded. The next moment, Luin raised his hand and turned it into a claw, Sky Beast Claw. Gerbok was shocked, but he also used the same technique. There was a loud rumble that attracted the attention of many below the tower. Luin and Gerbok retreated at the same time, leaving deep marks on the ground. When the dust settled, Gerbok's shocked expression was revealed. "You can actually imitate, learn, the Sky Beast Claw. You've only seen it 5 times and you're already able to use the 15th form." Gerbok was a Melder, and even if he suppressed his realm, his body was still as strong as a Melder's. Luin would be at a disadvantage if he fought him head-on. "I never thought that there would be a genius like you. The Sky Beast Claw is engraved on the stone wall, and even the elites of U Academy would take a long time to learn it. Some people can't even learn the 15th form in their entire lives, but you managed to do it in such a short time. I'm impressed," Gerbok praised. Luin didn't see any jealousy in Gerbok's eyes, and his impression of him improved significantly. "It just so happens that this battle technique suits me." Gerbok nodded and sighed. "That's right, it's easy to learn a battle technique that suits you. Do you still want to fight?" Luin asked. Gerbok's lips curled up. "The Sky Beast Claw isn't my forte, and since I said I'd fight you, I won't let it end like this. Be careful, I'll use a battle technique that suits me, so don't blame me if you die." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Gerbok was a hall master and a peak Melder, so his battle techniques were definitely terrifying. "Come." Gerbok grinned, and a strange fruit appeared in his hand with a lightning pattern on it. This fruit was similar to a natural energy crystal, and could provide electricity. As he crushed the fruit, lightning flashed wildly, and high temperatures scorched the ground. It even blasted outside through the stone window, causing quite a few people to be shocked. The hall master is fighting. Who is he fighting? Is it that person who just went up? Impossible, he's only a sentinel. Lu Yin felt the violent lightning and subconsciously retreated. This scene reminded him of Jerlin's armor, but it was far more terrifying. He couldn't wait any longer, so he took the initiative to attack. His gaze turned cold as he raised his hand and blasted out with Space Render Palm. Gerbok snorted and waved his hand, causing lightning to explode and tear apart the shockwaves of Space Render Palm before shooting towards Lu Yin like an arrow. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged, but the wall behind him was pierced through and the scorching shockwaves pushed him away. His body felt numb from the power of the lightning. This is my battle technique, the Thunderbolt Arrow. Let me see your strength, Gerbok growled, stepping forward with one foot and transforming the lightning into an arrow that he aimed at Lu Yin. In that instant, Lu Yin felt his scalp go numb. It wasn't just lightning that had appeared in his eyes, there was also an unfathomable sharpness to it. The entire world had turned into a sea of lightning filled with enemies. Below the tower, Bronson's gaze turned solemn as he stared at the sky. In Yu Academy, he couldn't interfere in a battle as long as it wasn't intentional. He just hoped that the Zishan king wouldn't die. Even if he suppressed his realm, he still wasn't a match for an ordinary melder. Lu Yin stared at the sharpness amidst the endless lightning. Gerbok was even more threatening than Qingyu had been. Qingyu's injuries had suppressed him to the Sentinel realm, and he couldn't use many battle techniques. Gerbok, on the other hand, had no restrictions and could display his full strength as a sentinel. Lu Yin knew that he couldn't dodge the attack, so he raised his hand and activated the 5 stars in his palm. He used the cosmic palm and the stars appeared in his palm. Boom. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 88. The shockwave shattered the walls and blew away the clouds, sweeping out in all directions. At the top of the tower, Lu Yin had finally managed to block Gerbok's all-out attack. Not only that, but the explosion of the 5th star had even suppressed Gerbok's Thunderbolt Arrow, dispersing all of the lightning and nullifying Gerbok's battle technique. Gerbok himself wasn't injured, but his technique had been broken and he had lost. Lu Yin retracted his hand, a black mark appearing on his palm. The power of the lightning had scorched his palm, but it wasn't too serious. You win, Gerbok said. Lu Yin took a deep breath. It's a draw, I'm injured. Gerbok laughed. I used an external force to display my battle technique, so that's cheating. I believe you didn't use your full strength either. I'm not a sore loser, a win is a win. Lu Yin didn't argue. He really hadn't used his full strength. At the very least, he hadn't used Bai Shui's innate gift. With her innate gift and serious palm, he could have been even stronger. Although suppressing your realm isn't very satisfying, it's still not bad. With your strength, you're definitely in the top 10 of Yu Academy, Gerbok said cheerfully. Lu Yin was surprised. Yu Academy has more than 10 melders, right? Gerbok sneered. Melders? So what, No more than 10 people in Yu Academy can block that arrow, so you're definitely in the top 10. He suddenly thought of Tyson, who had challenged him in the formcast pool. That person was also a melder, but he had been defeated by Lu Yin's cosmic palm. There was also Munor. With Lu Yin's current strength, he could definitely defeat a melder. After all, Lu Yin could easily defeat a melder. Were melders weak? No, they were strong, but the melders of the Great Yu Empire were weak. Gerbok was strong in Yu Academy, but he was far from being strong in the Innerverse. This was the difference between the Outerverse and the Innerverse. Lu Yin wasn't in a hurry to break through to the Melder realm. He wanted to learn more about the Melder realm. He didn't want to end up like Munor. At that moment, Lu Yin saw that Gerbok had agreed to his request. Thank you, Lu Yin said. There's only Schutz left. How do you plan to get him to agree? Gerbok asked. Lu Yin hadn't expected this. He had heard of Schutz before, and he was the indisputable strongest person of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation. He was also the #1 expert of Yu Academy, and he easily surpassed Tianming and Gerbok. He was also a former member of the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council. With so many halos around him, even an ordinary person would be praised to the peak. Gerbok chuckled. I'll be a good person to the end and help you. However, you've already learned 15 moves. 5 more moves won't make much of a difference, but you'll have to pay a huge price. Are you sure? Lu Yin was curious. That depends on the price. Gulba was shocked. I thought you would do it without hesitation. Lu Yin shrugged. Just like you said, there's not much of a difference between having 5 more or less styles. If the effort isn't proportional to the benefits, then there's no need for it. Gerbok sized Luin up. To be honest, I've met many people who aren't afraid of death in the face of powerful battle techniques, especially the elites of U Academy. They'll fight to the death with anyone who tries to stop them. It's rare to meet someone as realistic as you. Luin smiled. If he could learn all of the Sky Beast Claw's techniques, he would be willing to pay a huge price, but there was no need for just 20 forms. He didn't rely on the Sky Beast Claw to fight, and his main focus was on the Serious Palm. Actually, he wanted Gerbok to show him the 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw, but he knew that this request was a bit too much. In the Crown Prince's residence, Doran Yushan stared blankly at the screen before sighing. With her temperament, is there anyone in the Empire who can catch her eye? Duque laughed. This is interesting. Looks like the Empire is going to be lively. Many people sighed. On the top floor of the first ring tower, Luin was puzzled. What's with that expression? Isn't it a good thing that Wendy Yushan has joined the Outerverse Youth Council? She's even in charge of the Empire's Youth Council. Gerbok smiled bitterly. Do you know anything about the 5th princess? Luin shook his head. Not at all. He'd only heard that this woman was doing well in the Innerverse and had her sights set on the top of her head. Even the Great U Empire was beneath her. Princess Wendy she. Before Gerbok could finish, another notification came. The Great U Empire lacks talents. The Council has temporarily suspended recruitment and will be taken over by members of the Outerverse Youth Council. They will soon arrive at Xenu Star. Luin stared blankly at the notification. What did this mean? See, this is Princess Wendy. No one in the Empire's younger generation is worthy of her attention, including us 5 Hall Masters. In her eyes, we don't even have the right to enter the Youth Council. That's why there's no such thing as a Youth Council in the Empire, Gerbok said helplessly. This was the first time Luin had experienced Wendy Yushan's tyranny. She had decided everything and no one could go against her decision, not even the undying Yushan. He seemed to have a marriage contract with her, and when he thought about it, he felt a chill run down his spine. She wouldn't break the contract by sending him a notice, would she? Even though he was an imposter, that would be too embarrassing. He hoped that she wouldn't. How strong is this woman? She doesn't even like you guys? Luin asked. Gerbok's gaze was complicated. You should know that she's the 2nd captain of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. Luin nodded. He'd heard Bronson mention it before. She fought her way up, Gerbok said in admiration. Lu Yin's expression changed. What? She fought her way up? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 89. Gerbok nodded with a look of reverence. How is it? Isn't it unbelievable? But it's the truth. The 13 Imperial Squadrons have a rule that as long as a member defeats the captain, they can replace him. She defeated the previous captain and became the new captain. That was the first thing she did when she came out of the Innerverse. From then on, no one knows how strong she is because no one in the Empire is worth her time. Luin was shocked, and his heart was filled with a sense of absurdity. The captains of the 13 Imperial Squadrons were all cruisers, which meant that their power levels exceeded 50,000. How could that woman have reached that level? How was that possible? Gerbok and the other Hall Masters were only melders, and there was a huge gap between them and a cruiser. No wonder that woman looked down on the Empire's younger generation. She was a genius who had stood out from the rest of the universe. Top 20 on the Astral combat rankings. She's terrifying enough to sweep through Frostwave Weave, and even the older generation has to bow down before her. There aren't many in the Great U Empire who can beat her. She's enough to look down on us, Gerbok sighed. At that moment the screen lit up again. It was Schutz. Gerbok, postpone my battle with Luin. I want to see how strong the members of the Outerverse Youth Council are. Gerbok nodded. I want to try as well. If Princess Wendy likes him, he's definitely not weak. Adjust your condition, the Great U Empire can't be looked down upon. Schutz turned off the screen. Gerbok looked at Luin. Go back. Your battle with Schutz will have to wait for a while, at least until the Outerverse Youth Council members arrive. Luin grunted and left, feeling a little conflicted. His fiancée was a little too strong. No matter how big of a commotion Wendy Yushan caused in the Great U Empire, it was still a good thing for the outside world. At the very least, she was the princess of the Great U Empire. Perhaps it was because of her sudden rise that the Hua family had suddenly rejected the marriage proposal from the Fireforge planet. Your Majesty Undying Yushan, The marriage between young Master Yen Feng of Fire's Melt Planet and the eldest daughter of the Hua family was already set in stone. Now that the Hua family has suddenly gone back on their word, are they looking down on Fire's Melt Planet? The courtiers were indifferent, but Crown Prince Doran Yushan spoke up. The Great Yu Empire and Fire's Melt Planet have always been on good terms, so a marriage alliance is naturally best. However, this is the Hua family's decision, and the Empire cannot interfere. Yen Gang clenched his teeth. Your Highness, are you saying that the Empire won't care? Indeed, this is a family matter. The marriage between young Master Yen Feng and Hua Xiaoling isn't decided by His Majesty, nor is it a matter of state relations. The outcome is up to both of you, Doran said with a faint smile. Yen Gang glared at the red-haired man standing below Doran Yushan. He was Hua Qingshan, captain of the 5th Imperial Squadron. Compared to the domineering aura he displayed during Zhang Dingtian's second trial, he looked more like an ordinary person now. Hua Qingshan looked indifferent. I never agreed to marry little Ling to the Fire's Melt Planet. Your young master was the one who said that. It had nothing to do with me. Yen Gang clenched his fists as he felt incredibly humiliated. The Fire's Melt Planet had never suffered such humiliation before, but he could only endure it in the face of the Great Yu Empire. This was especially true now that Wendy Yushan had joined the Outerverse Youth Council. It would be unwise to make an enemy out of the Great Yu Empire. Yen Gang looked up at Undying Yushan and bowed respectfully. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 90. Lu Yin looked troubled. Your Majesty, can we not get married? The Emperor looked at Lu Yin curiously. You have someone you like? Lu Yin subconsciously shook his head, but then immediately nodded, yes. Undying Yushan laughed, then forget about it. Rocky Anna suggested it himself. If you refuse, the Anna family will lose face and Fire's Melt Planet will become a laughing stock. Lu Yin was helpless. Well, actually, I don't like Jenny Anna. Relationships can't last forever, especially for cultivators. They can live for hundreds of years and relationships can't last long. It's just two people living together, so don't think too much about it. Lu Yin was conflicted and was thinking about how to refuse when Undying Yushan suddenly thought of something. He leaned forward and stared at Lu Yin. Little Yin, tell me the truth. Do you have feelings for Wendy? Lu Yin blinked but didn't answer. Undying Yushan thought that he had guessed correctly and rubbed his aching head. I promised royal brother Zishan that the Yushan and Zishan families would have a marriage contract, and it had to be between the direct descendants. You and Wendy do have a marriage contract and I admit it. However, I cannot decide for her. If you want her, you have to fight for it yourself. I can only guarantee that I will not oppose it. Lu Yin lowered his head. Undying Yushan sighed. Little Yin, I'm not trying to discourage you, but Wendy is definitely powerful even in the Innerverse. You should have heard of the Astral Combat Rankings, which is a list of the geniuses of the entire universe compiled by the Astral Combat Academy. Wendy is in the top 20, which means that there are less than 20 people in the entire universe who can compare to her. Even I cannot underestimate her strength, and I can tell you that I have no intention of using her as a marriage contract to stabilize the Great Yu Empire. However, she has her sights set above her head and I cannot influence her. If you want her, you have to at least enter the top 50 of the Astral Combat Rankings. Lu Yin looked up and said firmly, I'm confident, Your Majesty. Undying Yushan laughed, it's good to be confident. Since that's the case, I will help you talk to the Anna family. However, I won't reject you but rather delay it for 3 years at most. If you can't win Wendy's heart in 3 years, you have to obediently marry Jenny. How about that? Lu Yin nodded and solemnly said, 3 years it is. I'm confident that Princess Wendy will see me in a new light. Undying Yushan nodded and watched Lu Yin leave. A whole new level of respect. Wendy is the successor of the Innerverse Myriad Swords Peak, and she wasn't nurtured by my Great Yu Empire. Otherwise she wouldn't be that strong. It's not just difficult for you to catch her eye, it's practically impossible. Whatever, 3 years should be enough for me to restrain myself. Lu Yin exhaled as he walked out of the palace's courtyard. Thankfully, he had used Wendy Yushan to block the engagement. What a joke. He wasn't even the real King Zishan, and he might not even be in the Great Yu Empire in 3 years. Who cared about his marriage? As soon as Lu Yin left the palace, the news that he wanted to marry the 5th Princess Wendy Yushan spread, causing countless people to ridicule him. Wendy Yushan's strength was not something that the average person could comprehend. She was the captain of the 13 Imperial Squadrons and someone who had defeated a cruiser. She was also the successor of an enormous power in the Innerverse, and no one in the younger generation of the Great U Empire was worthy of her attention. Even Schutz, Gerbach, and the others did not dare to even dream of seducing someone like her. However, there were rumors that Lu Yin wanted to obtain her, which was no different from a fool's dream. For a moment, this matter became the laughingstock of the entire capital star. Within the Anna family's study, family head Shueshan Anna slammed the table. A mere junior from the Firesmelt planet dares to use my Anna family? I'll make him pay for this sooner or later. Rocky Anna sat down indifferently and said, Jenny seems to like Yen Feng a lot. So what if she likes him? The Firesmelt planet's environment isn't suitable for my Anna family to survive in. Besides, once we're connected to the Firesmelt planet through marriage, how will my Anna family survive in the Great U Empire? At that moment, Rocky Anna received a message from his gadget. He glanced at it and frowned, displeasure flashing through his eyes. What's wrong? Shueshan Anna asked. Rocky Anna replied, King Zishan wants to marry Princess Wendy. Shueshan Anna sneered. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even Schutz and the others don't have the guts to say such a thing, let alone him? What, does he look down on Jenny? Jenny was completely defeated by him during Earth's trial, Rocky Anna replied. Shueshan Anna grew angry at the mention of this. What a disappointment. She couldn't even beat a native. Pass down my orders, she can't leave the house until she becomes a melder. What about King Zishan? Rocky Anna asked. Shueshan Anna muttered to himself for a moment before answering, You've already acknowledged this marriage in court, so you can't go back on your word. The royal family and the Zishan family also have a marriage contract, so both sides are reasonable. No one will mock my Anna family over this matter. However, this King Zishan is a little too arrogant. He actually asked for a bribe a few days ago, so we should teach him a lesson. Not long after, Jenny Anna was dragged home from the bar. Tori smiled bitterly at her. I'm sorry, miss, but from today onwards, you can't leave the house until you become a melder. Jenny Anna glared at Tori. I heard uncle married me off to that bastard Luin during the royal court. Is that right? And that bastard doesn't want to marry me, he wants to marry Princess Wendy. Tori shrugged helplessly, not knowing how to respond. Jenny was furious. That bastard dares to look down on me? He's just a lowly native. Jenny Anna will never marry someone like that. He's a robber, a despicable, shameless person. I'd rather die than marry him. I'm going to cultivate and become a melder as soon as possible so that I can return all the humiliation he's given me. Tori Anna sighed. Perhaps he should thank Lu Yin. Without him, Jenny would still be immersed in her worship of Yen Feng and wouldn't be cultivating. Tori Anna couldn't help but admire the youth who had dared to face them and threaten them. Not every native dared to raise conditions with the Empire, especially when the other party was a space-exploring powerhouse. Unfortunately, a person's talent was destined at birth. No matter how talented he was, his talent was limited to the Great U Empire. Princess Wendy was a publicly acknowledged genius in the universe, and even Yen Feng wasn't someone he could compare to. Lu Yin hadn't expected such a huge reaction to his marriage. Although most of them were mocking him, there were some who were sincerely looking forward to it. For example, there were some in the third ring who had paid close attention to Lu Yin even though they hadn't interacted with him. In the Empire's prison, Sigmund Mathers was restrained by a light prison. In front of him was a youth who looked at him in pain. It was his son, Wukai Mathers. You want to marry Princess Wendy? That's too difficult, Sigmund sighed. Wukai replied, if you really do marry her, it'll shock the entire Outerverse. Not just the Outerverse but the entire universe. Princess Wendy is ranked in the top 20 of the Astral combat rankings and is the successor of Myriad Sword's Peak. She's famous throughout the universe, and her every move is being watched by countless people. When King Zishan was conferred the title, there were already people investigating him. The marriage agreement between the Zishan and Yushan families isn't a secret, and now that King Zishan is being so high profile, countless people are probably talking about it. Father, what should we do? King Zishan saved your life, Wukai said. Sigmund glared at him. Don't say such things in the future. Go back and don't do anything. You're not allowed to interact with Raz and the others. Wukai nodded. In the depths of the dark universe, a beam of light shot out at high speed. It was a medium-sized spaceship that was silvery white in color, and its hull was engraved with patterns of wings and swords. Around it were 10 black figures which were the symbols of the Universe Youth Council. These 10 black figures represented the 10 arbiters. Inside the spaceship, Dozens of people were trembling in fear as they stood there. In front of them was a burly man who was close to 3 meters tall. He was using a finger to guide his body upwards. Sweat dripped down his face, drenching a large area on the ground. The hard ground was even cracked by his finger, gradually spreading out. Not too far away, a number slowly flashed. It was the gravity value, which was currently displayed at 150. The burly man's gaze suddenly turned cold, and he bent his finger to easily flip himself up. A maid beside him immediately crushed a water crystal to wash the man's body. "Are you saying that King Zishan of the Great Yu Empire wants to marry Counselor Wendy?" The man asked casually as he wiped his body. Dozens of people lowered their heads. Yes, the news came from the Great Yu Empire, and Undying Yushan didn't object. The burly man sneered, "How audacious! A savage native wants to swallow the heavens." "Lord Bazer, these natives may be small, but they're disgusting. If this news reaches Lord Puyu's ears, the results won't be good," someone stepped forward and whispered. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 91. Bazer glanced at the man. "You're right. What do you think we should do?" "Seal the news and think of a way to get rid of that native," the man suggested. Bazer tossed the towel aside and approached the man. "Well said. What else?" "Counselor Wendy doesn't care about a native's life. Not only do we have to kill him, but we also have to make it look like an accident that will make his name go down in history. We have to make Counselor Wendy hate her hometown," the man continued. Bazer walked in front of the man and placed a hand on his shoulder. "You're right, but have you thought about how nothing can escape Counselor Wendy's eyes? If she thinks that Lord Puyu ordered us to do this, how will Lord Puyu show his face?" The man paled and tried to explain himself, but it was too late. Bazer exerted more force, and the man who had been standing still was instantly reduced to a puddle of blood that dyed the ground red. The stench of blood filled the air. Everyone grew even more terrified and lowered their heads, not daring to move. At that moment, footsteps sounded as a young man slowly walked over. He was thin and pale. "Don't be angry, Brother Bazer. That native is a sentinel and so am I. Let me help you out. Deaths are common in sparring and I'm sure no one will blame me." Bazer wiped his hands. "Then I'll leave it to you, Ghostfire." A few days later, Lu Yin was studying the star chart in King Zishan's palace when Bronson transmitted, "Your Highness, Captain Peach of the 6th Squadron of the 13 Imperial Squadrons is here to visit." Lu Yin looked up in surprise. "Peach? Why is she here?" He didn't think he had anything to do with this lowly, but she had glared at him the first time he had come to the capital. She wasn't here for revenge, was she? However, he didn't have time to think about it. As soon as he arrived at the front hall, he saw a little lowly walking around with an extremely beautiful woman. "Oh, Lu Yin, you're here." Peach was pleasantly surprised and instantly appeared in front of him, blinking her large eyes as she sized him up. Lu Yin stepped forward. "Hello, Captain Peach." She quickly retreated. "Don't come close." Lu Yin was puzzled and looked at himself. "What's wrong?" Bai Shui explained. "Captain doesn't like to stand with people who are taller than her." Lu Yin stared blankly at Peach. The little girl was only 1.2 meters tall, and it would be difficult to find someone shorter than her. No wonder Bai Shui was several meters away from her. "King Zishan's residence is so big and tall." "I like it," Peach said as she looked around. "You can stay here if you like." "Really?" Peach was pleasantly surprised. She liked high places and enjoyed the feeling of looking down. "Really? By the way, is there something you need from me, Captain Peach?" Peach grunted in acknowledgement, but she turned to him and said solemnly, "I want to apologize to you." "Apologize? What?" Lu Yin was puzzled. Peach ruffled her hair. "I shouldn't have scared you in court. I'm sorry." She bowed solemnly as she apologized. Lu Yin was startled and quickly dodged. This was the captain of the 6th Squadron, a cruiser who was ranked in the top 20 of the Great Yu Empire. Even Undying Yushan didn't need to bow before her, but now she was bowing to him. He couldn't accept it, but he couldn't avoid it. Several peaches suddenly appeared around him and bowed in unison. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Were these clones? No, it was speed. Extreme speed. After apologizing, Peach giggled at Lu Yin and turned to leave. When Bronson had introduced Peach to Lu Yin, he had told him that she was someone who would correct her mistakes and wasn't scheming. Lu Yin hadn't believed it at the time, but he hadn't expected it to be true. The little girl didn't put on the airs of a captain at all. Seeing that she was about to leave, Lu Yin hurriedly said, "Captain Peach, it's rare for you to come here. Have some tea before you leave. She shook her head. No, I have other matters to attend to. Bai Shui nodded at Lu Yin and followed behind her. Lu Yin took out a bag of snacks from his cosmic ring and waved it around, making a rumbling sound. Peach paused and turned to look at the bag in his hand, her eyes burning with passion. This is the third generation of Big Fatty snacks from the Kaka weave. There are only 50,000 bags of Cryosaurus crayfish chips produced. Lu Yin was astonished. He hadn't expected this bag of snacks to have such a great origin. He had stolen them from his dai and had only wanted to see if he could attract Peach's attention, but he hadn't expected it to be so effective. I'm glad you like it, Lu Yin smiled and passed the bag to her. She instantly appeared in front of him and looked at him with a burning gaze. You're such a good person. Are you really willing to give it to me? It's delicious. Lu Yin smiled. Of course, but I only have one bag. It's not enough. It's enough, it's more than enough. I didn't even get a single bag back then. Thank you, Lu Yin, you're such a good person. She spoke incoherently as if she had learned some peerless battle technique. Lu Yin was speechless. How had someone like her become a captain? She shouldn't be that old. Not far away, Bai Shui stared at Lu Yin in astonishment. Although Peach wasn't scheming, she wasn't someone that just anyone could get close to. The less scheming a person was, the better they were at judging people and the more principled they were. Bai Shui had never seen Peach so enthusiastic in the past few days. Lu Yin, from now on we're friends. Peach blinked her large, sparkling eyes at Lu Yin. She was very close to him at this point. Lu Yin didn't know how to respond, so he could only say, I'll give you any snacks I have in the future. Peach's eyes lit up. Thank you, but I can't take your things for free. Is there anything I can help you with? Let me say this first. I can't beat Wendy, so don't think I'll help you kidnap someone. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. How much did this girl know about him? She knew that he had kidnapped someone before, and she even knew so much about him. As expected, no one who could become a captain was an idiot. This lowly had obviously done her research on him, and if he really treated her like a little girl, he would be in deep trouble. No need, you're a guest, so it's my duty to entertain you. Besides, didn't you say that we're friends? There's no need to be so calculative. That won't do, I don't like owing people. Peach hugged her snacks tightly and bit her index finger in thought. Her eyes lit up. Right, is there a battle technique you want to learn? I can teach you. Lu Yin was about to refuse when his heart skipped a beat. That was a footwork battle technique, right? It was so fast. Peach was pleased. Of course, that's the footwork battle technique of the 13 Imperial Squadrons, Flash Step. The 13 Imperial Squadrons battle technique? Lu Yin was puzzled. Peach explained, the 13 Imperial Squadrons, U Academy, and the royal family all have their own battle techniques that His Majesty obtained from the Innerverse. Flash Step is a footwork battle technique unique to the 13 Imperial Squadrons. It can push one's speed to the limit, slow down space and deceive space. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you. Isn't that a battle technique of the 13 Imperial Squadrons? I can learn it? Lu Yin was surprised. Peach nodded, because you're also a member of the 13 Imperial Squadrons. Meh. The 13 Imperial Squadrons? Lu Yin pointed at himself. When had he joined the 13 Imperial Squadrons? Wasn't he in U Academy? Peach smiled. The Yushan and Zishan families are members of U Academy and the 13 Imperial Squadrons. You should be in the first squadron. I don't know the specifics, but you can definitely learn Flash Step. How about it? Do you want to learn it? I couldn't ask for more as long as it doesn't go against my principles or make things difficult for you. Peach giggled. It won't make things difficult for you. Come, I'll teach you. She then grabbed Lu Yin's right arm and the two disappeared, reappearing a few meters away in an instant. Carefully experienced the mysteries of Flash Step. Bronson had left the room the moment Lu Yin started learning. He knew how to use Flash Step, but everyone had a different definition of it. Bai Shui looked at Lu Yin enviously. She hadn't even learned it yet. Peach was extremely fast. Flash Step was similar to the roving step, which required a lot of strength in the legs. However, Lu Yin had the roving step as a foundation and had experienced the Day-Night Clan speed techniques, so it wasn't difficult for him to learn it. Even so, it still took him 2 hours to just barely execute it. You really are a genius. Most people would need at least 2 months to learn Flash, and those who are qualified to learn it are the elites of the 13 Imperial Squadrons, which means that they're the elites of the Great U Empire. You've left those people in the dust, Peach praised. Lu Yin exhaled and smiled excitedly. He had the Serious Palm, Day-Night Punch and Sky Beast Claw for offense, and the Serious Art for defense. What he lacked was extreme speed, and Flash Step filled that gap. Thank you, Peach. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 92. Peach waved her hand generously. Don't mention it. Remember, I'm only teaching you how to exert your strength. How much you can actually use Flash depends on yourself. Everyone has a different understanding of Flash, and the same battle technique can be used differently in different people's hands. Luine nodded. Peach licked her lips. Well, I'm going to go enjoy some ice lobster slices, see you later. Luine didn't even see how she left. If that was Peach's Flash, he wondered where she ranked in the 13 Imperial squadrons. After practicing Flash twice, he looked at Bai Shui. How's life in the 6th squadron? Not bad, the captain treats me well. What about the others? Bai Shui thought for a moment. Zhang Dingtian's life in the 5th squadron is tough. He climbed up from the bottom. Saruzin and the captain of the 11th squadron stared at each other for a few days without moving. Susan doesn't know. Luine looked at Bai Shui's haggard face. You're very talented, try to choose a battle technique that suits you. Bai Shui nodded and didn't say anything else. A person would need to adapt to a new environment, even if it was snow. In Lu Yin's opinion, they were like gold buried in the ground, and they would shine one day. As for how bright they would shine, that would depend on themselves. It didn't take long for Peach to leave with Bai Shui, a look of enjoyment on her face as she left. She even looked expectantly at Lu Yin, her intentions obvious. Lu Yin pursed his lips. The probability of rolling a 1 was 1 in 6, and the probability of stealing a snack was 1 in a million. It was too low, and he didn't dare to make any guarantees. Now that he thought about it, it was time to roll the die again. He opened his palm and crushed a star crystal to restore the die's hazy starlight. He took a deep breath, feeling nervous every time he rolled the die. 3 was unknown, and 6 required a terrifying amount of star energy. 6 was the last thing he wanted to roll, but it was also the one he looked forward to the most. Last time, he'd only barely managed to open a spatial tear after spending dozens of cubes. Now that he had 200, it should be enough. He tapped the die, causing it to spin rapidly before finally coming to a stop. Finally, a black crystal card fell out with a thud. Luine was overjoyed. A battle technique? He hurriedly picked it up, but was disappointed to find that it was a Mavis Bank card. Crystal Bank cards generally had genetic authentication. Of course, there were also cards that didn't require authentication and could be directly withdrawn, but there weren't many. This card had clearly been authenticated. There were 2 words engraved in the upper right corner, Yao Gu. Yao Gu? Was it a name or something? Luine was puzzled, but he didn't pay much attention to it. A black crystal card from the Mavis Bank was no ordinary card. At the very least, he had never heard of a black crystal card from the Mavis Bank. It didn't matter if the card was real or fake, it was useless to him. He couldn't retrieve it, so he put it away and crushed another star crystal. He raised a hand and tapped the die, watching it slowly spin until it finally stopped at 4 pips. The next moment he entered the gray times top space. Not bad. Since that's the case, I'll practice the Flash Step, he muttered to himself as he slowly squatted down. Star energy surged around his calves as his body shot forward. He wanted to use the Flash Step to make up for his lack of speed. 2 days later, Luine was panting heavily as he massaged his calves. His current speed had already surpassed the roving step, but he was still quite a distance away from Lulu. Training like this wasn't very effective, but it would be much better if there was a gravity space. Luine pondered. This space could even extend time. Would it be able to increase gravity as well? He took out a cube of star crystals and crushed it, thinking about gravity. The next moment, the cube disappeared and his body felt a bit heavier. This was double gravity. This space was virtual, and he could create anything he wanted as long as he paid the right amount of star energy. This was great. 1 cube of star crystals was equivalent to 1 times the normal gravity, and 40 times the normal gravity was equivalent to 40 cubes of star crystals. That was a lot, and if he hadn't asked for bribes, he didn't know when he would have been able to gather so many star crystals. Gritting his teeth, Luine crushed 40 cubes of star crystals and felt a heavy pressure descend upon him. This was a space with 40 times gravity, and the familiar feeling returned. He had already used 40 cubes of star crystals to create this space, and he couldn't just use it for a day. He steeled his heart and crushed another 90 cubes of star crystals, increasing his time by 5 days. Including the 1 day he had left, he now had a total of 6 days. He didn't know how far he could go in 6 days to train the Flash Step. Who could be as extravagant as him, spending over 100 cubes of star crystals to train a battle technique. Lu Yin's heart ached, but he didn't slow down. He ran in the space with 40 times gravity while recalling the Day-Night clan's extreme speed battle techniques and trying to integrate them. He fell with a thump, his calves swollen. He had been too impatient. He hadn't even fully comprehended the flash step yet, and he'd already tried to integrate other techniques. Thankfully, his injuries weren't too serious. He took out some ointment and applied it before resuming his training. To others, only a second had passed, but to Lu Yin he'd cultivated for 8 days under 40 times the normal gravity. When he walked out of the gray space, he immediately fell asleep. He was too tired. 2 days later, the members of the Outerverse Youth Council arrived. Many of the Great U Empire's courtiers looked at the silver spacecraft in the distance with solemn gazes. The Outerverse Youth Council was a subsidiary organization of the 10 Arbiters Council. If the 10 Arbiters Council was a gathering of the universe's top geniuses, then the Outerverse Youth Council was a gathering of the Outerverse's top geniuses. Anyone who could join was either a genius or an absolute powerhouse who was unmatched in the younger generation. Even the strongest youth in the Great U Empire, Schutz, didn't have the qualifications to even touch the Outerverse Youth Council, which showed just how many people were gathered there. Only a famous powerhouse like Wendy Yushan could join. Countless people in the Empire were curious as to who could come out of the Outerverse Youth Council. The spacecraft soon landed, and Crown Prince Doran Yushan was waiting outside the space station. As the Crown Prince of an empire, it was already a great honor for him to personally come out and greet the Outerverse Youth Council. Dozens of people walked out of the spacecraft, led by a 3-meter-tall brawny man with a mature appearance. It was Baser. Beside him was the pale-faced Ghostfire, and on the other side were several young Lemeters. Doran Yushan's face was solemn as he watched Baser approach, his heart trembling. Anyone who could join the Youth Council was a cultivator under the age of 40. In the universe, the average lifespan of a human was 150 years, and 40 was the cutoff. Those under 40 were considered the younger generation, but those over 40 were not included. There were also some special races that were not included. Although the man in front of him was mature, being able to join the council meant that he was not even 40 years old. He already had the strength of an explorer, and this was the Outerverse Youth Council. He was already over 40 years old when he became an explorer. "My name is Baser, a subordinate member of the Outerverse Youth Council," the brawny Baser said in a deep voice as he walked up to Doran Yushan. Doran Yushan smiled. "Welcome to the Great U Empire, Representative Baser. His Majesty is waiting for you in the court." Baser nodded. "Please?" Doran Yushan gestured. "Please?" Not long after, Baser and the rest arrived at the court. Today was a special day and all the courtiers were present. Even Lu Yin had been called along with a few other idle members of the royal family. Undying Yushan placed great importance on the Outerverse Youth Council, but the captains of the 13 Imperial squadrons were not present. Baser brought Ghostfire and 2 other Lemeters into the court, but he did not bow to Undying Yushan and only greeted him out of courtesy. No one cared since the other party was not from the Great U Empire, nor was he from the Frostwave Weave. He had an extremely high status, and being polite was only because of Wendy Yushan. Baser had been ordered to replace Wendy Yushan in supervising the training and education of the Great U Empire's younger generation, so he naturally had to meet the most famous elites of U Academy. Not long after, everyone moved to the drill grounds, where hundreds of people from U Academy were already waiting. Only the 5 hall masters were absent. Undying Yushan looked exhausted and left Doran to entertain Baser and the rest while he went to rest. Without Undying Yushan holding down the fort, many people felt much more relaxed. "Your Highness, I've heard of the legends of the Frostwave Weave's Undying duo since I was young. Rumor has it that His Majesty Undying Yushan once broke into the top 20 of the Interverse Astral combat rankings. It's admirable," Baser said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 93. Doran smiled. "It's all in the past. Wendy is the one who's taking my father's place in the Interverse. Is she doing well in the council?" Baser smiled. "She's not someone I can casually discuss, sorry." Doran smiled and didn't mind. "So these are the elites of the Great U Empire? Too weak." A discordant voice sounded from the Lemeter beside Baser. Doran's expression didn't change as he looked past Baser towards the group from U Academy. Baser growled, "Shut up, the council is only responsible for vetting, not training." "Yes, my lord," the Lemeter replied in a low voice. Lu Yin stood among the courtiers and looked at the group from Yu Academy. There were many familiar faces such as Raz and Munor, but Zhang Dingtian and the rest weren't. "Big guy, he looks really powerful," Peach exclaimed in surprise as she appeared beside him out of nowhere. Lu Yin was startled. "Why are you here?" "I came to take a look. I heard there's someone amazing here." "Didn't His Majesty inform you?" Peach shook her head. "No." Lu Yin's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. On the other side, Bezer was curious. "Crown Prince Doran, I heard there are 5 Hallmasters in Yu Academy. Why haven't I seen them?" Doran was embarrassed. "The Hallmaster will be here soon. Please wait a moment." Bezer's eyes flashed coldly as he nodded, his gaze sweeping around before suddenly stopping on Peach. This girl gave him a dangerous feeling. Why was he acting like this when she was just a little girl? Crown Prince Doran was a cruiser, but even he couldn't give off such a dangerous feeling. "Crown Prince Doran, may I ask who that little girl is?" Bezer asked. Doran followed Bezer's gaze and replied casually, "She's the captain of the Great Yu Empire's 6th Squadron, Peach. Rumor has it that the Great Yu Empire has the 13 squadrons, and the captains are all absolute powerhouses. Why haven't I seen them in the court?" Bezer's tone wasn't pleasant. Doran didn't mind. The 13 squadrons have special privileges and don't need to attend court. Besides, they aren't the younger generation. Captain Peach looks young, but she's actually over 100 years old. "Oh, so that's how it is." Bezer heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that the other party was over 100 years old. Otherwise, it would be strange if a little lowly was so strong. At this time, 5 figures appeared at the entrance of the drill ground. The one leading them was Schutz. He was topless and had a red saber on his back. His face was full of killing intent. The eyes of Bezer and the others, who had originally been indifferent to Yu Academy's elites, lit up. This was interesting. Although Lu Yin was only a melder, he gave them the feeling that he could fight against an ordinary outerverse Lamiter. Doran heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them arrive. Although the students of Yu Academy were all students, it had a special status in the Great Yu Empire. Like the Youth Council, they were all students, but they were independent of the system of power and even held great power. This was the trend of the universe's development for countless years, and no one dared to look down on these students. Even as the Crown Prince, Doran could not interfere with Yu Academy. The use of formcast models had made it inevitable for the younger generation to hold power. The youths had relied on formcast models to grow too quickly and were strong enough to fight against the older generation. The emergence of the 10 Arbiters was the most obvious example, especially in recent years. For some unknown reason, the younger generation had become more terrifying, far surpassing the previous generation. Many people could not understand why. "Your Highness, we're here," Schutz spoke in a low voice, staring at Bezer. Jerbak stared at Lu Yin with a strange gaze, while Schutz's expression darkened. "Is this all he's got? How can he defeat you with that?" "Let's wait and see," Jerbak said indifferently, not saying much. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he saw the black flames covering the entire area and even the area above him. He exerted strength in his legs, disappearing in an instant and reappearing in front of Ghostfire. Everyone was shocked and Bezer's expression changed. Few sentinels could achieve such speed. It was no wonder they were called invincible. Unfortunately, he was facing the unbeatable Ghostfire. Schutz, Jerbak and the rest looked at each other in shock. Lu Yin had actually mastered Flash Step. Doran Yushan's eyes also lit up. Such proficiency. Peach clenched her fists and cheered for Lu Yin. Ghostfire didn't mind. "Do you only know how to run? Look up, there's nowhere for you to hide." With that, the black flames in the sky pressed down like a black cloud, forcing everyone to retreat. Lu Yin disappeared with Flash Step once more, but this time he didn't evade and instead faced the black flames head-on. Cold energy surged around his body and turned into solid ice as he rushed into the flames. Ice was the best way to deal with fire, and he had borrowed White Snow's innate gift to use it. This was his first time using it, and while he wasn't familiar with it, it was enough to defend against it for a short period of time. Ghostfire didn't know where Lu Yin was, but Bezer and the rest saw him. They were shocked to see the layer of ice covering his body. It was an innate gift of ice. Doran Yushan was shocked. He remembered Sigmund's report that Lu Yin's innate gift was something like a dice. How could it be an innate gift of ice? Ordinary ice couldn't withstand the black flames, but it helped him penetrate them and appear in the sky above the drill ground. His body flickered as he appeared beside a large bell and kicked it, causing it to ring loudly as he smashed it towards the will-o'-the-wisp. Ghostfire couldn't see his surroundings because of the black flames, but he didn't mind as he was confident that Lu Yin couldn't hurt him. However, when the bell landed on the ground, he knew that he was in trouble. His vision went dark not because of the flames, but because he had been sealed by the bell. Ghostfire was trapped by the bell like a rat trapped in a small black house, unable to escape no matter how hard he tried. The bell was made of special materials that could defend against attacks from Lemeters, and the ground wasn't easy to destroy either. It would take a sentinel at least 3 hours to break through the ground and escape. Everyone stared blankly. How could this be possible? The bell rumbled as Ghostfire tried his best to escape, but to no avail. Lu Yin landed on the bell and knocked on it casually. Not bad, it's really hard. Cheating, you're cheating. A Lemeter beside Baser shouted angrily. Lu Yin was surprised. Didn't you guys say that there was no need for a fair fight? How is this cheating? The Lemeter was furious. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 95. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Do you know who Baser is? He doesn't seem that old, probably the same generation as me. Peach shook her head. I don't know. She then scanned the ministers and pointed at one of them. You come here. A middle-aged man trembled as he walked over. Captain Peach, King Zishan, what is it? Who is this Baser? Peach asked. Schutz, Jirbach and Tianming arrived at the same time and looked at the minister. The minister respectfully replied, Baser is from the Heim Weave, and his position in the Outerverse Youth Council is second only to the 5 counselors. People call him Violent Bear, and his innate gift is the Astral Beast, the Star-Swallowing Bear. Star-Swallowing Bear? A living innate gift? Lu Yin was astonished. The minister replied, Yes, the Star-Swallowing Bear is a type of astral beast. Rumor has it that the strongest of them can swallow planets. Baser is an explorer, but he once defeated a cruiser. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. No wonder he was so terrifying. A cruiser was equivalent to a captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons in the Great Yu Empire. Alright, there's nothing else for you to do. You can leave. Peach waved her hand. The minister felt as if he had been pardoned and immediately ran off. She patted Lu Yin's shoulder. Don't think too much about it. The universe is huge and there are bound to be some freaks. You're already very strong and at least Ghostfire won't be able to beat you. He's a strong opponent that even Tianming couldn't defeat. Tianming was speechless. Captain Peach, can you not use me as an example? Am I wrong? Who was the one who couldn't do anything to him just now? Peach glanced at him. Lu Yin smiled. Although we're of the same generation, he looks to be in his 30s. I'm not even 20 yet, so I have plenty of time to catch up. I'll definitely be stronger than him when I reach his age. Peach smiled. Well said, good luck. I'll be leaving now. Lu Yin nodded and watched her leave. Lu Yin, when did you become so close to Captain Peach? Jirbach asked curiously. Lu Yin smiled and glanced at Schutz. Schutz looked back at him. Thank you. There's no need. I'm doing this for myself. I wanted to challenge them, but Ghostfire suppressed my arrogance. If it weren't for you, Yu Academy would have become a joke. King Zishan, I agree to let you learn the first 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw. Lu Yin was delighted. Really? That's great. Schutz nodded and turned to leave. He didn't mention anything about his battle with Lu Yin. It seemed that Ghostfire's words had touched them. Why should someone of the same generation suppress their realms when fighting? Realms were also a type of power and that was true. However, if Schutz hadn't suppressed his realm, then Lu Yin definitely wouldn't have been his opponent. After Schutz left, Jirbach and Tianming left as well. Before they left, they told Lu Yin to head straight to the first stage. The first 20 forms of the Sky Beast Claw Stone Wall could be learned from the 5 halls. Only after 20 forms would one have to go to a designated location to learn them. Doran Yushan and the rest had nothing to do with Lu Yin, and no one had asked him to join. He headed straight to the first stage with Bronson, eager to learn the Sky Beast Claw. The first 20 forms were enough to raise the power of the Sky Beast Claw to the level of a 5-star Sirius Palm. It was best not to reveal the Sirius Palm if possible. The formcast pool was the closest to the drill ground, which was where Tianming was in Yu Academy. Lu Yin headed straight for it. He arrived almost at the same time as Tianming. Tianming personally led him to the stone wall. The first 20 forms aren't a secret. There are more than 50 people in Yu Academy who have learned them, but not many have succeeded. With your talent, you'll be able to learn them quickly. Lu Yin looked at the stone wall in front of him. There was a claw print on it and he quickly immersed himself in it. Tianming didn't disturb him and left. The claw imprints on the stone wall attracted his attention, and he activated his cosmic art. The claw imprints appeared in full detail, and he could clearly see the transformations of each style. He had already learned 15 styles, so the last 5 wouldn't take him much time. Half an hour later, Lu Yin walked out. Tianming looked at him in shock. "You've learned it?" Lu Yin smiled, "Barely." Tianming's eyes narrowed and he praised, "I'm a little jealous of you, your talent surpasses everyone else's. Even Rockney, who specializes in the Sky Beast Claw, couldn't learn the first 20 forms so quickly. The difference is quite large." Lu Yin didn't linger on the topic, instead saying, "Hallmaster Tianming, I remember you used a special battle technique in your battle with Ghostfire. I think it's called 3 stacks. Tianming smiled, "Yes, 3 stacks. Why, are you interested?" Lu Yin was eager to try it out. "Can I see it?" Tianming nodded. "Actually, the 3 stacks originates from Grand Top Weave. There's a powerful battle technique that has been passed down since ancient times called the 9 stacks technique. I stayed in Grand Top Weave for a period of time, and I barely managed to learn the 3 stacks technique." As he spoke, he struck out with his palm towards the void. The same amount of power was sent out 3 times, each time stronger than the last. The third time was even twice or thrice as powerful as the first time, and it was similar to the cosmic palm stellar explosion. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "I want to try." Tianming nodded, "Sure, be careful." He then struck out at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression turned serious, and he raised his hand and struck out as well. 3 stars appeared vaguely around his palm. There was a soft thump, but Tianming didn't use any strength. Lu Yin only felt the power of 3 stacks and he didn't detonate the stars either. Instead, he quietly experienced the power of 3 stacks while using Sirius to observe the changes in Tianming's palm. With the third thump, Lu Yin was pushed back. "How was it?" Tianming asked. Lu Yin shook his numb right hand. "Amazing way of exerting force." "Did you learn it?" Tianming smiled. Lu Yin was startled and a little embarrassed. "A little." Tianming didn't mind. "I've long heard that you can learn battle techniques through battle. Don't think too much about it, this is your ability. This universe is a place where the strong prey on the weak, and while it may seem civilized, it's actually crueler than the ancient era. However, it's best if you don't touch the battle techniques of some ancient races. First, it's very difficult for you to learn them, and second, they won't allow outsiders to learn them." Lu Yin nodded. "Thank you for the information, Hallmaster Tianming. I'll take my leave." Tianming nodded and watched Lu Yin leave. Lu Yin didn't rest when he returned to King Zishan's palace, immediately going into seclusion to experience the power of 3 stacks. It took him more than an hour to understand, and he couldn't help but sigh at the power of Sirius. It could display every change in an opponent's battle techniques, and this was only the beginning stages of Sirius. What would happen if he could master the entire technique? Would he be able to learn the battle techniques of some other powerful races? That would be terrifying. How terrifying would the power of Sirius be? Lu Yin didn't become complacent. The universe was filled with monsters, and he believed that someone had mastered the entire set of Sirius. That person would be so strong that he couldn't comprehend it. He was just starting out. In the depths of the universe, there was a vast continent with a city in the sky. This was the Outerverse Youth Council's base. Overlooking the continent from the city in the sky, it was as if a god ruled over the world. 9 satellites hung high in the sky, each one emitting a silver light that connected them to the continent like a river, spanning endless distances. At the edge of the city in the sky, a young girl looked down. She was beautiful and natural, wearing a white, tight-fitting jacket with gold trim. She held a 2-meter-long silver sword in a scabbard, and her long black hair fell to her waist. Her body exuded a tranquil and simple aura, and her eyes were serene with a trace of sharpness. She was like a sheathed sword, and although it was concealed, it was still sharp. She looked down quietly, watching as more and more people knelt on the ground. Her gaze was calm and no one knew what she was thinking. Behind her, a handsome man dressed in black slowly walked over, his gaze gentle. "What are you looking at, Wendy?" "To them we are gods." "Then to us who is the god?" Wendy asked indifferently. The man smiled. "No one can be our god. We decide our own fate." Wendy's eyes lit up, but her expression was calm. "Why are you looking for me?" "Beza reports that your country's King Zishan has publicly announced that he wants to marry you." The man smiled, his tone slightly mocking. "So, Wendy didn't care. What do you want to do? Baser is waiting for your orders, the man smiled. Wendy turned around and looked at him calmly. It doesn't matter. Do as you wish. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since someone gave me a reward. Come on, give me some encouragement. Thank you very much. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 96. Don't you want to know about him? I heard that he defeated Ghostfire, the man asked. Wendy continued walking, unfazed by the news. Ghostfire? To her he was nothing but an ant. These people weren't worth her time. The man's smile faded as he watched Wendy leave. He activated his gadget. Play as you wish. Yes, Counselor Puyu, Baser replied. Over the next half a month, Lu Yin didn't leave King Zishan's palace at all. He studied the 3 stacks battle technique and tried to incorporate it into other battle techniques while also observing the star chart. During this period he also rolled the dice, but he found that the dice were always 1 and 4 pips. 3 pips never appeared from the beginning to the end, and the same went for 6 pips. 2 pips also appeared once, but it was not very useful. Lu Yin didn't plan on rolling the die for the time being as he didn't have many star crystals left. He also felt that his spirit was a little weak, probably because he rolled the die too often. Until he replenished his star crystals, he decided to take a break. 2 months after Lu Yin arrived at Xenu Star, an earth-shattering piece of news shook the entire outerverse. Astral 10 had arrived. The academy that carried the hopes of countless youths in the Frostwave Weave had finally appeared. There were countless academies in the universe, but none of them had reached the level of the Astral Combat Academy. This was especially true when Astral 9 had arrived in the Endless Weaves and given birth to countless geniuses. The entire outerverse was in an uproar, and after so many years, the 72 Weaves of the outerverse had been trying to find a way to create another Astral Combat Academy. Now, Astral 10 had finally appeared. No one knew how the Astral Combat Academy had appeared or how it had been entered. Only a few powerhouses knew about it, such as the Great Yu Empire's Undying Yushan and Fire's Melt Planet's Master Yen Wujio. On this day, Undying Yushan announced to the entire nation that 5 days later, the 3rd Squadron's Captain Zhu Lang, 5th Squadron's Captain Hua Qingshan, 9th Squadron's Captain Rocky Ana, and Crown Prince Doran Yushan would lead the students to Astral 10. Lu Yin was also notified that he could participate in Astral 10's assessment. When Earth's trial had failed, it was reasonable to say that those who had failed were not qualified to go to Astral 10. However, some of them had special statuses and no one dared to stop them, such as Lu Yin, Jenny Anna, Lulu Mavis, and the others. These people were also allowed to go to Astral 10. Including those who had passed the trial and the elites of Yu Academy, there were close to 100 people in total. There were almost 100 people from the Great Yu Empire participating in the Astral 10 exam, and the entire Frostwave We've had at least a few 100,000 people participating. In addition, there were also geniuses from other weaves and even the Innerverse. Who knew how many geniuses would gather for Astral 10's exam? Schutz and the other hall masters are all going, along with Hua Xiaoling, Jenny Anna, Raz, Xia Luo, Lulu. Lu Yin looked at the list expectantly. There were quite a few familiar faces among the 100 people, which was interesting. He wondered how many of them would be able to join Astral 10. There was even Ghostfire, which meant that this person was also traveling with the Great Yu Empire. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Mira, that seductive woman with the red lotus witch bow. Only by joining Astral 10 and achieving something that she would be proud of would she be able to recommend him to the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin believed that she had the ability since she was from the 10 Arbiters Council. His family wanted him to join the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, so he was looking forward to seeing if he could make them drop their jaws in shock. At this moment, a notification came through. Lu Yin glanced at it and was surprised. Baser is inviting me to a banquet? Beep 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 beep. Gerbach contacted Lu Yin, and Lu Yin opened the screen. Baser invited you? Gerbach immediately asked when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. He invited you as well? To be precise, he invited all the students who are going to Astral 10's assessment. Are you going? Lu Yin was conflicted. He could tell from Ghostfire's attitude that the Outerverse Youth Council didn't like him, and it probably had something to do with Wendy Yushan. Attending their banquet at this time would be asking for trouble. Lu Yin, it's best if you go together. Baser is a member of the Outerverse Youth Council, so he definitely knows a lot about the Astral Combat Academy, Gerbach said seriously. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That's right, alright, I'll go. Gerbach nodded and closed the screen. That night, Many students from influential families gathered at the DU Hotel's luxurious top-floor banquet hall. Roz, Rucky Mathers, Hua Xiaoling and Jenny Anna were all present. By the time Lu Yin arrived, the place was almost full. Lu Yin immediately saw Schutz, who was too different from the rest. Everyone else was dressed neatly as if they were getting married, but Schutz was dressed like he usually was. He was even topless, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't notice the scars on his body. Roz was in stark contrast to Schutz, as if he were a peacock spreading its tail. Those who didn't know would think that he was on a blind date. Although it was called a banquet, it was actually just a gathering to get to know each other. After all, they were all going to Astral 10 to participate in the exam, so it was best if they could help each other out. Lu Yin's gaze swept past Hua Xiaoling and the other aristocrats, arriving at a long table where Jerbak was working hard to eat a huge piece of meat. "Why are you here? Aren't you going to make some friends?" Jerbak's words were slurred as he spoke, bits of meat falling out of his mouth. A girl in gorgeous robes was so frightened that she walked away in disgust, clapping her hands as she did so. Lu Yin shrugged, not interested. "Why isn't anyone looking for you? You're a hall master of U Academy, one of the top experts in the empire." Jerbak sneered, "Not many know me. But everyone has heard of you," Lu Yin smiled. Jerlin popped out of nowhere with a bang and glared at Lu Yin. "You still dare to show up?" Lu Yin rolled his eyes. "What's wrong? I helped you during the trial." Jerlin grew angry, but she suddenly stopped talking because Jerbak was watching. She didn't want to embarrass herself by hiding the fact that she had been robbed by Lu Yin. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he casually picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. "Eat, you might not have anything to eat in the Astral Combat Academy." She glared at Lu Yin before tossing the piece of meat away and walking away. "That girl is so rude," Jerbak grumbled unhappily. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 97. Ding 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 ding. Everyone looked in the same direction, where Ghostfire walked out at Beizer's signal. His pale face broke into a smile as he faced the 100 elites of the Great Yu Empire. Ghostfire paused for a moment before speaking in a hoarse voice. "Everyone, Big Brother Beizer is new to the Empire, and he will be interacting with all of you for a while. I don't have any gifts for you, but I would like to share some information about the Astral Combat Academy with you so that you won't be too confused." Everyone was excited. It had finally begun. They had come to this banquet to find suitable people to work with, but more importantly, they wanted to know more about the Astral Combat Academy. Beizer stepped forward and glanced at everyone. Strictly speaking, they were all of the same generation, but in Beizer's eyes, they were all ants. He didn't mind sharing some secrets that only a small number of top elites knew to these ants. The Astral Combat Academy has been passed down since ancient times. There are 8 academies in the Innerverse and 2 in the Outerverse. There are members of the Outerverse Youth Council who study in Astral 9, so we are not completely ignorant of the Astral Combat Academy. Rather than calling it an academy, it's more like a place of struggle. Everything you want there must be fought for and not distributed. There are no specialized mentors there, Beizer explained. Everyone was shocked. No mentors? How could it still be called an academy? Beizer smiled. "I don't know about the other academies, but in Astral 9 if you want to learn you must fight for it. If you want a mentor to teach you must pay a price. There are mentors in the Astral Combat Academy but they can teach or not. Thus, I would like to remind everyone that battle is always the main theme of the Astral Combat Academy. Learning must be obtained through battle. Don't treat the Astral Combat Academy as an academy, it's a battlefield." "Lord Beizer, is it true that the Astral Combat Academy has an ancient trial zone?" someone asked. Beizer smiled. "This is classified information, so it's not convenient for me to reveal it." "Lord Beizer, do you know why Astral 10 descended to the Frostwave Weave? Was it really the 10 Arbiters' decision?" someone else asked. Beizer also gave a perfunctory answer. He knew some information, but these ants didn't deserve to know because they couldn't enter the Astral Combat Academy. Only the best geniuses of the universe could enter, and these people couldn't compete. Lu Yin watched the scene unfold. Beizer's gaze was filled with pity and pride, which made him very uncomfortable, but he was powerless to change it. Jerbak was about to leave with Jerlin, no longer interested in listening. Schutz was long gone. Just as he was about to leave, Beizer suddenly called out, "Everyone, I have another announcement to make." He looked at Lu Yin. "Please wait, King Zishan." Lu Yin turned back with a puzzled expression. Beizer smiled. Counselor Wendy Yushan of the Outerverse Youth Council has asked me to inform you that she is canceling her engagement with you with immediate effect. Lu Yin's eyes widened as he clenched his fists in anger. Everyone was stunned. Jirbok and Jerlin, who had just reached the door, were stunned. Wa Xiaoling, Jenny Anna, and the others were equally stunned. No one had expected this to happen. Bezer actually announced it in front of everyone. This was an insult, a naked insult. Suddenly all sorts of mocking laughter rang out. Lu Yin was King Zishan, but he was still just an idle prince. Not many people cared about him, especially when he wanted to marry Wendy Yushan. At this moment, the mockery spread to the greatest extent, and everyone looked at him with mocking eyes. Lu Yin's gaze was cold as he stared at Bezer. This banquet had been a plot against him, all for this moment. Bezer hadn't even thought of telling these people about the Astral Combat Academy. He'd only wanted to draw them here and then announce it in front of everyone in the name of the Outerverse Youth Council. This name alone was enough to spread the news throughout the universe. Lu Yin wanting to marry Wendy Yushan had only been a joke on Xenu Star, but from this moment on, this joke would spread throughout the universe because it had been announced in the name of the Outerverse Youth Council. Rasmus smirked. Jenny Anna was stunned, a trace of pity flashing through her eyes. Hua Xiaoling's gaze was complicated and she looked sad. Tianming and the rest frowned. This was too much. Bezer wanted Lu Yin to become the laughingstock of the entire universe. Unless he could marry Wendy Yushan, this matter would forever be a stain on his record. Jerlin walked over to Lu Yin and tugged at him. Let's go. Jirbok pulled him back as well. I'm sorry, I didn't think this would happen. Bezer smiled. I'm sorry, this is an order from Her Excellency Wendy Yushan. As compensation, I can promise you that as long as you successfully enter the Astral Combat Academy, I will be your referrer in the future and help you enter the Outerverse Youth Council. Everyone's expressions changed again, and they didn't know what to think anymore. These words were too vicious, and even if Lu Yin managed to enter the Outerverse Youth Council with his own abilities in the future, he would still be labeled with the word compensation. Bezer was clearly trying to kill him. Lu Yin's eyes were bloodshot. He rarely felt this angry. The first time had been because of Lu Xiaoga, who had brought him extreme pain. The second time had been in his dreams, when that jade finger had crushed the heavens. The third time was now. Jirbok pulled him back and whispered, Don't be rash, he's an explorer. Lu Yin stared at Bezer, the coldness in his eyes sending a chill down Bezer's spine. Bezer's expression changed slightly, feeling like he had done something he would regret for the rest of his life. However, he didn't mind and smiled. How could a mere sentinel surpass Ghostfire, no matter how talented he was? There were too many geniuses in the universe, and such a person couldn't even enter the Astral Combat Academy, let alone threaten him. In the end, Lu Yin left without a word under everyone's mocking and pitying gazes. Outside the hotel, Jirbok patted Lu Yin's shoulder. I'm sorry, I was the one who persuaded you to come. I didn't think this would happen. Jerlin also looked at Lu Yin with a trace of worry in her eyes. Lu Yin shrugged and smiled. It's fine, it's just a cancellation of the engagement. I didn't want to marry her anyway. Jirbok sighed. Brother Lu, the universe is cruel. Without strength, you'll always be weak, and the weak don't have a sword to protect their dignity. Princess Wendy told the five of us, so don't think too much about it until you have a sword. With that, he left with Jerlin. Lu Yin stood in place, his heart far from being as calm as he appeared. Everything that had just happened would be unforgettable for the rest of his life. He had experienced the ultimate humiliation. Bezer and Wendy Yushan. It didn't take long for the news to spread, and Lu Yin became the target of ridicule. He had become a toad trying to swallow the heavens. 5 days later, a giant spacecraft passed through 3 rings of land and entered the endless darkness of space. It carried the Great Yu Empire's younger generation of elites and their hopes for the Astral Combat Academy. Even Undying Yushan appeared at the space station to send them off. No one knew how many of them would be able to enter the Astral Combat Academy, but they could only hope that they wouldn't all be wiped out. Bezer had also come to send off Ghostfire as he boarded the spacecraft. He was confident in Ghostfire's abilities. No sentinel could defeat him. Even the freaks of the Innerverse might not be able to do so, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to enter the Astral Combat Academy. Counselor Bezer, I heard that you held a banquet a few days ago. How are the younger generation of the Great Yu Empire? The Undying Yushan asked. Bezer smiled. Not bad, they're all very motivated. The Undying Yushan nodded. Is that so? He coughed twice and placed a hand on Bezer's shoulder. It's been hard on you to announce the annulment of the engagement to Little Ian. However, this is an internal matter of the Great Yu Empire, and it's not up to you to announce it. The undying Yushan's tone turned cold as his hand on Bazer's shoulder grew heavier. Bazer didn't mind at first, but as the undying Yushan's hand grew heavier, his expression changed. He wanted to resist, but no matter what he did, he couldn't shake off the undying Yushan's right hand. It was like a mountain was pressing down on his shoulder, preventing him from moving. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended, and Bazer's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The image of a brutal star-devouring bear appeared on his body, but it was crushed in less than a second. The undying Yushan slowly withdrew his hand and smiled at Bazer before leaving. From start to finish, Bazer couldn't resist at all. Even when he used his innate gift, nothing changed around him. Not even the surface of the ground cracked. He looked out the window and saw that the entire sky was densely packed with spaceships of all sizes. All of them had stopped and were heading in the same direction. Luin walked out of his room and went to the highest level. There were already many students here and all of them were looking forward. A continent stretched out into the endless distance in the starry sky. Above the continent was a star that emitted a scorching heat. There was one star every set distance and they were not too far apart. The entire continent was illuminated in a fiery red color. Even from such a distance, Luin could feel the heat of the continent. It was so hot that even the air was distorted and evaporated, like a flame that stretched across the sky. All of the students stared blankly. What is this? At the front of the spaceship, Crown Prince Doran turned around and looked at the students solemnly. This is Astral 10's examination for Sentinels. Pass this path and you'll reach Astral 10. If you can't, you'll either retreat or die. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This was a path? Indeed, it was a little narrower than the continent, but it couldn't be considered a path. It was almost as wide as Earth's radius. Sentinel? Lulu exclaimed, her expression turning bitter. Doran's gaze softened as he looked at Lulu. That's right, this path is for Sentinels. There are a total of 10 paths to Astral 10, 3 for Sentinels and 7 for Melders. All Sentinels are to take personal spaceships for the examination. I should have brought Little Tortoise, Lulu said bitterly. Little Tortoise? Little Tortoise? Luin was speechless. Little Tortoise? Little? That was a space-exploring beast. There were less than 20 Sentinels participating in the examination in the Great Yu Empire, and Luin only knew Lulu, Raz, and a few others. The others were all elites who had passed the planetary trial, and he hadn't interacted with them outside of the banquet. They didn't want to meet Luin, and he didn't plan on getting close to them either. Good luck, Brother Lu. See you in Astral 10. Xiao Luo smiled at Luin. Jerbak also gave him a few words of encouragement, but Jerlin didn't come. She had given up. Luin nodded, but Ghostfire walked over and whispered a threat as he passed by. You better not touch me, I can't promise to let you go, he sneered and left. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly as he slowly left. Doran looked at Lu Yin's back, his thoughts unknown. Jenny Anna walked over to Rocky Anna, her face pale. Uncle, this examination environment isn't good for me. Rocky Anna frowned. It can change at any time. That's good, Jenny Anna sighed. Rocky Anna felt it was a pity. If I'd known, I wouldn't have forced you to become a melder. With King Zishan's strength, he had a good chance of passing the examination, and he could have brought you along. But now that you're participating in the melder examination, no one can help you. Jenny Anna clenched her teeth in fear as she looked at the path ahead. This was only a sentinel examination, and she didn't know how the melders would fare. The examination had already begun the moment the path appeared. The Great Yu Empire wasn't the first to arrive. There were already many sentinels from other powers that had entered the path, including the Fire's Melt planet. Scorching suns roasted the earth, the temperature distorting the air. Groups of sentinels flew into the distance as they walked across the scorching earth, the sounds of battle and the roars of beasts echoing from time to time. On this path, the students didn't just have to face harsh environments and enemies, they also had to face powerful creatures that were all sentinels. They were also enemies that the students had to face. A group of 7 stood in the shadows looking up at the sky. Young master, the people from the Great Yu Empire will be here soon. A young man sitting on the ground looked up and smirked. Very well, I'll show them the consequences of insulting the Fire's Melt planet. There was a loud crash as the personal spacecraft crashed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the hatch opened and Luin walked out, he immediately felt the scorching heat. He looked up and saw the suns extending into the distance, growing hotter the further he went. He soared into the air and felt the air and star energy. Not bad, he said as he accelerated forward. Close to 20 sentinels from the Great U Empire landed on the ground, a few of them close to the 7 from Firesmelt planet. The young man who was addressed as the young master stood up. Begin the hunt, don't leave anyone alive. The Firesmelt planet was constantly roasted by flames, and this was their favorite environment. No one could defeat the powerhouses of the Firesmelt planet in such a hot environment. This was their confidence. With a bang, the cabin door was kicked open and Ike walked out into the sunlight. He subconsciously closed his eyes and muttered, "To hell with the test." With that, he rose into the air and looked at his gadget. It actually deviated from its original position. Luckily, it's only a dozen kilometers away. It's very close. With that, Ike flew towards the west to meet up with the others. Suddenly, a fiery red spear pierced through the air towards Ike. Ike's expression changed and he reacted quickly to dodge. The spear brushed past his shoulder and pierced into the stone wall. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 99. Who is it? Ike was furious. He looked at his gadget and saw a power level of 3000, a peak sentinel. Almost everyone who could participate in the Astral Combat Academy's entrance exam had such a power level, so this number didn't mean much. Not far away, a man with dark red skin rushed over, his arms creating sparks as they collided and turned into a flaming spear that pierced towards Ike. Bastard from the Firesmelt planet, Ike shouted angrily as he clashed with the man. In less than half a minute, Ike was pierced through, his abdomen scorched by the flames. The man sneered, "The Great U Empire reneged on their promise and insulted our young master Yen Feng. This is the price." He pulled out his spear and Ike's corpse fell to the ground. The same thing happened in several other places. The people from the Firesmelt planet seemed to know when the Great U Empire would land, and anyone who landed during this time was their enemy. The young man called Young Master looked at the corpse on the ground and spat, "My brother was insulted, so I, Yen Zheng, will deal with it on his behalf." At that moment there was another explosion and a heat wave. Yen Zheng looked to the west and smiled cruelly before flying away. The spacecraft crashed into the ground, creating a conical crater as a young man slowly walked out. Yen Zheng saw this and didn't even think about it, his arms creating sparks as he stabbed his flaming spear at the young man. The young man looked up, a sharp glint in his eyes as he raised his hand, desolate palm. His palm turned dark yellow and collided with the flaming spear. There was a loud bang as the shockwave pressed down on the ground, shattering the spear inch by inch. Yen Zheng was shocked, his pupils shrinking to the size of needles as he felt a sharp pain in his chest. The young man's palm had sent him flying, and he didn't even look back as he soared into the distance. Yen Zheng spat out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into a protruding mountain wall, his face pale. That palm had almost crippled him. "Who are you?" he shouted as he coughed up more blood. The young man was astonished. "You're not dead? A Mengyu. Take revenge if you can." He then quickly left. Yen Zheng endured the pain and squatted down. At that moment, 2 people from the Firesmelt planet arrived. "Young master, who hurt you?" Yen Zheng didn't reply and just took out some healing medicine. Soon, 2 more people from the Firesmelt planet came and surrounded Yen Zheng. After a long while, Yen Zheng finally opened his eyes. He was panting heavily and his eyes were filled with shock. That palm had not only shattered his battle skill, it had also severely injured him. It was as if his life force had been sucked away. Desolate palm? Why did it sound so? "Go take a look at the ship," he said weakly. A member of the Firesmelt planet immediately flew over and came back after a while. He said, "Young master, there are 2 words engraved on the back of the spaceship, chaos. It's Meng Yu's Meng Yu, young Meng Yu." Meng? It was only then that Yen Zheng remembered who he was facing. It was a genius from the Vast Earth sect, a lunatic who had refused to break through to the Sentinel realm. This person had once been invited to join the Outerverse Youth Council, but had rejected the offer. To be able to defeat a melder with an innate gift as a sentinel meant that he was a freak. Yen Zheng sighed. Forget about revenge, he had to avoid meeting such a person. "What about the other 2? Why are there only 4 of you?" he asked. One of them hesitated and then answered with an ugly expression, "Dead." "How did they die?" Yen Zheng was furious. "One was killed by a beast here, and the other was killed by a cultivator from the Great U Empire." Yan Zheng clenched his fists. Who? Don't know, never seen them before. Yan Zheng was helpless, he had been too naive. This was Astral 10's trial, and countless geniuses had gathered here. The Firesmelt planet could do whatever they wanted in Frostwave Weave, but they didn't have the qualifications to face the geniuses of the entire universe. Take a break, we'll take revenge after we join the Astral Combat Academy. The others relaxed and rejoiced. They had been afraid that their young master would be too impetuous. That would be troublesome, there were too many freaks here. Elsewhere, Luin met up with Lulu. They weren't far from each other to begin with. Luin, let's see who gets there first, Lulu said eagerly. Luin looked at his gadget. Sure, wait a moment, I'm waiting for someone. Lulu was puzzled. There's someone else with us? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. I'm sending him away. Lulu didn't understand, but Lu Yin's lips curled up. Coming? Ghostfire was flying leisurely not too far away. His innate gift was destined to adapt to this environment. Suddenly, Ghostfire stopped and looked in front of him in surprise. It's you? Luin stepped forward. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ghostfire sneered. Sorry, I just killed a piece of trash who claimed to be from the Firesmelt planet. I was worried about where to find you, but you actually dared to show up. You're courting death. Luin clenched his fists. I'll settle the score with Bazer later, but first I'll collect some interest from you. He then disappeared and used Flash to appear in front of Ghostfire. Ghostfire sneered. Nothing here can trap me, Ant. I'll show you the power of my void flame. Black flames spread out from his body and his body turned into nothingness. His innate gift surprised Lulu. Void flame could avoid physical attacks. Even many melders were helpless against this innate gift. Luin sneered, raised a hand and punched out. White and black alternated. This was the Day-Night Fist. The Day-Night clan dominated the universe, and their inherited battle techniques were incomparably powerful. They could crush countless unique innate gifts, but this was the Day-Night clan. How could they be stopped by mere void flame? The battle techniques of the Day-Night clan included physical attacks as well as spiritual force attacks. The Day-Night Fist was a type of spiritual force attack. Luin had never understood why the Day-Night Fist alternated between night and day until he faced Ghostfire. There were too many unique innate gifts in the universe, and the Day-Night clan's battle techniques were unparalleled. They could be weak, but they were never ineffective. Ghostfire was initially disdainful when he punched out, but then he felt a strange contradiction. His body felt like it was being torn apart by something, and he saw both night and day. Time seemed to flow between the two and his body was being deceived. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 100. At that moment, Doran's gadget buzzed and he looked up in shock. Ghostfire was defeated. He's heavily injured and on the verge of death. Hua Qingshan and Zhu Lang looked over in surprise. Who did it? Rocky Anna was shocked. They all knew of Ghostfire's innate gift, which could turn his body into nothingness. Logically speaking, there was almost no sentinel in the Outerverse who could defeat him, and Luin had only managed to suppress him with the bell. Even Tianming couldn't do it. Doran's gaze was strange. King Zishan, Luin. Everyone was shocked. Rocky Anna frowned. Luin defeated Ghostfire? The corner of Doran's mouth rose. This is news from the Empire. Ghostfire purposely turned on his gadget to record when he met Luin. He probably wanted to spread the news, but he was easily defeated by Luin and was on the verge of death. Bazer is furious. Rocky Anna was shocked. Hua Qingshan's eyes lit up. The Outerverse Youth Council has a lot of power, but that's only limited to the younger generation. Bazer is too arrogant and looks down on the Great Yu Empire. King Zishan's battle is a good way to suppress his arrogance, Rocky Anna lamented. Doran smiled faintly. It wasn't just Bazer. Bazer was just a dog and there was a big shot from the Youth Council behind him. That person was the true mastermind behind the scenes, trying to humiliate Luin to win his sister's heart. Unfortunately, these people didn't understand his sister. She was very ambitious. At this moment in the Great Yu Empire, Bazer was roaring in rage. He was the one who had sent Ghostfire to participate in the trial, but he had been beaten so badly by Luin that he had lost all face. Damn it, Bazer growled. Luin and Lulu were both very fast on the Sentinel path. Lulu had White Flash while Luin had Flash, and he had even incorporated some of its techniques into his own. He wasn't any slower than Lulu, much to her surprise. Along the way, the two saw many youths flying into the distance and countless roaring beasts. This path was full of danger, with strange plants and beasts. The only thing lacking was water, which had all evaporated. The two flew for 2 hours before stopping to rest. Lu Yin looked at his gadget and tested his power level, only to find that they were all densely packed with people with power levels of 3,000. Conservatively speaking, there are at least 1,000 people participating in the assessment, Lu Yin said tiredly. Lulu rubbed her calves. That's normal? Your great empire sent over 100 people, so it wouldn't be strange if there were billions of people in the entire outerverse. However, only the weaves near Frostwave Weave can participate. Each sentinel path should have a few 100,000 people. Lu Yin was speechless. 3 sentinel paths meant close to 1 million candidates, which meant 1 million sentinels were equivalent to the population of a city on Earth. An army like that could sweep through the solar system. I've always been curious, why are you always dressed in green? Lulu rolled her eyes at him. The Mavis family members all wear green. Do you have a problem with that? Lu Yin looked at Lulu with a strange expression. Are you rich? Lulu rolled her eyes and smiled slyly. Yes, you want to borrow it? Sure, 3% interest. Lu Yin was speechless. I was just wondering if we were in too much of a rush. With hundreds of thousands of people taking the assessment, the competition at the beginning must be intense. More and more people will arrive later, Lulu muttered. Lu Yin had also thought about it. They were the first to arrive at Frostwave Weave, but what about the people in the nearby weaves? There was no set time for the assessment, and more people would arrive later. If they rushed forward, it would be like paving the way for others. The assessment couldn't be that simple, and there would definitely be trouble ahead. I don't want to work for others. Let's wait and rest for a few days, Lu Yin said after some thought. Lulu nodded. Okay. Their surroundings were mostly barren mountain ranges, and the ground was scorching hot. Lu Yin stood on a withered mountain and looked around. There were people flying past in the sky from time to time, but he didn't know how the others were doing. 20 hours passed quickly, and Lu Yin and Lulu were resting at the foot of the mountain when the world suddenly darkened. The sun in the sky dimmed at the same time, and the land entered winter. Extremely cold air swept across the land, instantly freezing the once scorching ground. Lulu exclaimed, "A super powerhouse has made a move to change the weather." As expected of the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin looked up and stared at the sky in shock. A series of suns had been frozen at the same time, and endless cold air had descended from the sky. This was the method of an absolute powerhouse, and it wasn't something he could imagine. If one looked at it from the distance, the entire path would look like a popsicle. Countless people looked on in shock. 10 paths had been frozen at the same time, and the extremely cold air swept across them without affecting the sky at all. Doran and the others gulped. This method was unimaginable, and it was beyond their understanding. Explorers ranged from the weakest explorer to the cruiser to the hunter. The Great Empire had them all, but even they couldn't reach this level. This was the method of a terrifying existence that surpassed the hunter class. In terms of power level, this person's power level exceeded 100,000. Hua Qingshan's eyes burned with passion. He could destroy a path, but he couldn't freeze all 10. This was the limit of power that he had always pursued. The youths of this generation were too lucky to have the opportunity to enter the Astral Combat Academy and experience a power that surpassed the outerverse. To dim the sky and freeze the suns was a power that shocked everyone. They couldn't think of anything else. They were too far away from this level of power. Lu Yin felt the chill emanating from the ground and sucked in a breath of cold air. Humans could actually reach such a level. Don't look, you won't understand. Even explorers can't. The level of power is different, Lulu said, pouting. Lu Yin's eyes burned with passion. This path was created, right? Who knows? Maybe it was created by tearing apart a star system, Lulu said casually. Lu Yin looked at Lulu. Does the Mavis family have such a powerhouse? Lulu rolled her eyes. I don't know, I don't want to talk about it. Even if Lulu didn't say anything, Lu Yin could guess. Without such a powerhouse, how could the Mavis family dominate the economy? He raised his head to look at the sky, where the cold winds of the night unconsciously made him feel lonely. Lu Yin's gaze was tranquil, as he had nothing to reminisce about. He had lost his memories, and the only thing worth reminiscing about was Earth. That planet could be considered his home, but he did not know how it was doing. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yin leaned against the cold mountain wall and counted silently. More than 700 people had flown over his head during this time, and this was just his surroundings. The width of the Sentinel Path was equivalent to the radius of Earth. so a conservative estimate suggested that more than 100,000 people had passed by. When it was about time, Luin stood up. "Let's go." Lulu grunted and clenched her fists. Suddenly, a black dot in front of them rapidly approached and flew towards them. The two didn't move as they watched the black dot approach. It was a young man. The young man was Mengyu, who had seen Ghostfire's miserable state and the strength of the three stacks technique. He chased after Luin and Lulu, not looking at Luin but noticing Lulu. Her green clothes were too eye-catching, but the two soon disappeared. Mengyu was helpless. He had circled around for a long time but still couldn't find them. He had thought that he wouldn't be able to catch up, but he hadn't expected to run into them here. Landing on a short hill, Mengyu stared at Luin and took out Ghostfire's photo. "Did you defeat this person?" Luin frowned. "What does that have to do with you?" Mengyu was excited. "Come, let's spar." Luyin's eyes narrowed. "You want to avenge him?" Mengyu didn't mind. "It has nothing to do with him. I'm interested in your battle technique. The 3 stacks technique should be from Grand Top Weave's 9 stacks sect. You've integrated it into your shockwave palm and I want to test its power." "Not interested." Luyin's tone was flat. He didn't want to waste his energy fighting an insignificant person. Mengyu didn't say anything else and immediately attacked. He rushed towards Luin and lashed out with a kick that carried a hint of ferocity. Luin dodged the attack with a flash and replied coldly, "If you want to fight, go find someone else. We're in the middle of a test and I don't have time to play with you." "That's not up to you." Mengyu raised a palm and sent it towards Luin. He knew that he couldn't match up to Luyin's speed, so he could only use the desolate palm to catch Luin off guard and decide the victor with a single blow. Mengyu pursued the limits of the Sentinel realm and wanted to fight any Sentinel. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 101. Luin could feel the power of the desolate palm, and it felt like his life force was being sucked away. He knew it wasn't weak, so he raised his own hand with a glint in his eyes. Since Mengyu was courting death, he wouldn't hold back. Bang! The two unleashed their full strength at the same time. The desolate palm was an inherited battle technique of the Vast Earth Weave's Vast Earth sect, and its power was unparalleled. Luyin's serious palm had reached 5 stars, and he had once defeated Tyson, a melder from U Academy. Gerbach had even said that he could rank in the top 10 of U Academy. With a loud bang, a shockwave tore through the earth like a storm, scattering the cold air and pushing away layer after layer. A group of sentinels who happened to be passing by screamed in agony as the ground split in two. Lulu was surprised and immediately dodged. The two's attacks were even stronger than an ordinary melder's. Mengyu was shocked that his desolate palm had been blocked. He had used it to defeat many melders. Both Luin and Mengyu retreated at the same time. This exchange was almost evenly matched. Mengyu's strength surprised Luin. Very few sentinels could defeat a melder, and this person wasn't even an innate gift cultivator. Alright, there aren't many in the same realm who can block the desolate palm. What's your name? Mengyu asked excitedly. Luin frowned. I don't have time to waste with you. Move aside. Mengyu fell into deep thought and looked at Luin for a while before withdrawing his star energy. He recalled Luyin's speed, and with this person's attack power and speed, Mengyu wouldn't be his match in a real fight. My name is Mengyu, remember? Luin was shocked. Meng? Could it be a primeval surname? He only knew of a few primeval surnames, so he wasn't sure. Hey, you want to fight? I'll accompany you. Lulu stared at Mengyu, eager to fight. Mengyu glanced at her. I'm not interested in women. Lulu frowned. Don't underestimate me. She suddenly vanished and reappeared right in front of Mengyu, kicking out with her leg. It was a very ordinary kick, and although Mengyu wasn't as fast as her, his reaction wasn't slow. He raised his arm to block, and with a bang, a shockwave rippled out. Mengyu's pupils shrank as he felt a sharp pain in his right arm. He was unable to block the force of the kick, and he was sent flying, smashing through 3 small mountains and sinking into the ground. Luyin's face twitched as he looked at Mengyu sympathetically. He'd underestimated Lulu. She was a mavis and her strength was abnormal. That kick shouldn't have been gentle. You dare to look down on me? Let's go. Lulu raised her head and waved at Luin before leaping up and flying off into the distance. Luin shot another glance at Mengyu, who was still covered in dust, and flew away. Underground, Mengyu clenched his teeth. His arm was unnaturally bent. That kick had actually broken his arm. What a vicious woman. Mengyu hurriedly took out some medicine to treat his wound. When he walked out of the ground, he saw that the two of them had left. He let out a sigh and bitterly looked at his right arm. He had underestimated her. "Lulu, don't you think your attack? No, your kick was too heavy?" Luin asked. Lulu snorted. "Who told him to look down on me? He deserved it." Luin couldn't help but laugh, silently reminding himself not to provoke her in the future. She was just too strong, and that was probably her innate gift. Luin and Lulu didn't encounter any enemies for the rest of their time. Astral 10's exam was only the end of the path, and there was no limit to the number of participants. Few people would actively cause trouble in such an exam, and Mengyu was considered an oddity. There were no enemies, but the number of astral beasts kept increasing. Nearly 80 melders from the Great Yu Empire had participated in the assessment, but in less than a day, more than half of them had been eliminated, and as many as 30 had died. These were the true elites of the Great Yu Empire, not just from Yu Academy, but also from the various great academies of the Great Yu Empire. What was even more terrifying was that even one of the 5 hall masters, Locke, had been eliminated, leaving Doran and the rest with grim expressions. The hall master of Yu Academy was a powerhouse who stood at the peak of the Empire's younger generation, and his elimination cast a shadow over this test. "Gerbach and Yen Gang are together," someone reported. Doran nodded. This wasn't a surprise. The attacks on the Sentinel Path were just a result of ignorance. If Yen Feng really wanted to marry Wendy, Yen Gang would have to build a good relationship with the Empire. However, Yen Gang was much weaker than Gerbach, so Doran hoped that he wouldn't drag him down. Time passed slowly and more spaceships appeared around the 10 paths. Explorers stood tall in space looking at the 10 paths in the distance. On the Sentinel Path, a young man was clutching his left arm and howling in pain. This was Wukai Mathers, son of Sigmund Mathers. He had also participated in the Sentinel trial, but he had just been attacked by a strange plant. His left arm had been shattered and the plant had been destroyed as well. Wukai Mathers had come to the trial behind Sigmund's back. He wasn't weak, about the same level as Raz, who was hiding in the distance and trembling. Wukai Mathers had used his astonishing willpower to advance, but in the end he had fallen here, unable to move forward. Wukai Mathers was bitter as his blood dyed the ground and mountain walls red. Was it over? Suddenly, Wukai Mathers' gaze turned cold as he saw a strange pattern on the mountain wall. He stared at it and gradually immersed himself in it. It was a fist technique with no name or origin. It had been buried in dust for an unknown amount of time, but it had surfaced after Wukai Mathers' battle. This was his opportunity. Luin and Lulu flew forward. A few hundred kilometers in front of them, a giant beast was roaring like an ancient dinosaur. It was 100 meters tall, its sharp claws easily tearing through the ground. It was exceptionally irritable in the face of dozens of sentinels, opening its mouth and condensing a terrifying amount of star energy into an energy beam that cut across the sky and destroyed everything. "No, our attacks don't work on it. We can't break through its defenses. Let's try working together." "No, it's very smart. It attacks whichever side has the most people. There's no room for us to work together." Hundreds and thousands of flying beasts had appeared in the sky at some point, attacking the two in a frenzy. It wasn't just them. Any cultivator in the air was within range of the attack, and blood splattered across the sky. Luin and Lulu both had extreme speed, and they easily evaded the attacks as they approached the peak. At this moment, there was a cry of alarm, and Luin turned around to see a cute girl around 16 years of age. Her face was pale and she swayed as she dodged the attacks. Luin frowned. "You go first," and used flash to rush towards the girl. Lulu glanced at him and sped up towards the peak. "Ah!" The girl screamed as she watched a flying beast attack her, but Luin caught her in the nick of time and carried her towards the peak. The girl panted heavily as she leaned against Luin and carefully looked around. More and more flying beasts had appeared, almost covering the entire sky. At the last moment, Luin brought the girl down to the mountain peak and hid in a cave with Lulu, covering the entrance. At this point, the sky was completely covered by the flying beasts, and the already dark ground became even darker. Only the ground was dyed red with blood and screams could be heard everywhere. Luin narrowed his eyes as he looked outside. This was the Astral Combat Academy's assessment. There were 1,000,000 candidates and this beast tide would probably wipe out a large portion of them. It was too cruel. Not many could survive such a beast tide, but those who did would definitely be elites. "Thank you," The girl looked at Luyin carefully and spoke softly, a little uneasy. Luyin glanced at her but didn't say anything. Lulu looked at the girl and then back at Luyin, her eyes lighting up. So this is your type? Luyin was confused. What? Lulu giggled. The girl blushed and whispered, I am Coco from Windrift Hall. Hello. Luyin nodded. Lulu was shocked. Windrift Hall? The Innerverse Windrift Hall? Coco nodded and pursed her lips like an injured deer. Luyin looked at Lulu. You know about them? Lulu replied, of course. Windrift Hall helps the world and is good at healing. Although there aren't many of them, they have a good reputation in the Innerverse. They research medicine just like Shamrock Enterprises, but their goals are different. Shamrock Enterprises' main goal is to make money, but I don't know about them. I feel like they have nothing better to do. Coco blinked. No, we don't. We're training. Training to save people? Luyin was surprised. Coco grunted softly. Master taught me that the more people we save, the more destiny we have and the longer we live. Luyin and Lulu glanced at each other. Your master really tricked you, Lulu couldn't help but comment. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 103. Coco opened her mouth to say something but didn't in the end. Her gaze inadvertently landed on Luyin's bleeding right arm. Ah, you're injured. Luyin glanced over. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Coco hurriedly said, let me treat you or it'll get infected. The universe is full of strange viruses, you can die if you're not careful. Luyin's brows rose. You're exaggerating. It's true, any small wound can be the cause of death in the future. Luyin was speechless. Did all doctors like to scare people? Alright, can you treat me? Coco's eyes lit up, looking like a completely different person. Okay. Seeing her excited expression, Luyin suddenly had a bad premonition. As expected, a 3-meter-long syringe slowly appeared in Coco's hand, shocking both of them. The needle was a meter long and it reflected a cold light. There was an unknown green liquid inside the syringe that made their hair stand on end. Luyin's scalp went numb and he subconsciously retreated. What are you doing? He asked warily. Coco hugged the syringe and stared at him excitedly. Treatment? Come on, just one shot and I'll be fine. Luyin gulped and hurriedly refused. No need, I can do it myself, I don't need your treatment. Coco grew anxious. I'll treat you, you won't be able to treat it completely and there will be repercussions. It'll be too late if all sorts of lesions appear. Come on. Luyin backed away again. No need, I can do it myself. Coco felt it was a pity, but she looked at Luyin's arm in disappointment. Oh, and the syringe disappeared. Only then did Lulu react. That's your innate gift? Coco returned to her timid and adorable self, nodding. Yes, my innate gift can heal injuries, it's very useful. It's a pity that no one wants to let me use it. Luyin rolled his eyes, that thing was over after a single shot. Only an idiot would let her use it, it looked even more terrifying than a sword. Your innate gift is really, really unique, Lulu exclaimed. Coco smiled bashfully. Suddenly, an angry roar came from outside the cave as a beast swept past, charging into the distance. Luyin looked out of the cave, wondering how Schutz and the rest were doing on the path to becoming melders. Jerlin was smart enough to give up on the test, otherwise they would have had to carry another burden. Jerbak was unlucky and was injured by the first beast wave. If he hadn't hidden well, he would have become food. Yen Gang was the same, so the two of them could be said to have failed. In the distance, Tianming had successfully evaded the beast tide by hiding beneath a giant boulder. However, his luck was just as bad as he had run into Silver Tiger, the #1 expert of Grand Top Weave's 9-stack sect's younger generation. He was also Tianming's enemy. Silver Tiger excitedly stared at Tianming. I never thought that I would meet you here. Tianming, I heard that you've become the Hall Master of Yu Academy. Congratulations. Tianming's expression was serious as he stared at Silver Tiger. I never thought that I would meet you here. I can finally take revenge for what happened back then. Silver Tiger sneered. Revenge? What a joke, you're just a piece of trash who was expelled from the 9-stack sect. You secretly learned 9 stacks without permission, but you only managed to comprehend 3 stacks. You still have the face to say that the Great Yu Empire actually wants a piece of trash like you? I'll help them get rid of you today. Silver Tiger slammed a palm towards Tianming, condensing a powerful fluctuation. Tianming's gaze turned cold as he responded with a palm strike of his own. The shockwave shook the ground, causing it to crack 3 times in a row. This was the fluctuation of 3 stacks. But in the next moment, Tianming's pupils shrank as he felt a sharp pain in his right hand. Fourth stacks. You actually comprehended fourth stacks. Silver Tiger laughed maniacally. A piece of trash like you will never understand me. Fourth stacks? Today I'll make you despair. Another terrifying force descended. This time it was fifth stacks. Tianming's right hand was broken as Silver Tiger's fifth stacks landed on his abdomen. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards and crashed into the mountain wall. Silver Tiger stood in place and looked at Tianming coldly. You were trash back then and you're still trash today. I'll send you on your way. Tianming spat out another mouthful of blood and raised his left hand, which transformed into a claw. The void howled as the sky beast claw enveloped an area of 100 meters. A dense killing intent descended, shattering the boulders and ground above the valley. Silver Tiger was shocked by Tianming's 43 forms of the sky beast claw, but he didn't have time to block it. Astral beasts fell from the sky one after another, all of them enveloped by the sky beast claw. Boom! The ground shook and dust rose into the air. More than 10 astral beasts were turned into blood. Silver Tiger's clothes were torn apart, and 4 bloody gashes could be seen on his right shoulder. He had been injured by the sky beast claw, and when he looked up, Tianming had long since disappeared. You can't escape. Silver Tiger roared and leapt into the air. However, before he could land, a shadow enveloped him and a furry claw swept out, piercing through his body. His body exploded into pieces, leaving only his head behind in the valley. The last thing he saw was the heavily injured Tianming hiding under the ruins of the mountain wall. Tianming looked at Silver Tiger's unwilling gaze, and only his head was left glaring at him. He smiled bitterly. He had gotten his revenge, but the test had come to an end. As for whether or not he could survive, that was up to the heavens. The beast wave lasted for an entire day, and it was hell for the cultivators who had participated in the test. Endless waves of astral beasts could appear at any time to take their lives. These beasts were all on the same level as the cultivators, and even the strongest person had to avoid them. They had seen their friends, family, and comrades die with their own eyes. It was like the end of the world, and they could only hide in a corner and tremble. When the beast wave ended, the sun in the sky was unsealed, and the scorching heat roasted the earth once more. At this moment, those who had survived felt the warmth of this scorching heat, as it replaced the cold and murderous winter. Lu Yin's trio walked out of the cave, and what they breathed in wasn't just the hot air, but also the thick stench of blood. The stench. Thousands of creatures died nearby, Coco said with a pale face as she sniffed the air. He looked down at the mountain peak and saw many incomplete corpses. It was just a test, but it had been like purgatory. This reminded him of Earth's evolutionary trial. How many people had turned into zombies in that instant? How many people had died at the mouths of the mutant beast? Many of the students who had participated in the trial had died as well. To the powerhouses of the universe, life was not precious. They cared more about strength. This universe had always been one where the strong preyed on the weak. At this point, even the highest temperature could not dispel the coldness in some people's hearts. Raz, for example, was completely terrified. He had barely escaped from the jaws of the beasts, and all he wanted now was to return to the Great Yu Empire. Those who do not wish to participate in the test, shout, "I give up," 3 times. The rest will take 3 attacks, dead or alive. A thunderous voice boomed through the void, echoing throughout the entire path. It wasn't just the Sentinel path but also the Melder path and even the heavens. Those who heard it paled. 3 unavoidable attacks? Luin looked up. 3 attacks? Coco was so terrified that she was on the verge of tears. "I give up, I give up, I give up." A youth shouted from the middle of the mountain peak below Lu Yin's group, as if he was afraid that no one would hear him. "I give up, I give up, I give up." Someone else quickly shouted. "I give up, I give up, I give up." The voices grew distant as more and more people gave up. But there were still some who were unwilling to give up. Those who participated in the test were all elites, and there was no lack of strong-willed individuals. For example, there was a man at the foot of the mountain who refused to give up even though his right leg was crippled. "Coco, you're not giving up?" Lulu asked. Coco fearfully looked up at the sky and shook her head. "I don't want to. Master said that there are no cowards in Windrift Hall." Lu Yin glanced at her. He was suddenly very interested in Coco's master. She had even said something like that. "That person's leg is broken, I'll go treat him," Coco said eagerly as she looked at the man at the foot of the mountain. "You'll scare him," Lulu said. "I want to help him," Coco said innocently. "Let him go," Luin said. Coco felt wronged. It didn't take long for the ground to fall silent. Lu Yin and Lulu dodged at the same time, leaving Coco at a loss. The two didn't explain and just looked up at the sky. This was a test and no one could help anyone. Since they had made preparations, they had to face the incoming attacks alone. Lu Yin took a deep breath and felt an inexplicable sense of danger. An invisible attack descended from the void and smashed down on his head, but he dodged with flash. The attack smashed into the mountain peak and pierced through it. At the same time, Lulu and Coco were attacked as well. Lulu easily dodged it. Coco didn't dodge, she took out a syringe and held it above her head. The invisible attack smashed down on her, sending her several meters into the ground. Lu Yin and Lulu looked over and saw that she was perfectly fine. The syringe had blocked the attack for her. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 104. The three of them passed, but the others were also attacked at the same time. The short-legged man was instantly killed, but the Astral Combat Academy showed no mercy as dozens of invisible attacks rained down around him. Lu Yin opened his gadget and found that his power levels were disappearing one by one. Everyone who wanted to continue had experienced the terror of the Astral Combat Academy after the first attack. They attacked without regard for their own lives and ordinary people couldn't withstand it. It was the same on the Melder path. Aside from Schutz and Xia Luo, everyone else from the Great Yu Empire had failed. I give up, I give up, I give up, someone shouted. If the first attack was like this, then the next two attacks would only get stronger. Many people started to give up. The Sentinel path was long, but there was an end. Some of the first batch of cultivators had already reached the end, and they could even see a beam of light in the distance that connected the heavens and the earth. As long as they stepped into it, they would pass. Here the temperature was so high that it almost melted the ground. Several sentinels hid in the shadows of the mountain walls, their mouths parched and tongues parched. They would take out water from time to time, but they would soon be thirsty again. I won't give up, I won't give up. I want to enter the Astral Combat Academy, I have to, a girl muttered to herself as she stared resolutely at the beam of light in the distance. At this point, no one wanted to give up. They were the closest to the end, and even if the next two attacks would take their lives, they didn't want to give up. At that moment, another attack descended from the void, and the girl hurriedly dodged. Although she wasn't as fast as Lu Yin or Lulu, she wasn't slow either, far surpassing Lu Yin's roving step. She managed to dodge the first attack, but she couldn't avoid the second. She screamed as she took it head-on and was smashed into the ground. There were more than 10 cultivators in the distance who suffered the same fate. Not a single one was able to dodge. The girl coughed and slowly rose into the air. There was still one attack left and she looked towards the end of the path. Her pupils suddenly shrank as she saw a figure appear at the end. It was a man who looked ordinary, but his body was faintly glowing with heat. He was like a sun that had descended to the earth, arrogantly looking down on all life. The man's clothes weren't damaged at all, and he just stood there with his hands behind his back. He quietly swept his gaze over the girl and many others. The girl felt her body heat up and her eyes widened in shock. This person was far stronger than her. Who was it? Someone from the Astral Combat Academy? That had to be the case. Otherwise he would have been attacked. She didn't believe that anyone could avoid the second attack. Far away from the Sentinel path, Lu Yin and Lulu dodged the second attack once more, but this time it wasn't as easy as the first. On the other side, Coco was still holding onto the syringe. From the looks of it, she was planning to continue holding onto the syringe and take the 3 attacks head-on. Speaking of which, the syringe's hardness was beyond imagination. The 2 attacks did not damage it at all. If the syringe was so hard, then the needle must be too. Only a ghost would be willing to touch such a hard needle. This girl would not be able to find anyone willing to accept her treatment in this lifetime. Just as Lu Yin was curiously looking at the syringe, the 3rd attack descended. In that instant, Lu Yin knew that he would not be able to avoid it. The 3rd attack was untraceable, and if he couldn't find it, then there was no way to avoid it. He activated the art of Sirius, but he still couldn't see the attack's trajectory. He only felt his body being struck by a terrifying force and smashed heavily into the mountain wall. Lulu was also smashed into the ground. Coco hugged the syringe tightly, refusing to let go no matter what. Her body was blasted to the bottom of the mountain. No one knew how many people had been killed or eliminated. At the end of the path, the girl screamed in agony, her face as white as a sheet of paper as intense pain engulfed her nerves. The third attack was too strong and she could barely withstand it. Right in front of her, the man who looked like the sun was also enduring the attack. The scorching heat turned into a surging sea of flames that disappeared in an instant. The girl gritted her teeth and knelt on one knee, hurriedly taking out medicine to treat her injuries. At the same time, she looked at the man in the distance in shock. That person had withstood the attack, which meant that he was also a cultivator participating in the assessment. Why didn't he leave? Why didn't he pass through this path? The man waved his hand, and a wave of scorching heat swept into the distance. He looked up and said, "This is the third attack. It's really ferocious, and those who can withstand it are indeed capable. It's a pity that none of you will be able to join. Astral 10 is destined to disappear." He then looked at his gadget and smirked. "Are there 7 more people? Not bad. Since that's the case, I'll bring you your final despair." After saying that, the man rose into the air. At the end of the path, a total of 7 people including the girl had passed through the 3 attacks. All 7 of them looked at the man. The man smirked and raised his head. "My name is Arkino and I'm from the Innerverse Blaze Realm. No one can pass through this path and all of you will fail." The 7 were shocked. The Blaze Realm of the Innerverse? That colossal Blaze Realm? Why would a disciple appear here? The girl trembled. He was actually from the Blaze Realm, which explained the scorching heat. The Blaze Realm was a huge power in the Innerverse with an ancient heritage, so why would a disciple appear here? And to prevent them from entering? No matter what they thought, Arkino didn't care. He only had one mission, and that was to prevent anyone from passing through this path. He wasn't the only one. All 10 paths had a final guardian to prevent Astral 10 from recruiting a single student. In the sky, Doran Yushan's expression changed. "What? There's a huge power in the Innerverse that's attacking this assessment? Why are you only saying this now?" Rocky Anna said bitterly. "His Majesty just received the news from the 5th princess. She found out through the Myriad Swords Peak that the 3 great powers of the Innerverse want to replace Astral 10 and obtain the right to enter the trial zones. Thus, she sent a disciple to participate in the test and guard the final path to prevent anyone from passing." "Which powers are involved?" Hua Qingshan asked. Rocky Anna replied, "The Blaze Realm, the Ross Empire, and the Sylvan Dragons." Doran Yushan's face paled. These 3 powers were colossal in the Innerverse, and comparing the Great Yu Empire to them was like comparing Earth to the Great Yu Empire. Hua Qingshan was shocked. He had been to the Innerverse before and experienced the terror of the Blaze Realm. This power had left a deep impression on him. If it really was someone from the Blaze Realm, then who in the Outerverse could pass? Zhu Lang's voice was low. "Is the Ross Empire the one that supposedly obtained the legacy of an ancient technological civilization? The most terrifying ones are the Sylvan Dragons. They're a terrifying race that defected from the Astral Beast domain and came to the human domain. Any adult Sylvan Dragon is invincible," Doran said solemnly. The 3 powers were like 3 mountains that weighed down on everyone's hearts. At this moment, it wasn't just the Great Yu Empire. Many other Outerverse powers had received the news as well. Astral 10 was the hope of the Outerverse, but it had been attacked by the 3 powers. They weren't targeting the Outerverse but rather Astral 10 itself. They didn't see any need to attack the Outerverse, but it was precisely because of this that the other powers were furious. This was the end of their climb. At the end of the 10 paths was a beam of light that connected the heavens and the earth. Passing through this beam would allow one to enter Astral 10. When the 3 powers appeared, someone from Astral 10 asked, "Are they that eager to make us disappear? They're here as candidates so we can't expel them. They didn't cheat, and they agreed to all the requirements. Then let's treat them as the most difficult test. The Outerverse test is already relatively easy, but with them it'll be as difficult as the previous 9 academies. I'm afraid there won't be many in the Outerverse who can pass. Maybe not even one. Everything has its limits. If Astral 10 really wants to leave the stage, then so be it. After all, this place is also a prison for us." On the Sentinel path, Luin walked out of the ruins and looked up. The last attack had been powerful, but it was still bearable. He looked to the side and saw Lulu walking out as well. At the bottom of the mountain, Coco grimaced in pain, but she still flew out with her syringe. She was disappointed to see that the 2 were fine, but it quickly turned into joy. "It's good that you're fine." Lulu pouted, "You were hoping that something would happen to us." "No." Coco immediately shook her head and carefully put the syringe away. She had hoped that the 2 would be injured so that she could give them a shot. Unfortunately, Luin looked around. After the beast wave, many of the astral beasts had gone to the other end of the path, making it much easier for them to reach the end. After 3 attacks, there shouldn't be many cultivators left. Let's go, we shouldn't be far from the end. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 105. Lulu nodded and flew off into the distance with Coco. Along the way, Lu Yin activated his gadget and saw few cultivators outside of the beasts. Those who survived all had looks of despair on their faces, not having the confidence to continue. Once the sun experienced winter and heat once more, the trio finally saw the light beam that connected the heavens and the earth. "We're here, that's the end," Coco said excitedly, her face flushed red. The Astral Combat Academy was the greatest academy in the universe. How many would emerge victorious from the trials of millions of people? How strong were they? He was looking forward to it. There were a total of 3 sentinel paths, and at the end of one where the sun scorched the earth and the light beam connected the heavens and the earth, dozens of sentinels stared in shock at a giant beast in front of them. No, it wasn't a beast, but a sylvan dragon. In the universe, humans lived in an astral domain, and the astral beasts similarly had their own astral domain. The sylvan dragon was a branch of the astral beasts' astral domain's dragon race, but it had defected to the humans after a war. It had the horns of a deer, the body of a snake, the eyes of a rabbit, and the ears of a cow. It also had sharp claws and 2 large wings on either side of its head that glowed a dark red. At its tail was a meatball covered in tough armor. Its gaze was cruel and filled with a ferocious aura that made one shudder. What is that thing?" someone cried out in fear. Everyone else was at a loss. The sylvan dragon was from the inner verse and had defected from the astral beasts. Few people in the outer verse knew about it. Sensing the dragon's terrifying aura, all the cultivators stopped in their tracks. Suddenly, 2 figures rushed towards the light beam, attempting to get past the dragon. The dragon's ferocious and cruel gaze suddenly turned ferocious as its massive body suddenly split into 2. 2 loud bangs rang out as the 2 cultivators were sent flying. One of them was directly split into 2, blood splattering all over the ground. Everyone gasped at the absolute speed of the beast. Although it was huge, its speed was incomparably terrifying. "Ant-like humans, this path is blocked." Scram! The dragon roared, causing a huge storm to erupt. The dozens of sentinels were unwilling to give up. They had finally reached the end, enduring the terrible weather, beast tides, and 3 attacks from the void. They didn't want to give up. "Everyone charge. He's also a sentinel, I don't believe he can stop all of us," someone shouted in a provocative tone. The next moment, dozens of sentinels gritted their teeth and charged towards the beam as quickly as they could. The dragon roared angrily, its huge body splitting into 2 and then 3 to completely cut off the path of the beam of light. An earth-shattering boom accompanied the violent bombardment, forcing the figures back one by one. None of the sentinels who could make it here were simple, and all of them had powerful battle techniques. However, it was useless against the dragon. Their attacks were simply not enough to defeat it. The sylvan dragon roared at the sky, its tough claws stained with blood as it repelled all of the sentinels, guarding the end with its own strength. "Humans, you will not pass." The dragon raised its head proudly, its claws tearing through the ground as it extended forward. There were dozens of pale-faced sentinels there. Suddenly, a flash of silver streaked past, stunning the dragon. By the time it reacted, a figure had stepped into the beam of light and disappeared with a wave of his hand. No one had expected someone to be able to pass through the dragon without leaving a trace. It was like the wind blowing through leaves, but the moment the leaves rustled, the wind had already disappeared. The dragon stared blankly at the beam of light before roaring angrily. This was a disgrace. Someone had actually managed to pass through its defenses. However, that person had already left and there was nothing it could do. It could only glare ferociously at the others and stop them from passing. At the end of the final sentinel path stood a man who was half machine and half flesh. His name was Manko and he was from the Ross Empire of the Innerverse. The Ross Empire claimed to have inherited ancient technology, and their goal was to mechanize humans to achieve immortality. The powerhouses of the Empire weren't complete cultivators, but rather a combination of mechanical technology and cultivation. Manko's group of sentinels couldn't pass through, but the dragon was even more difficult to deal with. His technological weapons were omnipresent, and he had sealed off an entire region. His weapons were all sentinel attacks, so they weren't considered cheating. Even the Astral Combat Academy couldn't do anything to him. Sizzle. Purple waves of air swept across the land, vaporizing the surface and forcing dozens of sentinels to retreat. Menko had built a defensive fortress at the end of the path, using the heat of the sun to create a terrifying attack that would kill ordinary sentinels upon contact. Give up, the Astral Combat Academy isn't something you Outerverse trash can come into contact with, Menko said arrogantly. This was the arrogance of the Innerverse. They looked down on the Outerverse. All the sentinels gritted their teeth in anger, but there was nothing they could do as they looked at the fortress of technology in front of them. At that moment, a figure streaked across the sky, charging towards the end of the path with an ancient sword beneath his feet. Menko had wanted to stop him, but his expression changed the moment he saw the figure. He held himself back and allowed the figure to pass through, entering the beam of light. Someone from the Myriad Swords Peak? Why are they in Astral 10? The trio reached the end of the path and felt the scorching heat. Arkino was like a wall in front of them, preventing all the sentinels from passing through. Luin quickly asked around and looked at Arkino in shock. The Blaze Realm? He'd heard of them before, but why were they blocking the path? Did they not want Astral 10 to take in new students? Bang. Lulu bumped her fists together and looked at Arkino excitedly. The Blaze Realm. I didn't think I'd meet someone from there here. Interesting, leave this to me. She then leapt up and shot past dozens of sentinels towards Arkino, punching out. Arkino arrogantly scanned the crowd. The Outerverse trash had no right to come into contact with the trial zones. He was just about to say a few words to show off the Blaze Realm's power when a green figure suddenly appeared in front of him and punched out. Which idiot dared to provoke the Blaze Realm? Arkino was furious and showed no mercy, igniting the ground with a blazing inferno, sky-burning sea of flames. This was the Blaze Realm's battle technique, sky-burning sea of flames. Arkino used the scorching heat of the sun to increase the power of his battle technique by several times. With a flick of his hand, the sea of flames swept out in all directions as if it had a mind of its own, filling the entire space with the intent of destroying everything in front of him. Lulu's eyes gleamed with excitement as she faced the sea of flames that would shock even a Melder. She punched out once again, an ordinary punch that tore through the sea of flames and arrived right in front of Arkino. Arkino was arrogant, but he wasn't arrogant. He hurriedly dodged the moment the sea of flames was torn apart. The ground was shattered by Lulu's punch, and a strong gale accompanied by flames swept up into the sky, forming a rain of fire that rained down. Arkino's eyes narrowed. The enemy was troublesome, and he didn't hesitate to erupt with all his strength. The flames on the ground burned once more, spreading from 10 meters to 100 meters to 1,000 meters. The scorching heat of the sun was just enough to ignite the earth, and all the sentinels were affected, including Luin and Coco. The two retreated at the same time. However, the sea of flames spread extremely quickly, and aside from a limited number of people, everyone else was severely injured. Some were even burned to ashes. Lulu's gaze was calm as she felt the surging sea of flames. She raised her right fist and punched out once more, as if there was nothing she couldn't accomplish with a single punch. No matter how terrifying Arkino's sea of flames was, this one punch still knocked him down to the mortal realm. The boundless sea of flames was extinguished with a single punch, and Arkino's entire body was smashed deep into the ground, completely devoid of life. Luin was shocked. Lulu's fist was terrifying. This was the Mavis family, a true colossus. She didn't use any battle techniques at all, just her fists. So powerful, Coco exclaimed, her eyes full of worship. Even stronger than Zora. Is she really a sentinel? Luin took Coco and flew towards the end. Lulu stood high in the sky and looked down. Did I go too far? Let's go, we passed, Luin said. Coco nodded and looked at Lulu with admiration. Sis, I think it's best if you don't reveal your strength. Otherwise you won't be able to find a boyfriend. Lulu snorted, I'm a natural beauty, and the men chasing me could line up from the Innerverse to the Outerverse. It doesn't matter. Coco believed her and took out a large syringe. Sis, are you hurt? Give me a shot. Lulu immediately refused, feeling that Coco's syringe was much more terrifying than Arkino's. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 106. Aside from the three of them, everyone else was either heavily injured or dead at the end of the path. The trio didn't say much before heading towards the light and disappearing from the sentinel path. The moment they disappeared, they heard the words, Bone Age Cultivation Trial approved to enter Astral 10. In space, Doran and the rest looked at the 10 paths with apprehension. They didn't know if anyone from the Great U Empire would be able to pass. It would be embarrassing if no one did. Astral 10's arrival in the Frostwave Weave was equivalent to the Great U Empire. If no one from the Great U Empire could enter, they would become the laughingstock of the universe. However, no one could help them. The universe's top 3 powers had attacked the assessment, and no one knew about it. Facing the elites of the 3 powers, Doran didn't have much hope of passing. Look, there's a screen on each path. Those who pass should be able to leave their names on it, Rocky Anna said. Doran and the rest stared nervously at the screens, clenching their fists. There were 3 sentinel paths and 3 screens. One of them already had a name on it, Silver, with the Great U Empire behind it. The other sentinel path also had a name on it, Zhao Yilong from the 10,000 Swords Peak. Doran and the rest stared blankly at the name, Silver? Is he one of the people we brought? One of them took out a list of students. Your Highness, no, this person should have come by himself. Doran's eyes flashed. Investigate this person, he's not simple to participate in the assessment here. Yes, Your Highness. Hua Qingshan looked at Zhao Yilong's name in surprise. Someone from the 10,000 Swords Peak from the Innerverse came as well. No wonder he could pass through the 3 powers. This Zhao Yilong should be very strong among sentinels. Doran nodded. 5th sister is the senior apprentice of the 10,000 Swords Peak. She should know this person, I'll ask her. There were a total of 10 paths, and the battles on the Sentinel path were relatively simple. The 7 Melder paths didn't have a single name on them, not only because the battles were more intense, but also because the Melder path was longer than the Sentinel path. The last Sentinel path appeared, and Doran and the rest stared at it. This was the path all sentinels in the Great U Empire took. The first name that appeared on the screen was Lulu Mavis. Her name was Mavis Bank. No one was surprised, as the Mavis family was a colossus that surpassed even the 3 major powers. It would not be difficult for them to break through the blockade. The second name appeared, Coco. She was from Windrift Hall. There's actually someone from the Windrift Hall here. It seems like the Innerverse doesn't care about Astral 10 at all, Rocky Anna said in surprise. At that moment, a third name appeared, Lu Yin from the Great U Empire. The moment they saw Lu Yin's name, Doran and the others were delighted. Lu Yin was a pure citizen of the Great U Empire, and he was also King Zishan. His passing wouldn't be a loss of face for the Great U Empire. Although Silver was also noted as a citizen of the Great U Empire, he was a little mysterious and couldn't compare to Lu Yin's pleasant surprise. Rocky Anna nodded in admiration. Being able to enter Astral 10 meant that King Zishan was worthy of the Anna family. Even if he was just an idle prince, his status as a student of the Astral Combat Academy was more than enough to cover up the humiliation of being rejected by Princess Wendy. Hua Qingshan stared at Lu Yin's name, his eyes twinkling as he thought about something. Zhu Lang had been silent all this time, and he only glanced at Lu Yin's name. Doran laughed excitedly and immediately contacted the Empire to pass on the good news. Your Highness, let's wait for the results of the Melder's path. Hua Qingshan stopped him. Doran slapped his head. That's true. Wait, I was too impatient, sorry. To the various powers of the universe, the Sentinel realm was just the beginning. The Melder realm was the true beginning of one's cultivation, and a person's strength as a Melder was enough to determine their entire life. The Astral Combat Academy had a clear realm requirement, with the lowest being a Sentinel and the highest being a Melder. Beyond that, there was no room for improvement. To the Empire, having a Melder enter the Astral Combat Academy was the greatest surprise. The light beam at the end of the Sentinel path seemed to teleport the 3 of them to a limestone platform. The platform wasn't large and was covered in moss. As soon as the 3 landed, they heard the sound of rain and looked up to see strange plants towering into the clouds. They were in the depths of a forest shrouded in rain, and beneath their feet was a limestone platform. Rain was falling from the sky, forming a river on the ground that flowed to an unknown destination. The world was dark green and hazy. Lu Yin turned around and looked around, suddenly spotting a familiar smiling face. Silver? Lu Yin was surprised. Not far away, Silver raised his hand in greeting. Long time no see, classmate. Lu Yin hadn't expected to see him here. He'd passed the test earlier than he had. On the other side, there was another figure standing quietly, gazing at the rain with a simple long sword on his back. His entire body exuded a sharp aura that cut through the rain. Lu Yin felt a sudden pressure the moment he saw this person. He was definitely powerful. Is he from the Myriad Swords Peak? Coco exclaimed, staring at the man. Wasn't the Myriad Swords Peak the huge power that Wendy Yushan belonged to? Was there someone from there as well? Lulu stared excitedly at the man and then at Silver. Her knuckles cracked as if she wanted to fight, but Coco hurriedly pulled her back. Lu Yin was curious about Silver's current strength. This person had improved just as quickly as Lu Yin had. When they'd first met, they'd been about the same, but now that they met again, they were still about the same. This person was related to the Neo-Human Alliance, so he wouldn't be easy to deal with. The man from the Myriad Swords Peak kept staring at the rain and didn't pay any attention to Lu Yin's group. Lu Yin glanced at Silver but didn't plan on catching up. He looked around, but there was nothing but the dark green sky and the dark green forest. There was also this seemingly never-ending rain. The path of a melder was much longer than that of a sentinel, but even so, there were still powerhouses who had reached the end. A group of 5 melders excitedly looked at the distant beam of light. We're finally here. Brother Meng, the next part is the hardest. We'll have to face the obstruction of the Innerverse's powerful elites. News of the Innerverse's 3 great powers sending people to ambush the assessment had already spread, and many people along the way had heard the news. Some immediately gave up, but most of those who had reached the end weren't willing to give up. They had sacrificed too much and wouldn't give up. Meng Tao's face was resolute. He was from the Vast Earth sect and was one of the top 3 powerhouses of the younger generation. The Vast Earth we've dominated and wouldn't allow anyone to flee without a fight. He wanted to personally experience the power of the Innerverse powerhouses. When Meng Tao's group reached the beam of light, there were already people waiting for them, and more were arriving from other directions. There were more than 20 people in total. In front of them was a giant sylvan dragon that looked down on them, emitting a ferocious aura. Its star energy was as unfathomable as the ocean, and every surge of star energy caused the ground to crack. The air it spat out was like a sharp blade. The dragon's huge eyes swept across everyone and it let out a deafening roar. I am Dragon 9, remember this name. This is the name of the powerhouse who blocked your entry to the Astral Combat Academy. All the melders were furious. Meng Tao stepped forward and faced Dragon 9. Meng Tao from the Vast Earth sect challenges you. Dragon 9 lowered its head and grinned at Meng Tao. It spat out a powerful air current. I'll satisfy you. Less than half a minute later, Meng Tao screamed as his body was bitten by Dragon 9. Blood dripped down the dragon's enormous body, and a dignified powerhouse from the Vast Earth sect had been bitten to death. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Meng Tao was one of the strongest people in the group, but even he had suffered such a fate. Who else would dare to challenge Dragon 9? Everyone, let's attack together. This thing is called a Sylvan Dragon, and that meatball on its tail is its weakness, a woman's voice rang out. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and Dragon 9 was furious. Who dares to slander the Sylvan Dragon clan? The next moment, more than 20 melders attacked together. This was their only chance, and no one dared to say that they could beat Dragon 9 in a one-on-one. Dragon 9 was enraged, and its huge eyes searched desperately for the person who had spoken. It specifically targeted women, and a few of them were seriously injured. However, there were also a few who broke through Dragon 9's blockade and rushed towards the beam of light. Dragon 9 growled and unleashed his extreme speed. His huge body split into 2, then 3, and finally 5. 5 afterimages appeared in the sky, blocking the path of the beam of light so that not even a drop of water could escape. All of the melders were shocked. This speed was too terrifying. This was a powerful creature from the Innerverse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 107. Dragon 9 sent someone flying with a swipe of its claw, but it suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from its tail. Someone had the power to threaten it. Dragon 9 turned around and roared in anger. A silver needle pierced the meatball at its tail, causing it to wail in agony. That person had been right. The meatball at the tail was indeed the Sylvan Dragon's weakness. Many powers in the Innerverse knew about this, but there were very few people at the same level who could actually break through the meatball's defenses and injure the dragon's main body. Dragon 9 had never expected to encounter one in the Outerverse. Although the needle had injured the meatball at its tail, it hadn't caused much damage. Still, it was enough for the attacker. She hadn't actually planned on defeating Dragon 9, she had only wanted to break through the seal. While Dragon 9 was injured, a woman rushed into the beam of light, a silver needle in her hand shining brightly. Dragon 9 was enraged and vented all of its anger on the others. On the bluestone platform, Lu Yin looked at the distant rain and listened to the sound of it. His heart grew calmer as he felt that this rain wasn't as simple as it seemed. Lulu was also immersed in the rain as she looked into the distance. At that moment, a figure descended and everyone looked over in shock. It was a man with an ordinary appearance and dressed in ordinary clothes. He looked very ordinary, but his black hair made people unable to shift their gaze. It was too black without any luster. No, it could even be said that it absorbed the surrounding light, making the black hair look like a black hole. It made the man look very strange. The man didn't pay attention to the crowd and stood there quietly without moving. Almost at the same time, another figure descended. It was a woman. "Ah, Sister Zora!" Coco shouted in surprise. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw Coco. "Coco, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Coco shook her head and looked at Zora excitedly. "How about you? Are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere?" Zora quickly shook her head. "No, I'm not hurt." "Oh," Coco was disappointed. "Sister Zora, let me introduce you. This is Brother Luin and this is Sister Lulu. It's all thanks to them that I was able to pass the test. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make it here." Coco introduced Zora to Luin and Lulu. Luin nodded at Zora. She was also from Windrift Hall. Lulu's attitude was much more indifferent, but she was still polite. Zola thanked him and then pulled Coco aside to say something. At the end of the Melder's path was a deathly stillness. The ground seemed to have been flattened by something and there were no survivors. Even the experts from the Ross Empire who had been standing guard in front of the beam of light had been reduced to scrap metal and were covered in blood. This was a path of death that had been completely annihilated. Incredible. That black-haired young man's talent is incredible. It's a pity that he's too murderous. Based on his experience, it's only natural for him to be so murderous. Our academy lacks people like him. Countless people were waiting in space as two screens appeared on the Melder's paths. One had Zora's name on it, indicating that she was from Windrift Hall, while the other only had two words, Dark Void. Her origins were unknown. Time passed slowly and another day passed. At the end of a Melder's path, Asheram stood proudly in front of a beam of light. In front of him were dozens of Melders who had been roasted by his high temperature. He was from the Blaze Domain and ranked 5th on the Blaze Domain smelting rankings. He was not someone these trash could compare to. Suddenly, the sun was completely frozen, and a frigid chill descended once more, sweeping across the land. All of the Melders who had been roasted by Asheram were ecstatic. Without the advantage of the environment, they were confident that they could challenge Asheram. However, when flames spread out from Asheram's body, everyone fell into despair once more. This was an innate gift. This Interverse elite had an innate gift of fire, and when combined with his Blaze Domain battle techniques, he was simply invincible. Asheram enjoyed watching these people's expressions turn from hope to despair. This was why he looked down on the Outerverse. It only produced weaklings. Suddenly, a beautiful figure walked out from outside Asheram's flames. Her graceful figure formed an extremely seductive dance under the roasting flames, attracting many people's attention. When they looked closely, they saw a beautiful face with dark red eyes and elegant white hair that was as white as snow. Many people swallowed and stared blankly at the beautiful woman. Her bare feet stepped through the flames as she walked past Asheram and slowly entered the beam of light. Once the woman disappeared, the crowd finally reacted. Did Asheram not stop her? Asheram stood rooted to the spot, recognizing her the moment he saw her. Michelle, also known as the Red Lotus Witch, was the younger sister of the 10 Arbiters Council's Red Lotus Witch Balmira. This person could not be provoked. After waiting for an entire day, a newcomer finally arrived on the limestone platform. When they saw Michelle, everyone's attention was drawn, including the man from the Myriad Swords Peak and the black-haired man who had been quietly watching the rain. Michelle was too alluring. Whether it was her appearance, attire, or the formless aura she exuded, everyone was mesmerized. Even Coco, who was a girl, was seeing stars. Luin stared at Michelle as if he was looking at Mira the moment he saw her. She was similarly beautiful, had the same white hair and had the same dark red eyes. Michelle's appearance was fiery and seductive, but her expression was indifferent. She glanced at the crowd and then looked into the distance. No one went up to talk to her. Those who could pass the test were all people with strong wills and would not be easily bewitched by her beauty. Not long after Michelle's appearance, another person arrived. It was Mengyu, the young master of the vast earth sect who had taken the same path as Lu Yin. Arkino, who had been guarding Lu Yin's path, had been killed by a single punch from Lulu. Anyone who could reach the end of the path would pass the trial. Unfortunately, Mengyu was the only one who could pass the trial, as the previous batch had all been heavily injured by Arkino's attacks. Mengyu stared straight at Lu Yin before looking at Lulu with a fearful gaze. He didn't speak and just walked to the side. Time passed once more. At this moment, the most anxious people were Doran Yushan and the others. None of the great Yu Empire's melders had passed the same path. The cold night not only represented the environment, but also one's state of mind. Schutz and the rest were experiencing an endless winter. In front of them, a half-human, half-machine man lowered his arm. Beneath his feet were a dozen melders who had joined forces to try and break through, but had fallen at his feet. I already said that you can't pass. The difference between the inner verse and the outer verse is like the gap between heaven and earth, the man said indifferently, his tone stiff and mechanical. The dozen melders were aghast. The half-machine monster's every attack was within the range of a melder's, but the terrifying power of each attack made them tremble. They were not even on the same level. Schutz gritted his teeth and stepped forward. As the #1 expert of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation and the only one who had reached the end, he could not retreat. He had to enter Astral 10 even if it meant death so that Princess Wendy would no longer look down on them. The mechanical man looked at Schutz impatiently. Come out and die. He then raised his gun and fired a string of light beams at Schutz from strange angles. Schutz growled and slashed out with his blood-red warblade. A dazzling slash tore through the air and pressed down in all directions. The shockwave spread out behind him, shocking the melders. This person was not weak. However, Schutz's strongest slash was easily torn apart by the light beams. One after another, the beams condensed into a terrifying force that no one could resist. Not only did they tear through the slash, but they also reached Schutz and aimed for his heart. Schutz roared and blocked with his blood-red warblade, but it did not even last a second before it broke. In that instant he felt the man's powerful strength and it was unstoppable. This person's strength was far beyond his imagination. Just as everyone thought that Schutz was dead for sure, the light beams suddenly disappeared. Everyone stared blankly at Schutz. He's not dead? Schutz raised his head and looked at the half-machine man. His pupils shrank as he saw another person standing behind him with a gentle smile. Schutz recognized this person as one of the melders from the Great Yu Empire, but he was not from Yu Academy. Schutz had only seen him once and had not asked much about him, but now this person had saved him. Who are you? The half-machine man's voice was icy. Xia Luo, I'm sorry, but please let us pass. Sure. Xia Luo nodded at Schutz and turned to walk towards the light beams. Schutz had a complicated look on his face. That powerhouse from the inner verse had been intimidated by Xia Luo. Was this person from the Great Yu Empire? Everyone watched as Xia Luo and Schutz slowly walked towards the light beams. From start to finish, the half-machine man did not turn around, but his eyes were cold. He had just felt the chill of death and he had subconsciously stopped his attack. He was sure that this person had the strength to kill him. How could there be such a terrifying person in the outer verse? He knew how cruel the inner verse was, but as long as he didn't walk out of this well, the toad in the well would never know how big the sky was. A toad swallowing the sky was laughable but respectable. The rain continued to fall, not too light or too heavy as it splashed onto the limestone floor. Luin looked at the two in surprise. Xia Luo? Schutz. Xia Luo smiled at Luin, not surprised at all. Schutz scanned the crowd. There were a total of 11 people present, 6 sentinels and 5 melders. Excluding himself and Xia Luo, only 3 melders had passed the assessment. Schutz's gaze landed on Dark Void. This person gave him an indescribable sense of danger. Not too far away, Silver smiled at Xia Luo. Xia Luo happened to look over as well and their gazes met. Silver maintained his smile. However, Xia Luo's gaze was no longer gentle. Instead, it carried a trace of sharpness. Coincidentally, a figure appeared between the two. It was the new person who had passed. Luin looked over and his eyes narrowed when he saw black and white hair, the symbol of the Day-Night clan. At this moment it wasn't just Luin. Everyone was attracted by the new man. Everyone in the inner verse knew the Day-Night clan, and that head of black and white hair was too conspicuous. The man's gaze swept over the crowd proudly, pausing for a moment when his gaze landed on Michelle with a hint of surprise. At that moment, a voice resounded through the void. The assessment has ended. 12 people have passed. Congratulations to all of you. As soon as the voice finished speaking, a new name appeared on the screen of the Sentinel Path, right below Zhao Yilong's name, Hui Day-Night. Luin retracted his gaze from the Day-Night clan man and looked up at the sky. There was no one there, but the voice had come from all directions. In the distance, a dark green curtain of rain connected the sky to the earth, with the occasional mist rising into the air. Congratulations to all of you for entering Astral 10. The Academy has specially prepared 5 gifts hidden in the rain. Those who find them will receive them. Everyone's eyes lit up. Astral 10's gifts were definitely not simple. Lu Yin glanced at the rain. The gifts were hidden in the rain? What did that mean? 12 people, 12 different thoughts, all looked at the rain. The rain continued to fall from the sky, but there was nothing as far as the eye could see. There was no trace of the gifts. Michelle walked to a corner of the limestone platform and stood there quietly, facing east. Xiaoluo did the same. Hui Day Night was the same. He was only a sentinel, but no one would treat him as one. Gradually, the 12 of them all looked in different directions, staring at the rain as if trying to sense something. The rain was ordinary, that was what Lu Yin felt. He stretched out his hand and felt the raindrops splash onto his palm. It was very ordinary. Astral 10 wanted them to sense something from the rain, but he was at his wits' end when faced with this kind of weather. Not long after, waves of star energy erupted and then retracted. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 109. Not long after Michelle, Xiaoluo extended his hand, and star energy spread out from his palm as he retrieved a chip from the rain with a smile on his face. Hui Day Night frowned, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. Deep within the rain, a pair of weathered eyes swept over Michelle and Xiaoluo, revealing a trace of admiration. Star energy is the foundation of all cultivation. The same battle technique can have a huge difference in power if it's different with different star energy. Mediocre cultivators focus on weight, while strong cultivators focus on quality. To be able to materialize star energy in 3 days is not easy, but you're still considered a genius. The next step is the realm of infinite changes, and those who can achieve that can be called geniuses. Another day passed, and Hui Day Night suddenly opened his eyes. He grabbed at the rain and tore it apart in a domineering manner. He took out a chip with a proud expression. Almost at the same time, Lulu also took out a chip and glared at Hui Day Night provocatively. Hui Day Night's eyebrows rose and a trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. What right did an ant from the outer verse have to look him in the eye? Lulu simply couldn't stand the Day Night clan, and she raised her fist at Hui Day Night. Hui Day Night's eyes narrowed. "Woman, you're courting death." Lulu sneered, "A mere Day Night clan member." Hui Day Night was shocked. "Who are you?" "Lulu Mavis," Lulu said proudly. Hui Day Night was shocked, but he didn't say anything else. He knew how terrifying the Mavis clan was. Michelle and the others received 4 gifts, but they weren't in a hurry to leave. Instead, they stood in the rain and looked at the scenery. This place was mystical and it could cleanse one's soul. Lu Yin had been using the serious arts to sort out his star energy while looking at the rain. He tried to imitate raindrops in a futile attempt to liquefy his star energy, but he failed. He had also tried to atomize his star energy, but it had also failed. Regardless of whether it was liquid or mist, they were both beyond the realm of ordinary power. Since power was formless, turning it into something tangible was transcendence. Hold on, he suddenly thought of something. He cultivated the serious arts, and the principle behind it was to imitate the movements of the stars. But where did stars come from? It was formed by star energy, which meant that it was corporeal. Lu Yin was vexed. He had been too stupid to have thought about the stars. He had been training in corporeal star energy from the very beginning. Lu Yin opened his eyes and reached out to grab something in front of him. A star tore through the curtain of rain and he saw the 5th chip. Just as he was about to grab it, a fierce force suddenly attacked him and transformed into a sword. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, and 3 swords pierced through the air in a triangular formation. The star in Lu Yin's palm exploded and collided with the 3 swords. Everything had happened too quickly, and he had only been able to simulate a single star. It was simply unable to withstand the pressure from the 3 swords, so he immediately withdrew his hand. The final chip landed in the hands of a man, Zhao Yilong from the Myriad Swords Peak. Lu Yin glanced at Zhao Yilong, but the man ignored him and continued to study the chip. "Friend, it's not very nice of you to suddenly attack," Lu Yin said coldly. Zhao Yilong glanced at him. "You can snatch it from me." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he was just about to make a move when a shadow flashed past the crowd and landed on the northern plateau of the platform. Everyone looked over. It was a man with his back facing the crowd. His surging star energy suddenly turned solid and swept across the crowd, shocking everyone. This was a Lammeter. Everyone fell silent. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 110. Big Pow glanced at Michelle in surprise. This brat knew quite a lot. I don't know, I'm just a student. Although I'm a little handsome and have a bit of seniority, I have no right to interfere with the Academy's matters. Michelle retracted her gaze and continued to record something on her gadget. Big Pow looked at it and suddenly thought of something. His expression changed and he immediately whispered into his gadget, "Sandmaster, the rumors might be true. The 10 Arbiters Council sent someone to monitor the Academy, and it should be that woman." What? Ignore it? How can that be? That brat will leak our secrets. Yes, I know we don't have any secrets and there's just a problem with our education policy. But your catchphrase, "whoever learns is an idiot," doesn't sound good. Fine, I won't care, but don't blame me if the Academy is shut down by the Council. How do we confirm that we've been recognized by the Rain Observatory? It's simple. You just have to write your name with star energy and it won't shatter after crossing the Rain Observatory, Big Pow answered. Zhao Yilong moved and flicked his finger, causing the star energy at his fingertips to form a long sword. It then twisted to form the words Zhao Yilong, and was pushed into the distance. However, it was destroyed by the raindrops and the star energy dissipated into nothingness. Michelle's voice was cold. To be recognized, you have to improve your use of star energy. It's too harsh. No wonder Astral 10 hasn't had any outstanding talents for thousands of years. There's something wrong with your education methods. The mentors don't even want to teach. Big Pow rolled his eyes. Although this woman was pretty, she seemed to be looking for trouble. Coco raised her hand and asked, "Are the mentors here really that powerful?" Michelle replied, "They're at least hunters. Otherwise, they don't have the qualifications to be mentors in the Astral Combat Academy." Coco exclaimed, "Hunters? That's amazing." Hunters were on the same level as Undying Yushan, but Undying Yushan was a powerhouse from the Outerverse while the mentors here were from the Astral Combat Academy. It was obvious that they were far stronger than Undying Yushan. Were all mentors that powerful? "It would be great if we could get a mentor to teach us," Coco muttered. Big Pow smiled, "Of course. As long as you meet the requirements, you can even become a mentor's direct disciple and obtain Astral 10's ancient battle techniques." Everyone's eyes lit up. What conditions? Big Pow laughed strangely. Passing one's name across the Rain Observatory will allow one to gain recognition, but since ancient times, there have always been peerless geniuses who have not only passed their names across the Rain Observatory, but also left their names behind for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. These names have formed a list called the Rain List. As long as one enters the Rain List, they can become a direct disciple of any mentor and obtain Astral 10's ancient battle techniques. Everyone's eyes lit up. The Rain List? It was a name that had been passed down since ancient times and had not faded for tens of thousands of years. Where is the Rain List? Zhao Yilong asked loudly. Big Pow chuckled. I don't know. Apparently, only those who have entered the Rain List can see it. Others aren't qualified to see it. Michelle turned around and faced the rain. She raised her hand and used her star energy to carve out the words, Michelle. Then she pushed it into the rain as everyone watched. Although there was no comparison, Michelle was probably the strongest. She had been the first to receive a gift and knew the most about the Astral Combat Academy. Everyone was curious about her origins, but they were even more curious about her strength. Zhao Yilong was a sentinel from the 10,000 Swords Peak, but his name didn't even make it 100 meters. Michelle's name, on the other hand, was pushed further and further into the rain. Everyone stared at it and it didn't take long for the name to shatter. What a pity it didn't fly out of the tree, Big Pow commented. Michelle frowned. The others continued to experiment. Lu Yin used 5 stars to open a path and pushed his name into the rain, but it shattered around 300 meters away. Hui Daynight's name shattered around 500 meters away. Xia Luo's name was the closest to Michelle's, but it shattered as well. There's no need to try. I've been in Astral 10 for so many years, and even I haven't been able to do it. You guys are still far from it. Rumor has it that only 100 people are left on the rain list. If you guys are strong enough, you can try to push those 100 people down, but not now, Big Pow said. Hui Dayknight was disdainful. He wouldn't have been confident in the other 9 academies, but Astral 10? There weren't any powerhouses there, and he was confident that he would be able to enter the rain list as long as he had enough time to comprehend it. Senior, I want to go to the trial zones, Lulu said excitedly. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and they all looked at Big Pow. The most attractive places in the Astral Combat Academy were none other than the 9 trial zones. It was rumored that one could obtain ancient battle techniques, cultivation methods, bloodlines, and so on. Even the 10 arbiters had been there before, so it was very attractive to everyone. Big Pow shrugged. Sorry, Junior, but the trial zones can't be entered casually. Michelle's gaze turned cold. The Astral Combat Academy holds the keys to the 9 trial zones. Anyone who enters the academy can enter, so why can't Astral 10? Big Pow spread out his hands. There are conditions. Everyone was helpless. Was this still an academy? Shouldn't the academy allow students to learn freely? How could the academy not teach students what they wanted to learn? What conditions? Hui Day Knight asked coldly. You should have heard of the ported battles. As long as you win 100 battles, you can enter the 6 daos of the trial zones, Big Pow said with a sympathetic look. Michelle was furious. Preposterous. I represent the 10 Arbiters Council in protesting against this. Any student who enters the academy has the right to enter the trial zones. This is publicly acknowledged by the universe. What right does Astral 10 have to violate this rule? The 10 Arbiters Council? Everyone looked at Michelle in shock. This woman was actually from the 10 Arbiters Council. Big Pow was helpless. This woman was indeed here to cause trouble. It was a pity that such a beauty was going to die. Junior, this isn't something that a senior like me can decide. Why don't you go see the trial master? Michelle snorted. Lead the way. They didn't know how far the Rain Observatory was from the trial zone's entrance, so they followed Big Pow to the teleportation device and directly teleported to the trial zone's entrance. Brother Xia, what's a ported battle? Luin asked. He had never heard of it before. Schutz and Mengyu looked over. How should I put it? The universe is very mysterious and gives birth to many strange things. There's a type of stone called a teleportation stone. Once touched, you'll be able to perfectly copy yourself into another space. You'll then be able to fight with another person who touches the stone at the same time. This is a ported battle. Matchmaking? Luin was shocked. He had seen an introduction to a game from 100 years ago on Earth, and it had mentioned matchmaking. Xia Luo shook his head. Matchmaking is based on both parties' conditions, but a ported battle isn't. You can meet any powerhouse and they might only be hopefuls or space-exploring powerhouses. It's not fair at all. Teleportation stones are extremely rare and only in the hands of the strongest academies, races, and powers in the universe. Therefore, any opponent in a ported battle is an absolute elite. With our current level, we should be considered the weakest in the ported battle. Luin was shocked that such a thing existed. According to Xia Luo, those who were qualified to own a teleportation stone were definitely terrifying powers. There was no lack of tyrants like the Day Knight clan and the Mavis clan, and there were also the 9 academies in the universe. Their strength varied, but Sentinels were probably the weakest. No wonder Michelle was so angry. Their level was too low compared to those people, and it would be extremely difficult for them to achieve 100 victories. Those weren't people like Eddie or Roz, but true geniuses of the universe. It would be difficult for any of them to find an opponent at the same level, and defeating them would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. For a moment, Luin felt the pressure. He could vaguely see countless powerful geniuses in front of him. These people would be his future opponents. His vision flashed, and he left the dark green Rain Observatory to appear on a grassy plain. Withered yellow grass covered the ground, swaying in the breeze and emitting a faint glow in the strange dusk. A fresh and pleasant scent filled the air. This is the trial zone entrance, and also where the teleportation stone is located. Everyone, the trial master is in that hollow tree. Go on, I'll see you later. Big Pow waved his hand and left. Not far away, a huge tree that resembled a crescent moon lay on the ground. Its surface was withered and countless cracks spread out. The tree was quite tall and even pierced through the clouds, but its insides had long since disappeared, forming an independent forest. Michelle was the first to rush towards the withered tree, and the others followed closely behind. The moment they set foot on the tree, their attention was immediately drawn to a stone emitting a strong light in the distance. The stone floated in the air, and a hazy fog hung down from it, making it impossible to see what was inside. That must be the teleportation stone. What a mysterious thing, Xia Luo sighed. This was his first time seeing one as well. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 111. There was an old man sitting not far from the teleportation stone. He had white hair and a benevolent face, but no star energy leaked from his body. He looked like an ordinary old man. Michelle landed in front of him and bowed slightly. Michelle, a subordinate member of the 10 Arbiters Council, greets the trial master. Lu Yin and the rest immediately followed and bowed as well. Only the black-haired Dark Void and Hui Day Knight remained indifferent, not even bothering to look at the old man. The old man opened his eyes as if he had not spoken in a long time. Just as he was about to say something, he coughed twice. His cloudy eyes slowly cleared as he looked at the group. His gaze swept across everyone before finally settling on Michelle. "Student, I'm sorry. I'm old and my ears aren't working. Could you please repeat yourself?" Michelle repeated herself. Michelle, a subordinate member of the 10 Arbiters Council, greets the trial master. The old man was confused. 10 Arbiters Council? The 10 Arbiters Council. The 10 Arbiters what? Michelle frowned and repeated herself several times before the old man finally understood. The 10 Arbiters Council? Michelle relaxed and nodded. She solemnly said, "Mentor, I'm from the 10 Arbiters Council, and I'm here to supervise Astral 10. May I ask why Astral 10 students need to pass the 100 victories ported battles to enter the trial zones?" "Student, what did you say? Could you please repeat yourself?" The old man leaned forward and spoke with great effort, his expression serious. Michelle was stunned for a moment before helplessly taking a few steps forward. "Mentor, I'm from the 10 Arbiters Council, and I'm here to supervise Astral 10. May I ask why Astral 10 students need to pass the 100 victories ported battles to enter the trial zones?" The old man was stunned for a moment before pointing at the teleportation stone. "That's the teleportation stone. Student, do you want to enter the ported battles?" Michelle was speechless. Lulu laughed. Luine was also amused. Michelle turned around and glared at the two of them before looking helplessly at the old man. She didn't know what to do. Could this old man really not hear her? But it seemed like he really couldn't hear her. Michelle helplessly turned around and walked towards the teleportation stone. By this time, Hui Day Knight had already stepped into the teleportation stone. Not far away, Zhao Yilong was watching. "Who went in?" Michelle asked Zhao Yilong. "The Day Knight clan," Zhao Yilong replied coldly. Michelle looked at the fog below the teleportation stone and waited quietly. Lu Yin and the rest also arrived, all of them wanting to try their hand at ported battles. A teleportation stone could only be used by one person at a time, and Astral 10 only had one. Hui Day Knight walked out with an ugly expression on his face. "How is it? You failed, didn't you?" Lulu gloated. Hui Day Knight snorted. "Hui Day Knight, 0 wins, 1 loss." The sudden loud voice startled everyone, and they all turned to look at the old man. Hui Day Knight had an ugly expression on his face. The old bastard was targeting him by reporting the results of his defeat. Michelle's face did not look too good. The old man must be faking it. His voice was so loud and he could even call out the other person's name accurately. Who would believe that he could not hear old man? The more Lu Yin looked at the old man, the stranger he felt. He had a feeling that the old man wasn't as benevolent as he appeared. He was actually a little two-faced. Zhao Yilong stepped into the teleportation stone. Not long after, he walked out with an unsightly expression. "Zhao Yilong, 0 wins, 1 loss, the elder shouted. Michelle snorted at the old man and stepped into the teleportation stone's range. This time, Lu Yin had arrived at the mouth of the volcano. Hot magma erupted, and Lu Yin looked at his own body. This replica had not replicated his appearance, only his body. It was impossible to see his face clearly as his face was covered in darkness. He tried to activate his cosmic art, but nothing happened. He couldn't help but feel shocked. This teleportation stone was too miraculous to be able to replicate a technique so perfectly. Moreover, this body's sense of touch was no different from the real thing. He squatted down and touched the volcanic rocks, finding that they were scalding hot and had the same endurance as his real body. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that caused the void to distort and the volcano to collapse. Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and he was instantly killed before he could even react. Before he left the space, he saw a strange name above the figure's head, Brother Winbro. Damn, it's just a rookie sentinel. Sorry, I should have restrained myself. Poor thing, he didn't even have a code name before dying, ha. Above the volcano, Brother Winbro laughed inwardly. Below the teleportation stone, Lu Yin opened his eyes and broke out in a cold sweat. He really thought that he had died just now. That person had definitely been an explorer, and Lu Yin hadn't even had time to react. He felt that this person was far more terrifying than Sigmund and the others. This was the strength of an elite genius who could participate in the ported battles. As he walked out of the teleportation stone's range, he heard the elders shout, "Luin 0 wins, 1 loss." No one was surprised. It would be strange if he had won. Silver brushed past Luin and stepped into the teleportation stone's range with a smile. "Brother Luin, how was it? What kind of opponent did you meet?" Coco asked curiously. Luin shrugged. "I'm not sure, but I felt like it was an explorer." Coco stuck out her tongue. "Worse than me, I met a limiter." Luin smiled bitterly. They were too weak. Xiaoluo was right. They were at the bottom of the ladder in the ported battles, and they had to win 100 times to enter the trial zones. Astral 10's requirements were too harsh, and it was a pity that Michelle hadn't succeeded. "By the way, what are your code names?" The cloned avatars could use their real names or code names, but Luin was instantly killed before he could think of one. The one who had killed him was Brother Winbro. "I'm Hercules," Lulu clenched her fists and said valiantly. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 112. Luin smirked and looked at Coco. "What about you, Coco?" Coco was embarrassed. "I am Little Angel." Luin was speechless. "I'm Silver Needle," Zora said as she came over. Mengyu walked over and stared at Luin. "Remember, I'm desolate. If I meet you in the ported battles, I won't hold back." "There's only one teleportation stone, we won't be able to touch it," Luin said. Silver walked out with a smile that was standard for a fox's, looking very happy. Everyone thought that he had won, but the old man shouted, "Silver 0 wins, 1 loss." At this point, all 12 had tried their hand at the ported battles. Aside from Michelle and Dark Void, the others had all lost. Not only did they have to face powerhouses with higher realms, but they were also all top elites and geniuses. The universe was vast, and Luin finally felt that the Great Yu Empire was too small. Back in the Great Yu Empire, his sentinel strength had been enough to rival Yu Academy's melders. Especially after activating his 6th star, he was confident that he could go toe-to-toe with a hallmaster like Jerbok. However, he wasn't confident in facing opponents in the ported battles, including those at the same level. Perhaps he might even meet powerhouses who also studied the serious arts in the ported battles. Hui Day Knight stepped into the teleportation stone's range once more, intending to continue. Most of the others did the same. Ported battles were new to them and they all wanted to give it a try. After a few rounds, Luin entered as well. He gave himself a code name, 7th Bro, and for some reason he felt like he should be ranked 7th. In the ported battles he had been very unlucky. He had encountered 2 limiters, 1 explorer and 1 melder, but even that melder had easily defeated him. On his 5th trip out of the teleportation stone, Luin heard the old man shout, "Luin 0 wins, 5 losses." He walked away, deciding not to enter for the time being. There was no point in fighting like this. The people participating in the ported battles wouldn't give him time to react. They only cared about the number of wins and it wouldn't help him increase his strength. Luin finally understood that the ported battles were a benchmark to test one's strength. "Student, want to eat something?" Silver smiled as he held up a piece of barbecued meat and sprinkled some seasoning on it. Coco, Zora, and Lulu were all already eating. Luin did not stand on ceremony and walked over to pick up a piece of barbecued meat. He had to admit that it was delicious. "Big brother Silver, your cooking skills are really good," Coco praised. Silver smiled. "Eat more if you like. I'm a gourmet." "How many matches have you fought?" Silver raised a finger. "Only 1 battle?" Luin was astonished. Silver rolled the barbecued meat around and smiled at Luin. "You've already fought 5 rounds. Are you going to continue?" Luin shook his head. Silver casually tossed the barbecued meat to the old man, who caught it and sniffed it. "Not bad. You're perceptive. Good kid. I'm glad you like it." Silver smiled. The old man's face bloomed into a smile. "Yes, I do." Fortunately, Michelle didn't see this scene. Silver's voice wasn't loud, but the elderly man heard it clearly. He was clearly feigning ignorance in front of Michelle. If that woman saw this, she would definitely explode. As time passed, people left one after another. Zhao Yilong, Schutz, Xiaoluo, and Zola all left to find places they were interested in. Silver also left. Luin stayed near the teleportation stone for 3 days. He wanted to know how many victories Hui Day Knight and Dark Void had. "Hui Day Knight, 1 win, 27 losses, the old man shouted. Not long after, Dark Void, 7 wins, 22 losses. Luin was stunned. 7 wins. That person had actually won 7 times. Hui Day Knight also stared at Dark Void in astonishment. This person was far stronger than him. 7 wins? That's amazing. An unfamiliar man appeared 10 meters away from Luin and looked at Dark Void in astonishment. Luin looked at the man with a puzzled expression. The man smiled at Luin. Let me introduce myself. I'm Little Pao. You can call me Senior Little Pao. Luin was puzzled. Little Pao? You and Big Pao? That's my older brother. Luin nodded. The 2 brothers had chosen their names quite casually. Senior Little Pao, I have a question. We've been here for 3 days, but why haven't we seen a single senior? Little Pao was embarrassed. They've all left. Aside from the mentors, we're the only ones here. What? They've all left? Luin was shocked. Little Pao nodded and sighed. Astral 10 used to be in the innerverse, but it was relocated to the outerverse. The former students either transferred to other academies or left. No one wants to come to the outerverse. Luin hadn't expected Astral 10's situation to be so bad. No wonder he hadn't seen a single student. Not long after, Luin bid farewell to Little Pao and left the trial zone entrance. He headed towards the sand ocean that Big Pao had introduced him to. Most of the others had left in 3 days. The sand ocean was one of Astral 10's 3 main attractions, on par with the Rain Observatory and the Stargazing Deck. There was no introduction to its specific uses, but the Rain Observatory could temper star energy. Luin guessed that the sand ocean was used to temper one's physical body or battle techniques. Astral 10's teleportation device had very few options, so Luin chose the sand ocean. Soon after, he felt a tearing force as he left the trial zone entrance and appeared in a vast expanse of yellow sand. What appeared in front of him was an endless desert. He had already expected this. He had also read the basic introduction of the sand ocean that Big Pao had passed to them. This was a boundless sea of sand that far exceeded the Rain Observatory. From time to time, sandstorms would sweep across the land. This place was dangerous. Luin didn't enter the sand ocean. He just wanted to take a look before teleporting away and heading towards the Stargazing Deck. Of the 3 main attractions, the Stargazing Deck was the most mysterious. It wasn't just owned by Astral 10, the other 9 academies also had it. According to Big Pao's introduction, everyone saw different things on the Stargazing Deck. Some saw their own past, some saw the starry sky, some saw powerful battle techniques, and some even saw a corner of the future. Of course, Luin didn't believe the last part, but it still reflected the mystical nature of the Stargazing Deck. Zhaixinglu was really a wooden building. It was made of unknown wood and was stacked in an octagonal shape. The layers were stacked on top of each other and it was less than 100 meters long. At the top was a flat ground. The entire wooden building looked ordinary, but it was this building that had too many mysteries.